two, one, two. Uh, Can uh can everyone hear me? Yeah, that's the kind of night it is. That's the kind of night it is. Serious mathematics, God Cipher Divine. Uh, you know, everybody that's in here now, do the each one, teach one, hit the like button, and share this on your pages. Found out that that's the best way for everybody to get their alerts. It's from this being shared on other pages. You just finished doing your Clever Lang workout, pull ups on the pipes in the basement. Yesterday was my pull up day. Today I had a little some squats and a little one leg deadlift action for the legs and the core. Carlos Clark, of course, while we waiting on everybody to come in and we get started, we might as well come out and say, uh, a little disclaimer that, the views about to be expressed don't necessarily reflect the views of the Random Jewels channel. We're not claiming to have any specific knowledge or indirect knowledge for that matter, but just going over some thoughts. You know, that's why it's conspiracy night. Monday is leg day for you. That's you take Sunday off. I don't know if I ever seen that before. People start their week off with a leg day. Why is you? What is going on, bruh? Well, at the end of the day, that's part of what we're asking right now. How do how does everybody see the knowledge and wisdom, eternal son? How does everybody see the knowledge and wisdom that's going on all around us right now? Well, all right, so your week starts on Sunday. All right, that explains it. I usually start my week on Monday, but this week, uh, hmm, this week I started on Friday. Wise you said spooks about to be seen and heard. L7. I Eternal put the sevens on his jump off, I guess. I Eternal's in the seven gang now too. Knowledge of law. Oh, this SW. Yeah, now I see the avatar. Yeah, I do, yeah. I don't know how I missed that. But yeah, this is conspiracy day when we wide open to the conspiracies. Everybody that's in here right now, share this on your Twitter and your Facebook so we can get the people can get their alerts. Alejandro, Alejandro, he comes on Facebook, so y'all most of y'all can't see his comments. Alejandro is he needs to take his medication. God save divine asked that everyone get there. I just voted bracelet. Nah, the lie says get ready, get spooky up in here. SW said last I heard was the post election civil war allegations. I mean, you know, the temperature is rising. VCR. All right, so we're gonna we're gonna settle it once and for all tonight, right? That's only one cane. Are we settling that tonight? Has that already been settled? Yeah, Don Bishop. Everybody calls you Don Bishop. That's where you live. Where you live, Alejandro? All right now, Empress Imperialis. What's this? Empress Imperialis? Does anyone know who Empress Imperialis is? Does anyone have any ideas? What you mean he's a super king? Marvel Comics. He's a king with superpowers, super championship powers, super MVP powers. Just now sending me that joint. So it's not just me, right? It's not just me that see. You see what I'm saying? You see why it's conspiracy night, right? Do you see now why it's conspiracy night? Joseph. You know who it is too, huh, Joseph? 793rd, the king, man. You can be in denial all you want. It's not going to change the facts that there's only one king. Listen, who is VCR? I'm sure you got some conspiracies, some conspiracies you've been waiting to let us know about on here. What is going on right now? What other person? Oh, real hip hop. I know you got some conspiracies. Yeah, knowledge law. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's who it is too. I know you got some conspiracies. See me. You know, I don't necessarily have a particular, uh, I don't have a particular conspiracy right now, but it's one of the things where my spidey senses is tingling. My spidey senses is tingling right now. A lot of stuff is happening. I already knew that was gonna happen all year. But some things are starting to take, a direction. And a lot of things is being manifested right now, like even on the news, right? You know what I'm saying? And pretty much in every other, everything that's dealing with this election. Like for instance, right here, Joe Service, I think Biden is gonna concede. The FBI got an active investigation on his kid. He got an active investigation on him too, from what I understand. But a lot of this information that's coming out is coming out according to short-term thinking. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, the election is Tuesday. So you doing stuff that, your main reason for doing it is what's getting ready to happen Tuesday, but the ramifications of it is going to be much, much more long term. Spider-Man's from Queens. Let's see that's when he let that bullshit happen though. When he was getting his cleans on. When he was getting his cleans on. Joseph said, if I apply for a job and I lie on the application, should I get the position? I mean, that's what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's one thing. Like I said, there's a lot of short-term thinking. The other thing is, it's a lot of emotional thinking right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of, really, I guess you could say emotions taking the place of thinking, really. You know what I'm saying? Um, and the other thing is you got a lot of decisions being made for one reason. You know what I'm saying? Like usually when you make a decision, it's for a couple of different reasons. But anytime you make a decision just based on one reason, most of the time that decision is gonna have unintended consequences. So you got people that's gonna vote for one guy just only because they want the other guy out. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, what you just said, Joseph, in terms of lying on the application, nah, that doesn't count. We can't, you know, because this one, aspect of the decision. There's one criteria that we use to make this decision. VCR said, I'll say this. I think there is another reset happening, a big one, where people return to the essence from being ultra aggressive over domestic and foreign lands. But what do I know? A reset of what? Like I'm just saying, when you say reset, do you mean a reset of the whole? Because some of what you're saying right here sounds like you're saying a reset of the entire world order. Real hip hop said that's not a good idea. You don't have to lie to get a job. I mean, it depends on who you are, though. Real hip hop and a job, the job that you're looking for. Bishop said the question is, which devil are you more comfortable with? My daughter asked me, Dad, did you vote? I said, yeah, I voted for the devil. Um, well, yeah, Joseph, in terms of him fumbling with his speeches and just the way his health kind of, just his general kind of well-being, I guess. It appears to me that a vote for Biden is a vote for Harris. And I suppose that fits right into conspiracy night. So VCR is saying he thinks that it could partially be a reset of the whole world order. Well, what did you specifically mean? Hold on, Joseph said if a lie disqualifies me, then the same should apply to others. Um, you know, I'm you know, just not even in terms of just others, but specifically when we talking about politicians, you know, uh, politicians, law enforcement, the judicial system, all of these different type of people that make laws that govern other people's behavior. You know what I'm saying? I do think, I actually think they should be held to a higher standard. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's a saying that the inmates are not supposed to be running the asylum. PCR said you wipe away people educating and people turning up. Leave the babies out here defenseless and feed them garbage the same way they did circa the 1800s. Malik Low. So you talking about let's bring in, we got real hip hop up in here and True Power.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace. So
You
you
ain't gonna call my
saying,
righteous name?
yeah, people gotta know who you are. Though this is great knowledge of law right here. But he's colloquially known as real hip hop.
Peace, peace.
What's your DJ name again? Yeah,
Oh yeah,
you gotta get
DJ Melodic One. You know what I'm saying?
yeah DJ Melodic One. You
Right,
know,
right. Yeah,
so
check out the podcast. You know what I'm saying?
mhm,
Play a lot of underground. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing it for like about a decade or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
all right, that's peace. So VCR, that's what I was saying. You talking more of an economic and a social reset where because the things you talking about going back to the uh I mean and where you from VCR? Like in New York, when you bring up those types of when you bring up those types of things, the 1800s, that takes us back to the true power you won. You should be able to speak. Um, you talking about going back to the days of the immigration when you had the Italians and the Jews, and even the Irish first coming. You think these is the type of days that we going back to? He said circa the world, the 1600s. If we go back to the 1600s, you're talking about peasantry now.
Mm.
That's what you mean that we going back to a state of peasantry,
Talking about the age of serfdom, like how it was in Europe around that time.
right? Because even the industrial revolution, you know,
That's,
capitalism and all of that is not even around in the 1600s.
nah, that came much after Industrial Revolution that occurred in the 19. Ooh, kind of like around 1920s,
Now, like 1830s,
1930. Industrial
1830s.
Revolution?
Industrial
Huh.
revolution is the 1830s.
Okay. Okay.
You know those
I'm thinking about the Great Depression, my bad.
right? You know those mills and stuff, like where you see the water wheel and the wheel is powering something.
Uh-huh.
That's like the beginning of the industrial revolution.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Where they was using this other power source in order to increase the labor, the effectiveness of the labor. Yourself, so all of these events in 2020 should teach people to be self-sufficient, can't depend on others for well-being. Absolutely, 2020. I don't know if I said it on here or I was speaking to somebody else, but 2020 they're gonna be able to make a movie and not even use special effects. Like they could just make a straight movie. They could just make a straight movie out of 2020 and not use no special effects. mindset, water economy, in terms of saying, yeah, windmills and stuff, all of this type of stuff is when they, the industrial revolution is when they start to harness all these different types of energies, you know what I'm saying, all this different power and everything. And that was quick. Javante Davis
Oh
brought
yeah,
us
yeah,
Sprite already.
yeah. My bad. Had to put this Bluetooth in. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying. Like you was talking about like in terms of like the politics and everything going on with that. You know what I'm saying? Yo, can you
Mm-hmm.
hear me?
Yeah, I get you.
Well, you know what I'm saying. The way I'm looking at that though with the politics is that the way I see things is that like right now a lot of people are really getting awoken to the fact that like right now, you know what I'm saying, for a lot of the, you know what I'm saying, the original people starting to really see that politics does not, we don't really have as the people, we don't really have any representation in terms of politics. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know what I'm saying? For those, you know what I'm saying, for those that it's not a known the 120 lessons, whatever, you know what I'm saying, they're just not really familiar. I mean, they really think a lot of people really believe that politics, you know what I'm saying, really does, play an effect. And, kind of right now, you see a lot of the way I look at politics, though, I really just see it right now, like it just causing a lot of divide. You know what I'm saying? It's the whole divide and conquer type of concept. You know what I mean? Because you have a lot of middle class blacks that are voting Republican, for Donald Trump, whatever. And you have a lot of you know what I'm saying? You also have a lot of middle class Democrats, you know what I mean, are blacks. They vote Democrat and they're into Joe Biden kind of thing. So it's kind of, you know what I mean? I really personally I look at politics as more of like a class thing, you know what I'm saying? Because uh, according to like a lot of the bills and things of that nature, it kind of more so caters to those that's in that, at that level. You know what I'm saying? But for us original people overall, you know what I'm saying, it's really there really is not no real representation. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of things have changed since even since the creation of our nation. Like with Mayor Lindsay and them. Like this is a whole. I'll say for what I'm saying for the colored man. They kind of they kind of refine themselves. You know what I mean? In this day and age, I feel like personally it started like during the Reagan era. You know what I'm saying? It started during the Reagan era, and I feel like the refinement with the with the colored man really, what I'm saying, really expanding themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because I really see like Donald Trump really is taking a lot of kind of the policies and kind of the way Reagan kind of you know the way he kind of practiced his way of politics, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And he really kind of expanded upon that. You know what I mean? Um, what I'm saying, for the colored man, a lot of people, what I'm saying, they I'll say from the first time when Trump was being elected, they were into Trump because a lot of them, that were a little older, were because they were fans of Ronald Reagan, that type of thing.
You
And
know,
like Joe Biden,
the one thing I would add on to what you're saying though,
yeah,
and you're right in terms of Reagan, in the Reagan era, um, especially just being that a lot of people in the government right now, right, the
uh-huh,
oldest people, they've been there from the 70s, and in the 70s things was a little bit out of control in America, I mean in the 60s rather, you know what I'm saying, in terms of all the different
almost deaf.
protests and the riots and all of that. So the 70s was a little bit, the economy wasn't doing good, a lot of things, you had the oil shortages and everything. And then the 80s started this kind of time of prosperity. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, a lot of the people that's there, that's what they witnessed. You know what I mean? They either came in just before, during, or right after that time period. You know what I'm saying? But
Indeed,
what I would
indeed.
say, still though, I would push it back really to the beginning um, of us forcing them to deal with us. You know what I'm saying? Which is, uh, the civil rights movement. Um, Lyndon Johnson was the first. Kennedy too, but he got killed, of course. You know what I'm saying? But they was the
Most
first
definitely.
people.
Most
They was
definitely.
the first people that was forced to deal with us. You know what I'm saying? And so we're going to be able to go back right into every one of those administrations since really Lyndon Johnson. You know, and like I said, with Lyndon Johnson, you will see, the civil rights bill and all these things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? But we'll be able to trace back certain laws, and certain policies to really that time. You know what I'm saying? Like before that, like for instance, when what's this dude FDR, right? When FDR did the all the stuff he did in order to all his anti-depression stuff. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? The New Deal. That's what he called it. When he did the New Deal, he could just ignore black people. Like he didn't really, it was like, yeah, I'm not gonna look out for black people, and nobody said nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? You know, um, slowly from that time, you know what I'm saying, they had a little situation in terms of the military. You know what I'm saying? So Truman, he desegregated the military, but that still was like, a one-off kind of thing. It wasn't like, he made them, equal in one day and not like that. The nothing changed. You know, you know, Eisenhower, he's forced to deal with some things. Um, uh, it was Eisenhower. What was the dude's name? The Meredith guy that he wanted to go to the college with his GI Bill, and he sent the troops over there to protect them. You know what I'm saying? But all of those things was kind of one offs. You know what I'm saying? When Lyndon Johnson came in with all of these sweeping uh, kind of changes that could have possibly resulted in some benefits for original people, you know what I'm saying? He had
Hmm.
to give with one hand and take back with the other. You know what I'm saying? So you will see a whole
Hmm.
bunch of bills that he passed and policies that he instituted that helped us, but then you will see how he passed other bills and had other policies that he knew the long term effect of it was going to be, uh, uh, you know, it was going to negate any type of benefits that we could have.
Hmm. Now, um, I had a question though.
Hmm.
Oh, you there? Okay.
Yeah.
Now my question is, now like in the 120 lessons, what according to like how to politics is going on today, where in the lessons does it, what I mean, does it describe about, what I mean, kind of like, I don't know, like it's a hard question to ask, but you know, I well, I guess I'm probably asking the wrong question, but the 120 lesson don't really say nothing about politics too much at all. But you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying like I'm trying to like you know I haven't got so far ahead in the, you know what I'm saying, I haven't gotten past the student enrollment, you know what I'm saying, if you will. So I haven't, you know what I'm saying? But from your understanding of the 120, what do you get out of, your perception of today's elections?
From the
You know what I mean?
politics.
well, right, as of yeah, today's politics. You know what I mean? Not
Well,
not
the
since, you know.
politics and the lessons show up in two places. You know what I'm saying? Uh, the Yakub science is where they deal with politics. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? You know, and then in terms of you know, us taking, you know, is a more indirect thing. You know what I'm saying? But when we say we taking the devil in the hells, you know what I'm saying? And you know, we you know, taking back the ability to use our 23 million square miles to the fullest extent, you know, that's indirectly telling you that you got to institute, you know, matters of politics right there. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, uh, in terms of you know, um, uh, the people that's there today, you know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, with the they promised their nation they would do. You understand what I'm saying? So now we got two individuals that's making promises to us, right? The way Yakub made promises, but look, you know, he only told them the good part. Like if he would have
Mm,
said, if he would have said to them, yo, look, I'm about to do something to you, right? Where I'm gonna be killing like half of the babies that you have, and the ones that you do have, like eventually they're gonna get cancer just from going outside. You know, if he would have just said that part, everybody would have probably said, "Nah, I'm good." You understand
mm,
what I'm saying? So by the same
right.
token, that's what's happening with these two right here, where it's like, you know, you telling me, you know, and then some of the stuff they telling you, they not even telling you positive. They just telling you that, yo, you know what I'm saying? Oh, if you vote for this person, this is bad is gonna happen, and this is bad is gonna happen, and this is bad is gonna happen. And the other dude is
Mm,
saying, yo, if you vote for that person, you know, this is bad is gonna happen, this is bad is gonna happen, this is bad is gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's basically the situation we have right now. But, you know, we also we have the we have the you know, the time element. You know what I'm saying? In terms of,
mm,
you know, just like it's saying, the lesson after following this process for 600 years, the journey became weak and wicked and was no more original. You know, so we kind of dealing with the same kind of situation right now. Why you was crazy. We kind of dealing with the same situation right now where after, you know, dealing with politics the way we've been dealing with it for, you know, and it hasn't, let's say it's been maybe 60 years. You know what I'm saying? But
mm-hmm.
uh, you know, now we dealing with a situation that's I mean, it's horrible that this is this is the decision that we have to make. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
You know, or I mean, I don't have to make the decision because you know I already know who's who. You know what I'm saying? And as far as I'm concerned, the same thing is gonna happen either way. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, you got uh, you know, you got laws that's kind of out front, right? But then you got
mm,
policies that's, you know, behind the laws a lot of times that might even negate the law. You understand what I'm saying? You know, just like you got federal laws and state laws and local laws. So the federal laws say you can have, you know, you got the right to bear arms. But our local laws here in New York say that you can't.
right.
You understand what I'm saying? So what I would add on to that is that you got the laws, you got the policies, right? But then you also have the doctrines. You know what I'm saying? Like when they
Mm-hmm.
go into some place like Iraq and they drop all their bombs, you know what I'm saying? That goes is first the it starts with Monroe. The Monroe Doctrine, uh, I think really just started for this hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? Like if you wanted to, be free from, um, whatever imperial situation back in, from a European country that they would support you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But of course they didn't have the level of military that they had, and it was kind of on the Monroe Doctrine, uh, the Monroe Doctrine. I don't think Wilson made his own doctrine, but going into World War I was related to the Monroe Doctrine, and then from the Monroe Doctrine, it became the Truman Doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
The Truman Doctrine added on to that, which was what got them into Korea and Vietnam and things of that nature, where it's like, yo, if you trying to deal with democracy wherever you at in the world, we're gonna come and stick up for you. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So then you have these kind of doctrines that like I said, this, Monroe was president back in like 1820 or something like that. You understand what I'm saying? So if you got a
Mm-hmm.
doctrine that we moving on right now in 2020, you know what I'm saying, that was established in 1820, that's kind of telling you that things don't, things ain't really gonna change regardless to which side gets in there. You know what I'm saying?
Right, 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 right. Exactly.
Not in a major way. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is really going to change is who's the big bank and who's the little bank in these situations. You know what I'm saying? Where you can
Mm-hmm.
see that moves is made, uh, for each kind of people. You know what I'm saying? And you see them come up. You know what I mean? Like for instance, uh, Ronald Reagan, he came from the Wall Street and all that type of stuff. You see what I'm saying? So he passed a lot of things
Hmm.
that benefited corporate America and all of that. You see what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah,
that's why.
I didn't know that. I thought Reagan, you know what I'm saying? When I was Reagan was he was an actor. I didn't know he was in Wall
Yeah,
Street.
he was he wasn't from Wars. I didn't well, you're right. He came from being an actor. But I'm saying the
Right.
people who was behind him, I'm saying. Like you need the money to do your campaign and all that stuff. You know what I'm
Right, right.
saying?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And so,
Like you like so basically referring to lobbyists. Then. Those are more so lobbyists you're referring to.
well, those you see how those lobbyists start getting their way. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
when Bush was in office, right? Both Bushes, you seen that they did things to increase the oil price.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because that was the industry that supported them. You know what I'm saying, on their rise. You know what I'm saying, or when Obama was in there, you seen the medical people. They got their money guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Hmm.
when see, now that's the thing with Trump, is he's not a lifetime politician. You see what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons they don't like him, is that he's not really in a particular camp, except he's in the American camp, which the government is not about America. It's not about the benefit of all Americans. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So if you come in and start doing that type of stuff, they're not gonna appreciate that. Like you're gonna undo everything that we've done since Reagan.
Hmm.
All that other
Indeed,
stuff
indeed.
in terms of that little, unrest. If you got some crosses burning in the yard over there, they don't care about that. They care about how it looks in terms of their propaganda, because they selling Coca-Cola and Mickey Mouse. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Around the world, so you can't look like an oppressive group and be selling this. You understand what I'm saying?
Indeed.
But yeah, that's what I would say. Where this those are the degrees that I would use to draw up what's going on in the lessons. You understand what I'm saying? And just in terms of the whole political uh politics, military, et cetera, you know, that's what they doing is you know, uh uh they dividing and conquering and dividing.
Most
You,
definitely.
s-
Most
you see
definitely.
what I'm
You know what
saying?
I'm
So you know, the way they got, all the people, kind of the amount of animosity that's built up,
saying?
in the country just in general. You know what I'm saying? But all of that is necessary in order for them to keep the control that they got, because like I said, the fear, if you got some people that they describe as the 1%, if they the 10%, if they the 30%, you know uh they worst fear is the masses. You know what I'm saying? The 1%, they worst fear is the 99% uh organizing against them.
Yeah, I
See
mean,
that that's
see
one
that one
thing
percent
when you look
concept,
at the lesson. When you look at the lesson, so that's one reason
right? See,
they wasn't worried about what the 30% did, because they was the majority
right,
saying,
well,
do what you want to do.
right, but that's right, but that's not, what I'm saying. You already know that's not our lessons. You know what I'm saying? 10%. Those right there, those are the bloodsuckers of the poor. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying. Of course, you know what I'm saying. You get the 85%. Those are, you know what I'm saying, the ones that are deaf, dumb, and blind. Easily led in the wrong direction and hard to lead in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know what I'm saying. You got the 5% poor righteous teachers. You know what I'm saying? Like you hear a lot of people talk about this 1% thing and all that. I shake my head with that. You know what I mean? Because that right there, like it don't even sound logical. You know what I'm saying? It don't even sound logical for there to be like this 1% like this. Like nah, you know what I mean? Because it expounds even beyond like the ones that own the corporations. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It expounds even further than that. Like you got these, you know what I'm saying, the ones that's out here with these running these churches, you know what I mean, getting people to really believe in the mystery God and all that. And of course, you know what I'm saying, it's just in so many levels, you know what I mean? On so many levels.
But see, the thing with some of them, right, is a lot of them is pawns too. You know what I'm saying? Like if they not in the direct uh control of everything. You know what I'm saying? A lot
Hmm.
of them is they've been allowed to be a part of, like you said, the 10%, or the top 20%. These is all the people who uh you know what benefits them just don't benefit the bottom 20% or bottom 50% or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like for the education system to be a certain way, it don't benefit them, so
Hmm.
they're gonna vote the other way. VCR asked a good question right here. He said he finds it a head scratcher that it's difficult or impossible to buy and own a firearm in New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, in particular, and basically their respective states. Well,
Well,
now the
I can.
gun laws is more lax out there in California. I don't know about.
uh,
I ain't sure about inside Los Angeles. Uh,
well, it's like major cities throughout America. the fire laws, the firearms are there's more restrictions placed upon them because the population is much larger. And when the population is large in these larger cities, there's already an increase in crimes. So this teachings that you learn from 10%, of course. You know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
they, the restriction is very real. You know what I mean? Like because think about on a logical level is that if say firearms was they were very lax in places like Chicago, right? You know, maybe even New York. Like the amount of gun violence would shoot way up. I mean, when I was a child, I was reading a lot of books about these type of things, and I learned about it. You know what I mean? And that's a big reason why is because of that. Now, certain states, usually states that have more rural areas are where the firearms are more lax. You know what I mean? And that's typically that's for the reason of hunting, of course. You know what I mean? Um, so like like Kentucky, um, you know what I mean? Like Montana, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of them places they're less populated, and so they the restrictions on these firearms are a lot. You know what I'm saying? They have a lot more. You know what I mean? That
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
But I'm gonna tell you something though.
What's
Because
that?
it's conspiracy night, right? I'm gonna present a different idea, right? Because
Okay,
it's
go
conspiracy
ahead.
night, right? Is that
All right.
uh, when we live in a system, right? Where the is democracy and capitalism. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm,
one thing, if you wanna drive up interest, you know what I'm saying? You wanna keep interest maintained and you wanna increase the value of things, is you make it scarce. You understand what I'm saying? So
mm,
one of the reasons why in those rural places, see, they say that it's because it's rural. But see, one of the reasons why you don't have as much shooting in those places is that everybody know everybody else is strapped.
mm.
See, a lot of people that do that shooting, they ain't gonna shoot nobody if that person got a gun and they thinking that person's gonna shoot back. If you ever
Mm.
notice, if you go somewhere where it's like a whole bunch of gangsters, and everybody know everybody strapped. Everybody know that listen, this is not gonna you even if you get me tonight, this is not gonna be the end of it. You have a lot less violence.
I
You know.
don't agree with that at all. I do not agree with that at all. You know what I mean? I really don't because I don't find that logical at all. Um, and on many levels, I don't find it logical because see that whole gangster concept. That's not to be rude or whatever, but that's that's more. That just sounds like some Hollywood shit. You know what I mean? I'll just be honest with you, because like, okay, they're real, whatever the case, but I'm just saying it's the whole concept how people really talk about gangster stuff is really just on some Hollywood shit. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, I mean, like, gangsters don't, you know what I mean? They don't have that much control over resources, all like that. Let's just be honest with you. Like, you know
Nah,
what I mean?
but I'm saying that when you in a place where they do control the resources, like, see, this is what I'm saying. If at least when I was going to these places, right? If
Okay.
you go to the regular clubs, right? That's open, uh, in New York from say like 9 at night to like 4 or 5 in the morning, right? You have much more shootings at those places than you have at the after hours kind of places that's open from maybe 3 o'clock in the morning, until is because
Mm,
you got a different group of people there where see, first of all, you know, what I'm talking about when I'm saying that, listen, we not here to make no reputation. We already got our reputation. You understand what I'm saying? If you violate, we gonna demonstrate, but we not here just making a show and trying to, you know, uh, and that's a certain factor. You know what I'm saying? Like they were saying that was one of the reasons, that even the Wild West, that just general society was kind of polite. You know what I'm saying? Like you have people that they get it in, and you got jet robbers and all of that, but the general
Hmm.
society was kind of polite because everybody's walking around strapped.
And I mean, I grew up out there. I grew up on the West Coast. That's to a great degree that's true because to a certain degree. And I say out there, I don't know what it's like anywhere outside. You know what I mean? But I know from out, I grew up out west, whatever. Grew up, I still live in Cali, whatever. But they people there's not people don't always know who's gangster, who's not gangster. So I guess it's a
And,
smarter
and,
idea to like to not
and
ruffle no. You know what I'm saying?
right, right. But see,
So
but this what I'm saying. You right about that. But what about situations when everybody knows that everybody is gangster? You see what I'm saying?
I
Like I'm
don't
saying,
that concept. I don't know nothing about that. To be honest with you, I really don't because um I've never seen nothing like that, and I'll just be honest with you, it just sounds like some Hollywood like you watching Boys in the Hood type shit. You know what I'm saying? Because
um,
you know uh
but see now
I mean
I'm talking about above the boys in the hood level, meaning meaning the dudes who remember they I think that was boys in the hood. They shot the dude. Uh, they shot Ricky. Remember in Boys in the Hood?
it's been so long since I've seen that movie. You know
They
what I mean?
shot
And really, I
the
try.
the dude who was playing football. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like I said,
See,
yeah,
yeah,
I know
well,
I know what you're talking
put
about,
it
but
like
it's
this:
it's been so long.
it was a character that he was just about playing sports. That he wasn't into
Okay,
the gangs or nothing. You know what I'm saying? And so the rival
right.
gang saw him, and they pulled up and they shot him. You know what I'm saying? But these same dudes, when they try to start some trouble with Ice Cube, and he went in the trunk and started firing off, they ran. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
That's what I'm saying is
yeah,
that a lot of these people is doing what they doing because the gun makes them feel invincible against the other person. But is not really a whole lot of I mean, don't get me wrong, like you said, because some people watch so much TV and they get caught up in that type of life, you know,
exactly.
you get caught up in that culture. But I'm saying the average person, you know, they lining people up to get killed. They not
Mm,
it's
mm,
not
mm,
it's
mm.
not shootouts happening in the street where dudes is like, yo, let's 6 paces and then we gonna handle our business. That's not what's happening out there. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't them type of concepts. I don't, you know, what I'm saying I don't even think like that because, I mean, I'm a grown man and I don't see that kind of thing. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? That gangster thing. I'm just being honest with you. It don't really it don't really develop nobody to no grown men type thing. You know what I mean? It don't really. You know what I mean? And I'm being dead
I
honest with you. It really don't.
I ain't, I
You
ain't
know that
talking
that
about
whole that whole
development.
type of thing.
I ain't talking we that's a different topic. I'm just talking about in terms of, the two reasons that they made guns illegal in the city is to disarm black people, right, who populate a lot of these cities. And the other reason is because that scarcity, you know what I'm saying, in the midst of people who's doing that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
They, what I'm telling you is, the average person that, they killed a couple of people or whatever, they set these people up a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these
Mm-hmm.
situations, a dude is supposed to be all gangster, but really, you killed a whole bunch of your friends who didn't expect, you know what I'm saying, you to take it to that level,
Yeah, man.
you know,
Yeah, man. I
and
mean, you know what I'm saying? Like
the
that right
part
there,
that,
like
see,
that.
what I'm saying is that the Hollywood part that you saying, like all of this, look a man in the eye before you kill him and all of that, that's not what's happening out there. What's happening for the most part is, people shooting at other people who can't shoot back.
Yeah, it's out here. It's happening out here. You know what I'm saying? Quite a bit. You know what I mean? Um, you know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, a lot of inner cities is definitely happening. People. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, that scarcity is real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? In terms with all that kind of thing.
Hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? And at the same time, you know, you know, I would say nationwide, like with the way authorities are, you know what I mean? In terms of, authorities, that kind of thing, they see all these protests and whatever kind of thing, and people really start, they really saying, oh, they're kind of falling back big time kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a big issue with that kind of thing. Not to say, you know what I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying, being all ultra pro police and nothing like that kind of thing, but when you get grown type of thing, it's a different story with all that kind of thing because people think about, families, raising families, you know what I'm saying, raising kids kind of thing, you know what I mean? And trying to, raise some kids up and that, having this, that kind of mindset kind of thing is not a good thing, you know what I mean? You know,
Um,
you know what I'm saying?
well, they create that mindset. You know what I'm saying? One of the main ways they create that mindset that I don't know if you ever looked at like that before, right? But in America, um, the most gangs have really been created by wars, like at least since the Civil
Mm,
War. Like, you know what I'm saying? After the Civil War, you got the gangs like Jesse James and those type of the bank robbers and stagecoach robbers. You know,
yeah, man,
Jesse
that's like back in the day type
Jesse
thing.
James, one of Jesse James' defenses was that he was still fighting the Civil War. He was
Mm,
a part of these dudes that they was fighting out there in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? And they never really I can't I think it was the dude name was like Roberts or something like Roberts Raiders or something that he was a part of. You know what I'm saying? And they never got captured. They never lost no battle. So, they really never lost uh that kind of mindset that we at war. You know what I'm saying? And by this time they war criminals. So what you expect us to do? How else we gonna eat? You know what I'm saying? We gotta rob banks or something. Because if we turn ourselves in, they're gonna hang us. You know what I'm saying?
damn.
So you get that, those kind of people starting after the Civil War, right? And then after World War uh one, after the Spanish American War and World War I, you get the mafia. You know what I'm saying? The 20s. I mean,
Hmm.
they kind of existed, but they, power increased a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, man, the mafia.
the
Yeah,
level of
mafia had a lot of power.
violence.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the level of violence that they was dealing with increased, you know what I'm saying, after World War One. You know what I'm saying? After World War Two, you get the bicycle gangs, the motorcycle gangs. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? The Hell's Angels started from some veterans that just they wasn't meshing back into society. You know what I'm saying? And also around that time and after Korea, you starting to get the inner city gangs is starting to elevate. You know what I'm saying? And then after Vietnam, it really takes off in the black community. You start getting a lot of gangs. You know what I'm saying? After the first Desert Storm, the gangs start uh, uh, how you say, expanding across the country. You know,
Peace. Can you
and
hear me?
yeah, and that's always been
Peace.
an aspect, even in terms of going back to power degree in the 1 of 14. Um, that was another reason. The Pope, he had his reasons, right, for wanting the Crusades to happen, but the kings was with it because Europe had been in war for a lot of years up until that point, and so it was a break in the wars. But they had all these knights around, and the knights, that's what they did. They killed. They didn't. We don't have another thing that we do. So, they was causing a lot of havoc in their home country. So it was kind of okay. We need to give you a mission to go someplace else. You understand what I'm saying? That's even when they send you to slay a dragon. Like we're gonna send you into a battle that is so high powered that you're gonna have to be there for a minute. You know what I mean? Because around here, you're too dangerous. You see what I'm saying? If you let people like that get too much power, uh, that's what happened with uh, so you got Julius Caesar. That's what happened with Julius Caesar. He was in their home country, so he was kind of a military dude that could go someplace else. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta turn your sound down to something, Don Bishop. Uh, Julius Caesar, he had too much power. So you had all these political dudes, but they didn't have no control over the military. So Julius Caesar brought his army to the city of Rome and was like, listen, either y'all make me, the leader, or we do what we train to do. So that's another factor in it. Who you talking about? VCR said his wife he had pulled. You must be talking about Obama.
What's the topic, dog? What y'all dealing with? I'm still juiced off of the tank fight, man.
You saw it? I saw the what's the name come through. I saw the the alert come through right here on the phone, but I didn't get a
God,
chance to check it out.
this is one of the most devastating knockouts ever when you see it. One punch.
I gotta check it out, man.
Oh
Listen,
my goodness, Lord. A
if
left
it's
uppercut.
if it's one hit like that, it should be on YouTube.
God, listen. It looked like he shot him.
Ah man,
It was yeah. Word is bond, God.
Hell no.
Word is bond.
Ah,
You
nah,
gonna
but
see it though.
today, right now, man, what this thing is dealing with is just conspiracy night. Because I generally don't deal with conspiracies, but anybody who pay attention to things on that level, it's a blue moon tonight.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, so you know how they say some, once in a blue
Once in
moon
a blue
deals.
moon, no doubt.
So this is once in a blue moon where I'm like, yo, man, you know, and uh, it's just a time where I had to say my spidey senses is tingling. Like I don't
Mm.
have any particular, knowledge, but just the way the news is shaping up and the way things is happening. It's like, man, it's definitely getting ready to be some change. It's just a matter of, who or what is going to be directed by. You know what I'm saying? Because some change is dictated by the circumstance. And some change is directed by a person's idea. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I read a great article in the Final Call that dealt with what would what's going to happen after the election with original people, black people, more specifically. And the article concentrated on poverty levels for the past like 20 years, all through the Obama administration and things of that nature. And basically, what it said was nothing is going to change. And I think the article is entitled, "What Does Your Vote Really Mean?" And, they followed a couple studies. One case study was from University of Indiana. And what it did, it measured how many votes in the Senate, black people, I think it was 9%, Asian people was 4%, and Spanish people was like 2%. But what it really did, what what is the means by which black people can gain something from the voting structure? And it was very interesting because when they broke it down by the math, it was very dismal, you know what I'm saying, for the original people in that aspect. And one of the conspiracy theories that I've been told recently is that Trump, if he loses, he's not going to leave. They're spreading the virus more because in a pandemic, they can't change the office of the presidency. So I don't know if you heard that one, but that's the latest one I heard.
I didn't hear that one. But I do think, I think it's a matter. I think the real difference, my I guess you could say the part of the conspiracy that I've gotten caught up in. You know what I'm saying? Again, for the YouTube police, um, we not condoning this or saying that we know this is gonna happen. But I do think it's gonna be like if Trump wins, right, then you're gonna see unrest in places like New York. You know what I'm saying? Places where it's like remember just the reaction, the way people was crying and everything when the last election. You know, since that time, people have been mobilized. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a certain, with anything, like you said, everything is learned behaviors. You know what I'm saying? So people have kind of, to me, it seemed like they've gotten kind of accustomed to getting out in the streets and wilding out. So I think that, and then you already got things on edge because of the brothers that because I heard another city. I didn't even get a chance to read the news, but a brother got shot in another city again now.
I think it was Portland.
Yeah. So it's you got these things that already have people mobilized. You know what I'm saying? And then I think if Biden wins, then it'll be more in the places where you have the more right leaning groups. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think either side, not so much the politicians, but the supporters. I don't know if they're gonna accept the outcome.
Well, another article I read today in the final call dealt with other ethnic groups' success as opposed to the non success of black people. And what it did is it focused on places like a Chinatown, things of that nature, and how within the structure of that Chinatown, you have people who wash dishes all the way up to people that run banks in one part of the city, and they don't deal with anybody outside of that ethnic group to do business. So it was also highlighting that these people don't generally get amped up about an election because they're going to carve out their niche of any city or any town that they in and enhance the economics for
For
their
themselves
ethnic
and
group.
in that area. I know what you mean
Right.
because it's funny
Regardless of
that
the
you bring that up.
politician.
I was hoping that Mr. 120 came in. I was hoping that Mr. 120 came in because I wanted to ask him about just that. You because he's from the desert. I'm not sure which part. But it's like, yo, are Indian people slowly and quietly taking over? You know what I'm saying? Like from Kamala Harris on down. Like because I was riding. I recently took up bike riding. You know what I'm saying, and get my cardio and my
Something that
legs
I want to
going.
do too.
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And I was riding my bike through this area, and it was like, see, and that's what's quiet about them is there. What we a lot of times we say gentrification. I think because the wordsmith is here. Tell me if I'm wrong, but what we really mean is regentrification. You know what I'm saying? When there's already some people there, and then you come in and bring some other people there. You understand what I mean?
Mm.
But what they do is they go into areas, right, where nobody's really there. Like this, I was riding through an area where it's like, yo, over here used to be like abandoned back in the days. Like there was really nothing over here. And now they have a thriving community where I'm saying like me and you would never be like, yeah, no doubt, God, we go over there. So yo, meet me right there. We wouldn't even think like that because there's nothing over there that, like you said, it's a community where they serve all their own needs. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. And they keep the dollar circulating
Right.
until they can acquire things. And see um that's what we have to do. Like, politics is not gonna save us. I mean, even though I like what Cube is saying, I think he would better be served to either himself or some like-minded people with some disposable income come in one of these communities and create a model like a Chinatown from the floor up. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at a law school and I'm very discouraged that it's certain people, and I know it's nothing we could do about it, but we have people with an extreme amounts of money right now that say they are our brothers. Um,
Hmm.
I don't see why they can't come in and create some type of business, tax write off, fix that up, and also get, just at least start the funding for a place of our own. You don't have to pay for it all,
Hmm.
but a lot of people, they might have a $50,000 ring or a $50,000 chain or $250,000 car. Um, if this culture touched you the way that it touched me, I mean, why can't you do a little something? That's I don't know. This has been an
Um,
argument for years, but it bothers me.
um, I think it's you know, I think some of that is did you see like there was an article, it was a couple of news stories and everything was being covered one time that a large percentage of like CEOs, corporate CEOs are psychopathic.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, that
Sounds
is,
interesting though.
yeah, that is not, they're not psychopathic to the Manson level, but in
Hmm.
terms of, you kind of had to be a person like that. Like, you don't have to be a person like that, but those people are going to excel because you don't care about those people. Like, if you got to lay all these people off, they don't bother you. You understand what I'm saying? If
Hmm.
you got to go and poison that water over there, it's like, word, the people, yeah, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Your temperament kind of suits success in there. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Whatever people, characteristics that they already have make them thrive in a certain position. You know what I'm saying? Like you might have a quarterback, you know what I'm saying, who he got a great arm, he's mobile and everything, but he don't have certain characteristics that make him a good leader or something. You understand what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So then he still don't thrive in that position, you know what I'm saying? Unless he got somebody else on the team, maybe a running back or whatever that, you know what I'm saying, could still pull things together for him, or maybe just the coaches like that, you know what I'm saying? But, in general, it's got to be the quarterback, you know what I'm saying? Uh, so, by that same token, the people who you know what I'm saying, thrive, especially coming from our community, right, where it's so little resources, a lot of times they people, man, that have characteristics that they not gonna you know, they not gonna spread the joy. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, do you
And
think that that's a key ingredient in being successful? I
I
don't. I
think
don't
it's
think it is.
I think it's a key ingredient in terms of the different fields that a brother may choose to go into. You know what I'm saying? Like especially if we talking about entertainers, you know what I'm saying? I do see that as something like that's a test that has to be made. You know what I'm saying? Like uh you're gonna have to shit on the people who you came up with, or you better be LeBron James. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
You better be Muhammad Ali. You better, like
mm,
if you think you're gonna do that and just be, you just a regular player, just a regular, you Cliff Livingston, and you think you're gonna, say something that we don't like. You're gonna rock with people that we told you not to rock with. Nah, that ain't gonna work. You see what I'm saying? Because when I
right.
look, it's very few people that I see up there at that pinnacle of success. You know what I'm saying? Like even with Obama, you know what I'm saying? Like his family in Africa, they're like, yeah, we haven't seen the son. You understand what I'm saying? You because to me that's a test, right? Because if you will leave, if you will turn your back on your own people that you came from and you came up with, you know what I'm saying? Then we don't have to worry about you creating a kind of community that's going to rival ours. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to worry about you creating Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? Or none of that. You see what I mean? Because you wouldn't look out for your own people. Why would you look out for random, just black people that you don't know? You know,
I mean, it's a
and I
weird
think
dichotomy. Um, dealing with that.
I've
Um,
seen it in Oprah Winfrey. I've seen that with uh, a lot of rappers. I seen that, dudes that came up, you had a whole crew, you had partners, dudes you was rolling with, and then it's like, yo, slowly, I seen you distance yourself from them, you know what I'm saying? And then the next thing, they start talking about how many hundreds of millions of dollars you got.
yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen the same things. And the brother just said on here, 2016 New Year's Eve, make it soul music. I don't know who that is, but peace. But he said it's a key ingredient in finance. If you care about people, you will have limited success. Um, that's what my son is getting ready to jump into, that financial world. You know what I mean? So I guess there's some truth to that, God. I mean, I don't know. Like if you look in the history of successful people in the past, there is a history of some people coming back and sharing their knowledge and building people up. But it is far and in between, though. I would say that.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's
I mean, I think it takes somebody like LeBron where, he got to skip the training. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't have that time. From 1555 to 1619, he never had that time. You know what I mean? Meaning that what I'm saying is, he came from right out of a tight situation. You know what I'm saying? Where his mom's is addicted. He's going through financial tribulations. You know, to making that money, and he never got that kind of training. You know what I'm saying? He came up with his people. You know what I'm saying? The brothers who was a part of his company and all of that now. So, I don't think he looks at the people who's paying him. I don't think he look at them the same as other people. Like he don't look at them the same as Charles Barkley. You know what I'm saying? Who looks at them as, they're my benefactors. How could I ever, disrespect them? How could I ever say anything against them? You know what I'm saying? Whereas LeBron, he looks at the people and see himself a little more. You know what I'm saying?
right. He's the most philanthropic athlete ever.
Hmm.
You know, and he's not even 40 years old. So I don't know. I mean, I still plan on being very successful. I'm working on it. And I think the best thing I could do is pay it forward. You know, you do have certain things like certain fraternities and things of that nature. They do give back, man. You know, not gonna front. It's just, if you're gonna be in a certain way of life, it seems like you will prosper more. You know,
Hmm.
there are people out here that do give back, you know,
Yeah, but
but it,
that it's like you just said. That's why uh, even somebody like Rockefeller, you know what I'm saying, who, he had a certain image, while he was alive or whatever, you know what I'm saying? One thing that improved his image was dealing with philanthropy. You know what I'm saying? So, like I always tell people, the first place that I heard Rockefeller's name was on Sesame Street. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
With the
at the
Rockefeller
end,
Foundation.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So, not only that, but you get to, kind of going back to the first statement you was making dealing with Ice Cube, where look at the impact that he was able to have, on the whole world by, uh, you know, dealing with, I mean, you could call it philanthropy, but really he was making an investment in the education of the people.
Yeah, he's
You know what
not
I'm saying?
talking about philanthropy at all. He's talking about a structural or systemic change in the policy of dealing with money with black people specifically in the United States. But what I'm saying is instead of depending on the system to do it, why not take the model of these other ethnic groups, basically take over a part of a major city and just do what has to be done? Me and you, we don't come from money. However, if you look at the generation that we manifested after us, for the most part, are educating themselves to a higher level than we did. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So willfully, what we put into them, they will go on to bigger and greater things. A tree is known by the fruit that it bears. So what we got from the foundation of being father sinners, we put that in our children to strive to be, people that will be self sufficient in this world. So if we could put together a whole organized structure of people who have done that in our degrees, and then that offspring which are striving, put them together in a business sense, financially, those that deal with law, etc., 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 in one area, what will that area become within 10 years? Because that's all they do.
Hmm.
And then that would spawn the generation after them to elevate even higher than them. I don't think it's so hard, man. All this rigmarole they talking about, man, get some stuff, train up the people under you, pay for their education, make sure you, first of all, teach them how to be educated, and then structure them in a way where their mission in life is to come back and help. I don't
Hmm.
think it's that hard, G. I've been analyzing it and I've been looking at other ethnic groups, and it's not that hard. And even in that sense, we have one up on those other ethnic groups because we know the land.
Well, that's basically what happened. Uh, even though we fought them for, you know, how much of the science of everything in life that they taught. You understand what I mean? But in terms of, that was the idea of the Masons. You know what I'm saying? And to a certain degree, that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? Once they started those different fraternal organizations and sorority organizations and all of that, that was about educating a group of young people, you know what I'm saying, that would then be able to uplift everybody. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we look at them as old timers, but I'm saying at that time in 1800s, they was maybe not even born yet. So somebody like Thurgood Marshall, you know what I'm saying, he came through that system. You know what I'm saying? Going to Howard University and being a part of the organizations or whatever. And so, like you said, it's there, but I just think that the the you know it's just difficult. Uh, at some level, they realize that you know, you kind of taking away your own job. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the bottom line is that, there's not, uh, you know, everybody that's making money in America, right? When they make that money, they look at that as their money. And that goes from a kid with a paper route, and that goes to Jeff Bezos. You know what I'm saying? Where, people out there, well, look, this corporation is making all this money. Yeah, but the dude that own that, he feel like that's his money. You don't feel like that's everybody's money to be speaking about what we gonna do with it. You understand what I'm saying? So, uh, you know, in
I mean, again,
economics, they used
go
to
ahead.
have something called the zero sum game. You know what I'm saying? Where everybody kind of saw it as, look, it's only so much money in the world. So if you make some, you're gonna have to take some out of my pocket. So that was one of the reasons why they had so many wars. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of what laissez-faire economics is the idea that we can always grow the pie so that we can all make more money. You know what I'm saying? But we see that those policies not too sound. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. That in order for the things that we talking about right now to come into existence, somebody's gonna have to give up some of their stuff. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, this is what it comes down to. So, I rest in Trenton, New Jersey, and on North Clinton Avenue, you have a rec center that was open when I was younger, but it's just sitting there, right?
Hmm.
So you take an individual like myself, maybe a couple other brothers, you give us that rec center, and after school, we have something for the babies where they do their homework, right? The other aspect is after that, we engage in sports and games or whatever, all of that stuff right there. And I guarantee you within 5 years, the kids of that neighborhood, which is that's East Trenton, will start to want to learn, want to be a part of sports activities, and want to be gainfully employed because we will impart that in their minds that this is what you have to do. And within 10 years of us having this center, the entire structure of that whole part of Trenton will be different. Now, the thing about it is, they have these different structures like this in all the major cities which are shut down. You know about it. We grew up. Teen Post, Boys and Girls Club, all that good stuff, right? So by shutting that down and then bringing in the drugs, somebody made a point that they always introduce drugs or something like this. But this is the point with us. My main point of it is we have to graduate as a people where criminality does not become the way of life.
Hmm.
See, other ethnic groups, they all dealt in criminality. But the groups after them, the generations after them, they made them go to school. Generally speaking, we don't really have that. What I talked
Well,
about with me and you, we have that.
hmm one thing I think that distorted everything. With the crack era, distorted everything in general. But I think that that's one thing that happened is that for the early rappers, right? The at least in New York, you know what I'm saying? The gangsters had such a impact on them. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, the rappers started dressing like them. They started buying same jewelry as them. They started talking about their life and their lifestyle and everything. You understand what I mean? And so that just created a distorted view, because that same thing exists, not to the same degree, but that same thing exists with the Italians. Have you ever heard the difference between the Italians and the Jews
Mm,
in terms of gangsterism?
I mean, I can think of it different ways, but go ahead, give your manifestation. I can think of two ways off the top.
When he said that one thing was that the Jews who was gangsters, right? That they went and lived in other communities. Like they would go in a community, some of them might even change their name to a more American sounding name. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? And
right,
and
right.
they lived amongst like doctors and lawyers. You know what I'm saying? And they sent their kids to the same school, the doctors and lawyers, and even their own families. A lot of times they didn't know their business. You know what I'm saying? But the Italians, they stuck around their neighborhoods. And
Hmm.
so the other, and they lifestyle was what it was. So the little kids in the neighborhood looked up to them and they became heroes. And so the next generations of people came in because they wanted to be like them. You know what I'm saying? Whereas the Jews, once they made their money, there was no real chance of the next generation going into what they was going into the limelight.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, it's the same thing I was saying. Like, you make that next generation after you do something else. And I mean, me and you individually, we've done that. And I think what we have to do is what I've been saying. You have to build with like minded individuals to create a change. It's not really about uh, everybody because you have to get with people with the same kind of structural mentality. That's the only way it's going to change. And then you have to get something and you have to monopolize the area, whether it's land in the South or just a part of a urban center. And then you could affect the generation behind you. Because if you have a strong financial structure in any part of a city, that's when you can control the local government. Because now that we have the financial structure of this part of the town, if you don't do what we want you to do, you're going to be out of here. We don't generally do that in politics. We wait for the politician to get in and then beg the politician to help us. With these other groups, they don't even sweat it because they're like, okay, when you come over here, you're going to have to ask permission for whatever you're doing because we own everything over here. And I think that's just the answer. Like, I've been really looking for answers, not really identifying the problems. We know the problems, they've been documented for many, many years. So, what do? You know, we have to start being of that like mind,
I
even
mean,
within the nation.
not for nothing too. Another thing that I seen with those other groups, you know, uh, you know, um, they don't look at integration the same way. You know what I'm
No
saying?
doubt,
Like,
no
that
doubt.
was something. That was something. Like what you saying is something which I'm going back to what you said. We already know the problems, but just saying that. Like even when you're saying with the certain people, it's like that kind of tokenism where if you could run fast or tap dance or sing or whatever, we'll let you come over here and live around us. You know, Kanye can go live in Calabasas or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
As opposed to during the time of the civil rights movement, because of segregation, it didn't matter if you was a rich black person. You still had to be over here with us, and you know, uh, you had to deal with all the same trials and tribulations we had to deal with. You
No
understand what I'm
doubt.
saying? And so you had a kind of incentive to invest, in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? But that's one of the first things that happen is that as soon as it's desegregation, you start hearing all these stories of people that's upset because the Caucasian people won't let them move around them, which to me was always dumb. And part of that, I guess, is being an inner city person. I'm like, yo, why would I want to live where the people don't like me? I don't, I want to live on the block where my people is at. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't see the new story about, I don't know what city it was in. The guy got kicked out of the restaurant for wearing Air Force Ones, and there was a white woman in the same restaurant, and black people got real mad. But my solution is, I'll just walk out your restaurant, and I'm not gonna buy nothing here.
Right. And look, that's another thing. That's another thing that black people do that other people don't do. So you're not going to disrespect other people and then still get their money. You know what I'm saying? Like, dudes boycotted Gucci for 2 weeks or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know,
And everybody got Gucci again.
yeah,
I seen
or
people with Gucci face, fake Gucci face masks.
yeah, or I saw, this one. It was a post that somebody had made, and he had got, you know, what I would have thought was felt was disrespect if it was me. You know what I'm saying? Where somehow the security guards or whatever, they was like, he don't belong here. So in order to I guess pay them back or whatever he thought however he saw it, uh he bought, tens of thousands of dollars of stuff there. Like that was his penalty
That's
to
utterly
get
ridiculous.
other people don't do that. So,
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
but
crazy.
yeah, black people have this kind of thing where, we're gonna make you respect our money by spending it with you. Or something.
Right.
I can't really explain it all the way, but yeah,
No, I feel you on that. It's a shame, but it's about self analyzation. When you get this knowledge of self, for those that's listening, you're not gonna live 25,000 years most likely. I doubt it. Right? You're probably not gonna live 250 years. Right? Uh, so you need to renew your history every 25 days. And when I say that, that's basically just taking a look at yourself and knowing where you can improve at. And us as a community, not taking us too far off the subject, but we have to start being solution based. Again, I'm saying it again. So, like these white people, they don't want you in a restaurant. All right, so you have to find a place that, does want you. And, we have to start being those people that, like if you go to certain times in Chinatown or something like that, have you ever went to Chinatown or like on within the shopping districts, and you will refuse service sometimes? That ever happened to you? Like,
not
say if you go even in a gold store sometime, right? Like if the Chinese person that's selling the gold on Canal Street, they just not feeling you. They just don't talk to you. I've seen that happen. They just be
yeah,
like,
I've seen that before.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like we have to start being like that. You know what I mean? With our shops, it's certain things that we could take. You always take the best part for yourself. We have to take certain aspects because we're so far behind. One thing that Ice Cube said is we 13% of the population and we own a half a percentage point of the wealth. At the very least, we should have 13% of the wealth. So we have to start the like minded individuals that really want to do something. Just forget everybody else. Let's just get together and make something happen. Is nothing else is gonna happen. We all know everybody on this line do not believe in the mystery God.
You know, it's
So
funny
you
you mentioned
the
that because
government is a mystery God. Go ahead.
it's funny you mentioned that because that's what I was just thinking. Like, yeah, it would be that, especially the Christian religious mindset. You know what I'm saying? That would have to be destroyed. For people to really start seeing things like that. You know what I'm saying? Because this whole spirit of forgiveness and you know uh just the vision of the world, you know what I'm saying? How people see the world, that comes from this, like when I was in Sunday school, right? We used to have this song, um, Jesus loves the little children, all the little children of the world, red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in His sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. You know what
Mm,
I'm saying? So if you was raised like they taught me that song, I was like 3 or 4 years old. Yes, you know what I'm saying, and I still recall it right now because we used to sing it all the time. You know what
hmm
I'm saying? So, when you've already started off from that type of mindset, and the blinders never came off, you know,
I mean, this generation right now taking over towns. Some people are doing it. Buying land and stuff like that. We're gonna have to be very tolerable of things like that right now. Long as you can add on. And I think that's a lot of the way that Allah taught us to deal with everybody. Cause you can't be when it goes down, you can't be so discriminatory against what somebody else is dealing with in that aspect. Like we have to concentrate on ownership and finances. The people that are wise, they're not going to bring that into the equation. You know what I mean? And those are the individuals that we have to concentrate on. Everybody else for now, if they're not adding on, we just say peace and keep it moving. The rapper Rick Ross, he just bought 100 acres in South Georgia. I'm really curious to see what he's going to do with that. I mean, when I seen him on the gram, he said, uh, the promised land, and I'm paraphrasing. I'm not 100, but it was something like the promised land has been purchased.
mm,
So, that's just very interesting to me. And the fact that he would have the foresight to even utter those kind of words with his land purchase is very interesting. But
yeah,
it could be
and
a start.
I'm gonna tell you something. I wouldn't be surprised. You know what I'm saying? If, like you said, all these people, because a lot of times that's where they come from. The least person you expect it from. You know what I'm saying? Even in terms of,
Exactly.
us becoming 5%, you know what I'm saying? A little kid, 14, 15 years old, is probably the last person you're going to expect to walk up on you and give you the answers to everything in life. You know what I'm
No doubt.
saying?
I remember
You
I used to roll with a certain group. I ain't gonna throw nobody under the bus. A 5% rap group. They did nothing for the community. But when we used to go to these other cities, Easy E, he used to take the whole hood to Disneyland.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even saying, structurally, but just to give the kids a release and everything
mm,
is on me. That means a lot. Free concerts, giving away clothes, all these different things. A lot of these so-called conscious groups, they did not participate in a lot of that stuff. But the gang groups and the groups that was rhyming about crazy stuff, from my personal experience, when we went in their towns, they were doing a lot more. And I never really understood that part. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
mean,
I hear you. I hear you with that. They say Easy E used to pay mad people's rent and all kind of stuff that he did that when he died, a lot of people were affected financially by his death
right.
because he was really about his community. You know
You
what
know,
I'm saying?
I think it's the scholarship. You know what I'm saying? Just in terms of when is and especially because like I said, when you don't speak that well and you walking with all these gang members, so they're a little bit more reluctant to speak to you. You know what I'm saying? And so you don't start picking up those middle class, upper class kind of values, where uh, you have a lot of brothers from New York, for instance, right? Like speaking of this particular topic that you're talking about, a lot of brothers from New York, when you ask them that question, why don't you do more? They'll give you an answer, right? That, well, listen, just me being rich is, I'm already helping the community just by allowing them to see me rich, so they know they could be rich or something.
I mean, it could
Or
be a
you feel me?
motivating factor. When I lived in LA for the brief time that I lived out there, we used to ride through Beverly Hills and different places like that just to become motivated. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But we were grown already. See, a child has to be molded into a mentality of scholarship that reaps rewards because it's not just getting a degree and then getting a job. You have to get what you're getting, make sure that it's a viable substance, that it has viable substance, and then it will begin to uh, make you self-sustaining in the future. Like when my kids went to college, you ain't majoring in certain stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like we told them from the door, like ain't no liberal arts, and nah, you ain't doing none of that. You're gonna do something that when you finish, um, it's going to be substantial to your own survival. You know what I mean? We didn't allow them to do things like that. But you have to start talking to your children about stuff like that when they're like 9 years old. You can't jump up when they 17 and no, you ain't doing that. You have to have those conversations. And I think a lot of times, um, I would say the generation after us, um, they don't know how to have those conversations. These
They de-
children
they
now
de-
that are doing
their
the
development was retarded. That's what I think.
right, and
Where
that's what I was getting ready to speak on.
like I
The
always
kids
tell
that are
people
doing,
that
go ahead.
that's like a funny story that I always say. I remember the first time that I was told that your scrams, soon you don't have to get a job, get the fuck up out of here. I was probably about uh, 6 years old, and you know how you walk into, like, you might be in your room, right, and you walk in the kitchen, but the older
Mhm,
people, like your parents, they didn't see you when you went in the kitchen, but they saw you when you left, right? So
mhm,
I went to the kitchen to get something to eat, like I'm, whatever I got, and I'm walking back to my room, right? They look at me, chill, man. You got that? How old are you now? I think I was like 6 years old. He said 6 years old. Yeah, you got 12 years, so you gotta get out of here, right?
mm,
Hey, listen. When you get 18, you gonna have to go to college, get a job, or go in the army. but you can't stay.
Mm,
So I already had a mindset that all right, I gotta be on the ball. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
But these days people would tell you, nah, don't talk to their children about this. You know what I'm saying? Let them, be a kid for now. And there's an aspect of that, you know what I'm saying? Let them be a kid, but at the same time, like you said, you don't want to end up that okay, now they 17, 18, and you just not talking to them about that. You know what I'm saying? Now their mindset is developed in a whole other way. Yo, there's a
I mean,
question a
indeed.
brother asked a while ago that I think pertains to what we're saying, right? You know, is there a difference between patriotism and nationalism, and what is that? You know
What's
what
the
I'm saying?
second word you said?
Nationalism.
Okay.
And I think that got something to do with, um, and I'm not even sure I'm defining these words correctly, but in terms of what you're saying, meaning that, the patriot, right, might be, the group that you said you was rolling with, that it's like, okay, they took all this righteous stuff. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I'm not gonna question your love for original people and all that, but the nationalism, you know what I'm saying, is actually doing the things, having the mindset of us actually being a nation. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So
right.
and there's another political way to look at this question too. You know what I'm saying? In terms of you know uh, you know, a nationalist is a patriot kind of on steroids. You know what I'm saying? Where a patriot, you can love your country. You know what I'm saying? And uh, nationalists, you love your country, but you also you watching everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like Uh, nationalists got a little bit more to deal with foreign policy. You know what I'm saying? And how, you know, if it's five things here and it's us and them, all right, these five is for us. You know what I'm saying? See,
Mm,
that's the nationalist as opposed to the patriot. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're gonna say, okay, well, you're gonna give us two. Okay, well, look, we're gonna share the two with everybody right here. But the
yeah.
nationalist is going to say, nah, 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 nah. And I think that relates to what you were saying in terms of, you know, yeah. If you ask those brothers that you was rolling with, yo, do you love Trenton? They'll say, yeah, we love Trenton. You love the project. Yo, we love the projects, all the people in the projects. You know what I'm saying? Whereas Easy E is a nationalist. Yeah, I love the people, and I'm going to do the things that it takes that these people right here is gonna, you know what I'm saying, prosper.
Right. I mean, you don't have to give me anything. Just LeBron is a great model. Like, but we could do the LeBron model from a knowledge of self point. Because I've heard people criticize, oh, he built the school, but what they teaching the kids. I don't know the curriculum, but we have to be able to do things like that and then implement the curriculum that you want to do. But you can only do that if you own the building. It's really about ownership. Like I've been just I'm pushing that. I'm striving to get there little by little. I will be getting there, but pardon me, idealism does not feed anybody. G. It just doesn't. You know.
Hmm.
Um, at the end of this election, I mean, we still gonna have the same exact problems. It doesn't matter who gets in. we're gonna have the exact same problem. The only way we're gonna solve it is through self motivation economically. I seen a brother put on here that money don't mean nothing to a certain level, but what it does is it gives you leverage to push your agenda. You know what I'm saying, G?
Hmm.
So, y- the order to push your agenda, you gotta have leverage. Your leverage has to be what you can do financially. Somebody else put on here, Indians and Chinese don't vote. I don't know if that's true or not. That should be researched because maybe but they're such a small percentage of this country. Because if we're the biggest and we only 13%, when you deal with them, you're dealing with much less numbers. But we don't really know what they do. Have you ever talked politics with a Chinese person, G?
Um, um, I mean, I've heard them talk politics. You know what I'm saying? And I think the first factor is what you said in the beginning is that they concentrate because they look at their differences. They still see their differences as very important. They see their differences as more important. Like, yeah, the minority stuff and all that, if we could get along based on that, we'll do it. But we Chinese. You know what I'm saying? At least in New York. I can't speak in other places. You know what I'm saying?
I was in Florida not too long ago, right? So we stop at a store. We on our way driving from Orlando to Jacksonville. First of all, the store was just crazy out the way. So, but when we get to the store, outside the store, I see a scraggly looking woman, black woman. Most likely she was on drugs. I know about crack and all that. So it looks like she's on drugs. Now, when I go in the store owner is Chinese or Asian. I don't know who Chinese, Korean, or he was one of them. So I said to my physical that had picked us up, I was like, yo, what is he doing down here? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's in the hood in Orlando, Asian. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um,
And did he speak with a southern accent?
no, he did not.
Because that's what bugs me out. Whenever I go to Florida, it's like all the Arabs and the Chinese and everything that's in the store. They speak with they speak with the regular Florida accent.
Right. This dude, nah, he barely spoke. I asked him a question, you know what I mean, and he answered it. But nah, he didn't. But he had an original man in the store too, though. I guess he was working there. And every store I went in, they had that dynamic, really. They had like a foreign person and then like a buffer from the community. You know what I'm saying? Um, but they down there getting that bread. That's my whole point. It's like,
That's how they
you
speak in
know,
Canal and Delancey.
right. You know what I'm saying? They down there getting that bread, son. And we were talking before about when we were growing up, the ownership thing. Like, that shouldn't just be something of the past now. We have to get back into that. Like,
But see, one thing I seen that they do right that we and I heard this from some people, some old time people, saying that one of the ways how different communities came up, like when they first came here, is that they would do things that black people felt was beneath them.
indeed.
So see, they don't come and open up a store, you know what I'm saying, that just sell like if you go to Chinatown, you go to the fruit stand, they sell that fruit that comes from China. You know what I'm saying? If you go to Flushing, You see fruits out there that I never seen before. You know what I'm saying? But it may not make them $1 million. You know what I'm saying? I mean, eventually, but I'm saying not in 1 year. You know what I'm saying? Black people, a lot of times, you want to open this, restaurant with, $80 plates and everything. You understand what I'm saying? And you're not really like kind of servicing a lifestyle, but you're not really servicing a need. You know what I'm saying? A lot
Mm,
of things that people need, you know what I'm saying? Like, even look, when we go to the corner store, we go to the Arabs because they sell the stuff that we need. Even if it's like a time sensitive thing where it's like, yeah, you might could have went to another store and got it for cheaper or whatever, or got a better quality, but you need it right now. You know what I'm saying? So you
mm,
get it from them. I think that's an element of why we haven't been able to build an economy. Like, we not building it from the level of what a civilization is. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's and see, especially when you go into those luxury type businesses, those luxury type businesses is very funny business models. You know what I'm saying? See, first of all, because of how much overhead you need in order to be in that business and stay in that business. So therefore, you
mm,
can have one bad season. You know what I'm saying? You can have a couple of bad weeks, and now you can't afford the merchandise that that you was getting. You understand what I'm saying?
mm. Right.
And so a lot of times you see it'll be a fancy restaurant or a fancy clothes store that an original person will have, and it'll close down. But that's what it is because it's kind of sensitive upon, do brothers even have the currency to really frequent your restaurant like that? You know what I'm saying? If you notice, all the people that we complain about coming in our community and selling stuff, they not selling stuff that costs all that much. They getting money off of, 40s. They getting money off of lunch. They getting money off of candy. These things is cheap. But like you said, when you look at the impact that's able to have on their next generations, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, they making $1 million, $1.50 at a time.
Well, let me say this real quick. I think that you have to marry technology with this whole attitude. And what I say about that is we have to get it to where, like for instance, my 7 year old, he's had coding classes. But when I find the right one, because the pandemic popped up, the right one, then they have the coding where they make it fun for a child to learn that. You know what I mean? Not saying that that's what he's going to be doing, but just to have many different commas by your name. One time I worked for a friend of mine. His name is Anthony Maddox, and he hired me on his crew. We did a TD Jakes. Um, he did a speech, and then he was the judge of some gospel competition. So I was building with him in the backstage. You know what I'm saying? And I asked him. I said, "What advice would you give me? You know, just as a general businessman?" TD Jake said, "Put as many commas by your name as you can, young man." I said, "What do you mean by that?" He said, "I'm TD Jake's preacher, movie producer, speaker, blah, 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 blah." So I think that within the structuring of the new mentality that we have to put our kids into, we have to introduce them to as many different things as we can to keep them, you know, abreast of the world. We've pacified our children with video games and
Hmm.
different things of that nature where we have to be thinking more structurally. Like we can't afford to play around and just have them be happy go lucky. Remember that saying? He's happy go lucky.
Hmm. Don't
We
always be
can't.
happy.
Yeah, we can't be on it like that. Like you could still let a child be a child, but within the structure of being a child, they gotta learn more. Like I got older brothers that want lessons from me. I tell them like this: all right, if you get the lessons, we used to teach a lesson a day keeps the devil away. You gotta learn 2 or 3 degrees a day
Hmm.
because you starting late. So even with a child, you gotta introduce them to as many different things. Um, because in the world of finance in the United States, we are far behind. You know, that's what I see, God. Like
Hmm.
you know, we're not into tooting our own horns or things of that nature, but the different things we did to develop our children. Like when we met each other, we wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Per se. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't thinking like that, but funny thing is we did the same thing at the same time in different geographical locations in our own different ways, but we did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So what propelled us to do that? We had to come to some type of understanding where we saw like, all right, it's not about me anymore. Because when people we was talking originally in this conversation, we were basically talking about being selfish to accomplish a goal. We both could have been selfish in the music business and just say, you know what, I'll come back and get my family or whatever. You know what I mean? You know how brothers do.
Hmm.
You know, but we said, nah, the babies are the greatest. And we're going to show and prove that by putting everything we have and all within our power into our children to make them better than what? Us.
I can tell you one common factor that I seen. I don't know the whole story of it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, my pops he returned. You know what I'm saying, when I was knowledge equality, but we both seem to have a closer relationship with our pops than a lot of other people that
Hmm.
I seen around. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
He told me some things that I didn't realize, for a long time. Like even these things what you saying, he used to say that. You know what I'm saying? Before he started getting sick. Like he used to talk about real estate a lot. And it used to
Hmm.
be times where, we should get in the car and we should just go around and look at different, because, we in the piece. So, it's wild abandoned shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
sometimes we would go places and he would be like, yo, you see this house right here? Yo, what you think about this right here? We probably could get this right here and fix this up. And that was always his thing, is that he always wanted to have a business, right? That said, him and sons, you know what I'm saying, you know, and he wanted to do real estate and have a fleet of cabs. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And when I look at the world today with the Uber shit
Oh
and
man, right. He was way
how
ahead of the
much,
curve.
yeah, how much a medallion is. And like I recall one day we was walking over by where the Harlem Children's Zone is, right now on 125th Street. But back
Hmm.
then, this is like 80, 81. So it's ground zero over there. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And I recall him telling me that, yo, one day all this right here is going to be popping. You know what I'm saying? And whoever
Hmm.
could buy into it now and hold on to it until it's worth something, they're going to have all this money. So,
Right.
he didn't have the whole ideas. Well, I don't know how much of it he had worked out because was a kid, you know what I'm saying? But these were certain things that he seen already. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, even though he returned early, I didn't forget a lot of stuff what he told me.
Right. I mean, it's really just about improving the generation behind you, giving them the chances or the access to different things that we don't have. Right now, we have people, and I hope I don't offend anybody, but people who grow up in the projects in building one and then have babies and they living in building three. Like, that's not building. It's just not building. And we got to get out of that. And I traveled around the country. Even when I was down south, I was doing the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I was looking at different things that was going on down there. And, you got to pick a lane and try to prosper within that and then come back and teach it or just structure it different. You know, um, it's just, I don't know. I mean, we know what the cause is. That's the thing about it. The combating of that is just pushing forward. We can't worry about, oh, these people ain't gonna do that and they ain't gonna do that and the government ain't gonna do that. That's a wrap. You have to start being self sufficient, man.
Right.
Period.
I see what you're saying. That is something, with all these things, and I don't want to knock, what he's doing, but yeah, sometimes I don't think everybody's accepting the givens. You know what I'm saying? Like you saying, like if we already take it as a given that nobody's gonna give us a hand up, then maybe we'll you know, have more enthusiasm to pick ourselves up. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's the kind of the white savior, the white messiah,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? The Tarzan character who's gonna come and save the Africans in Africa. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? I think that is a heavy effect. Yeah, hold on for 1 second though. Yeah, shout out to even though side note, but yeah, shout out to Sean Connery, man. You know, not just for 007, but also for the Untouchables. I think he was my favorite character in the Untouchables. But
Mm.
yeah, Sean Connery returned to essence.
See, it's too much black nationalism in me to shout out Sean Connery. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I
Shaquille
enjoy
said
it.
he see Shaquille said he seen the fight too. He said, "When you get dropped and that knee is bent." So,
Yeah. God, it looked like he shot him, guy. I'm telling you, guy. And I'll tell you this. I'm not gonna spoil the fight for you. Tank, Tank lured him in. Two previous rounds before this round, when he ended the fight, Tank was moving back. In this round, he went aggressive and he made the dude. He took punches. That's what I like. He took some shots. He took these shots and he lured this guy into a firefight. He did not. He could not equal Tank in speed and power. He played him out. Played him out. You'll see it though. But yeah, man. I just want to be at this stage in my life. I'm solution based, man. I don't. I understand the problem. I know the history, and you got to know your history. That's part of it. But you can't dwell in the history. You know what I mean?
yeah, but
Um,
it's I think that's another fine line that we gotta be aware of too. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of what affects the brothers, you know what I'm saying, that's out there in the front line is that they're looking for a way to approach things not as a slave, you know what I'm saying? But kind of like as an equal or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like as just an equal American. You know what I'm saying? And I think what we got to do is that my phone or yours? I think what we got to do is go back to, kind of the original idea, like, what rights are have been greatly expanded. You know what I'm saying? In terms of when we look at the Constitution, you know what I'm saying? When we look at the Constitution, even you look at the Bill of the Rights, that's only 10 laws. You know what I'm saying? But over the years, how many different amendments, you got the, right to do all kinds of things that's really not our business even. For us to say we got a national law based on your right to do that. You know what I'm saying? At the time when they first was saying freedom and rights, what that meant is that you got your own property, you got your own tools, and when you grow your crops, you can do whatever you want to with them. But I'm saying you gotta realize what stage they coming from. They coming from the stage of being peasants. So this right here is life. You know what I mean? And I think that's one like kind of common denominator that the brothers in the in the Reconstruction era, I think they kind of saw those things too. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they was too concerned with, what water fountain they was drinking out of. I don't think they had that expectation that that ever was gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like if you was in slavery your whole life and then suddenly you out, I don't think you thinking, you know, well, hey, I'm out, but it's kind of chilly out here. I wouldn't really be worried about that either. You know what I'm saying? I think, kind of like the expectations, right? Of, even in terms of when you speaking about you got some static going on your phone. Is that my headphones?
You hear it now?
All right, yeah, cut off now.
That was me scratching my hand. Go ahead, pardon me.
See, even the expectation, right? Because in the Constitution, it tells you that your rights, is inalienable and a God given, right? So the expectation that you could go to a group of people that's going to give you these rights is a little bit, you understand what I'm saying?
Right, right.
You a
It's
little
kind
bit,
of
look
ridiculous.
right there, your ride is a little bit ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? But we've been kind of trained that, and so many of us, we grew up learning that, yeah, they fought for their rights. Well, how did they fight for them? They fought for them by going to ask the government for them. You know what I'm saying?
See, nothing makes you more American than ownership.
Right.
Once a foreign individual owns something, like they more attuned to the American dream than we are.
Hmm.
As professional consumers. You know what I'm saying? That's all we
Not just
do.
that, but
Is
we could see it. Look, and even something you was just saying, right? Now look, a person that's a foreigner, right, could come here to the country, right, and they become a store owner. Now, if you have a dispute in your community where you was born at with that store owner, whose side is the government going to
theirs.
take? You know what I'm saying?
So this is what I'm saying. Like I understand. Like if you think about it, people say, "Well, the foreigners could come here and get stores." Okay, well the government ain't gonna do that for us. So coincidentally, once you understand the knowledge, then what happened? Then what happened? Okay, so we know that. Then what happened? What did you do?
You know,
Because
see,
after
the question I have for you is, what do you think about, all these different seeds that's being planted in terms of, and I don't know what the people's full idea is, you know what I'm saying? But, uh, you got, what's the brother's name? Not Mike Brown, the brother from Georgia that opened the bank,
Killer Mike,
Killer Mike. Uh, you was just talking about that land that Rick Ross just
Rick
bought.
Ross.
You
Hmm.
got the land in Georgia that those other group of people bought. Uh,
Hmm.
you got uh, you know, well, you already got because one person we left out, which I really just found out about him doing that recently. But you got Jalen Rose. You know what I'm saying? He got an
He
academy.
got a school.
You got LeBron, and even though people got his problems with him or whatever, he got his problems. But Umar Johnson, you know what I'm saying? Um, what you think about those seeds that's planted? You know what I'm saying? Because you know, and the important thing, man, that always happens. We can have whatever ideas, but it's the implementation. You know what I'm saying?
Now, when you
So
say seeds being planted, what do you mean specifically?
I mean, those are the kind of things where if brothers, if they direct those ideas, you know what I'm saying, those are things that could be born alive. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like if Killer Mike starts giving out um loans, right? But look, you gotta get a 99-cent store. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, when you look at these different communities that's been taken over by different people, when I see the businesses that they have in our communities, you never see a foreign person come in our community with no high price. Uh, the chicken place, whatever it is, they always got the cheapest stuff in the hood. So I'm just saying that now we got places where like, okay, Rick Ross bought that place. Now going back to the idea what you said in terms of solution, right? Suppose he could go around to different rappers and say, okay, listen, you know, you talking about you got $1 billion, you got $1 billion, you got 800 million, whatever, right? Look, I need y'all to put some currency together and build like an infrastructure, an electricity grid, plumbing, not plumbing, with the sewage system. You know what I'm saying? All these
Hmm.
different things. I'm saying that the seeds in our way is planted for us to be successful, you know. But it definitely, what I'm saying, you can't leave out the implementation part. You know what I'm saying? Like how
Right.
these things, like if Rick Ross buys this and then he makes some, resort area with gated communities and everything, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like, okay, it was the promised land for you, you know what I mean? Because the money that you making off of, people coming here to do all this luxury stuff, but I think that I would say uh, in our favor, you know what I'm saying? Or just to manifest the whole story. There is some people planting some seeds. You know what I'm
Oh, you
saying?
mean on a positive tip?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's the time is now, G. Like, you know, you cited three different good examples. And what I'm saying is, a lot of people are saying, go to the South and buy land. That's beautiful. I would love to do that too. Pardon me. But what I'm saying is, a lot of these things, dilapidated buildings, dilapidated storefronts, and all that type of stuff, or just storefronts is not being used, community centers and things like that. We can still do things in the city where we
Hmm.
can start having some ownership, having some growth, putting things together, where we have to carve out parts of town that are successful. We have to start doing it. The
I
examples are
mean,
right in our face.
what I've been seeing, just in, just something that I learned, and even, being right now, uh, the age that my pops was, like I'm like some months older than he was when he returned. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Um, Now I see some of the things that he's seen. You know what I'm saying? In terms of him coming and seeing how prosperous was when he was a kid, and then seeing how things fell apart, and kind of having an understanding, of how the economics and everything work. In terms of the inner city, um, it looks like a lot of economies is getting ready to go bad. You know what I'm saying? Like the way things
mm,
are shaping up in New York right now, we can't really take another lockdown. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So
right,
a lot of things is going to get messed up, but then it's going to create opportunity too, though. And I'm saying that in
right,
terms of
right,
understanding how capitalism works. That's
right.
how it works. You understand what I'm saying? Is you know, I got to, not, I don't want you necessarily go through pain. However, I got to look at that opportunity and take advantage of it. You understand what I'm saying? If I can, you know what I'm saying? So, uh, in terms of that idea, that's what I was just telling somebody that Friday that
Mm,
you know we got to start to look at that, and we got to start to see that that's another thing. And I think this, is related to what you're saying in terms of a lot of times when we try to do something on our own, like we want to skip the steps. Like now, you got to start off with nothing and build everything, and then you can have 100% say so over it. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
That's what it is about a lot of these different people. When they first went into those areas, there was nothing else there.
mm-hmm,
And so, even in terms of them getting breaks from the government to build over there, because the government was getting nothing over there. So they say, well, look, we're gonna build something here, but we don't want to pay taxes for 10 years or something. you know, you got a better opportunity of, you going in there, you negotiating like that. You could play a little more hardball, because that's the thing, or one of the things with Ice Cube that if I ever met him and I had a chance to put some input in, it's like, yo, you got to play a little bit more hardball right here. Though. You didn't. What's the or else? Like
right,
your proposal is all carrot and no stick.
right. And that's why like-minded individuals, the or else is what Rick Ross doing, and Mike Killer Mike and other people
Right,
like that,
right.
because you make the or else. He posed the question or the statement, but again, you have to take the best part for yourself. Um, we could no longer afford to take the interpretations of others as our activity. You know what I mean? We got to be like, look,
Hmm.
we gonna make this happen. Whoever's with it, with it. If you ain't with it, we'll see some other time, and then we'll discuss possibly your involvement. You know what I'm saying? It might not go down like that, though we really don't have time to wait. And more importantly, we have to teach the people under us, coming up under us, um, these type of things. Like in the song that we just did together, if you notice, I said, for those who come after me, don't sell crack to me. So, you know, what I'm really saying, even though I made it into a whole different thing, is that the people behind us, they have to do better than what we period. But we got to give them the avenues for it. You just can't say it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in that song, I'm just saying it, but it's more to it than that. Like,
Mhm.
what can you give a starving child in the projects the incentive to not become a drug dealer?
So look, I got a question. What do you think is the best way? Like two things. Matter of fact, I got two questions, right? The first question would be, okay, um, it's the best thing, like right now, okay, Killer Mike got bank. You know what I'm saying? It's the best thing, right? To okay, let's all start banks or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or is the best thing, okay, let's all put some money in uh Killer Mike's bank so, it could grow to a level, you know what I'm saying? That would be the first question. And the second question, right, is would Ice Cube have been better off giving his proposal uh to these individuals in our community, this the kind of, black elite that they keep talking about. Would the purpose have been better served? Like right now, you did a good job of putting people on the spot or whatever, you know what I'm saying, to see what they really gonna be about, but in terms of really getting some benefit, would it have been better for him to give a proposal to, all the people that you rub elbows with, that got that loot that could bring about these things.
Okay, I think with the first question, we should support Killer Mike's bank and see how it goes before everybody jumps out the window and want to do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because we can look at his model, whether successful and unsuccessful, and learn from it. You know what I mean? Rather than now you have competing banks over here and it's not really popping like that. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. Um, I think Ice Cube realizes the elite who never probably really accepted him because of different things that he's manifested in the past. And I feel like his whole thing is to get at the political structure and really see what they're going to do. Now, if that's the ceiling of Ice Cube's quote unquote movement, then we're seeing he's really putting a magnifying glass on the government. So, whichever party wins in the said time that we could analyze it and see that they're going to do or they're not going to do, that should motivate us to do even more for ourselves. Because if they deal equality with us, it's going to topple their structure. And they're not going to do that. You know what I mean? Historically, you can see that. Like, they don't have that within them. And a lot of people don't understand that we are only 13% of the total population of the United States. So, with that being said, even though we generate a lot of money, we're not that important to them. Because if we was important to them, they would have been dealt equality with us. You know what I'm saying? So what Ice Cube is doing by, and I don't know if he's meaning to do this, but by challenging the government openly to do something, this should send a message to black people in America that they're going to help us or they're not. You know, a lot of people, man, they believe in this system, bro. I mean, we was brought up to believe in the American way, our generation. I don't know what the hell they're teaching them now, but we were taught that if you work hard, you could be a successful American. But they didn't teach us about all the other stuff that comes along with that. So what I'm saying is the general application of, yeah, you got to work hard, but we need to do it in a team sense. See, we've been taught individualism somewhere along the line. I don't remember where it really came out like that. You know what I mean? It's just like in sports, right? Greatness is measured now whether you won a championship or not. It didn't used to be like that, G.
Right, right, yeah.
You know what I'm
Listen,
saying?
I got a problem with our brother VCR. He's I think we've actually had this conversation.
What he said.
He said that LeBron has to win two more championships in a row in order to be considered the greatest. You know, and I was like,
That's
I can agree that you could say he needs to add more on, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know what you're gonna go by. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, he actually made me see how great LeBron was. Like, I'm not a particular LeBron fan like that. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but the more he spoke on it, the more I realized that, yeah, these kind of criteria that you get, and like that's just something that happens. You know, you got to be at a certain time in a certain place. It's like Michael Jackson and Prince. You know, Madonna too, but less so because she wasn't really out before that. Like Michael Jackson and Prince both was out for years before they became the kings, you know what I'm saying, of music. But it was a change that was made, you know what I'm saying, in the early 80s in terms of what was going to be pop music. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the rock and roll music dying out, in terms of the soul music and all those types of music dying out, and Michael Jackson and Prince still had the experience with that type of music, but they had the ability to shape and mold it into this kind of new pop sound. But if you notice, neither one of them was able to have that same degree of success. You know what I'm saying? That pop success, again, you know what I'm saying? And timing just means a lot, which is, and that's what I'm saying. That's important about you know, like I was telling the brother that, following the political strategy that we've been following, we gotten to the point where we could pick this devil or we could pick that devil
right.
because we didn't,
Everybody's saying that the lesser of two evils.
yeah, we didn't take no initiative, you understand what I mean, to have our candidate in there. You know what I'm saying? And that's even when you were saying before about the Chinese and the different people that they don't have to vote because voting is only one way to participate in politics. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Having a lobbyist, right? Somebody who's totally behind the scenes, you know what I'm saying, is one of the most powerful ways to be engaged in politics.
Right.
Like, see, that's one thing that, people gotta, when I look at it, that's what I look at is extremely positive about what Ice Cube is doing. Ice Cube is being a lobbyist. The only difference is there's no group of corporations that's paying his bills. And exactly what he doing, that's what the lobbyists do. The reason why a lot of these laws be so in favor of corporate America is because corporate America sent the lobbyists in there to write the law.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That to me is you know, that's one of the greatest things is that we gotta just stop participating on everything at the retail level. You know what I'm saying? And when I say everything, I mean from, look, that was even the problems. And I don't want to try to justify nothing or say that it could have went any better or that it should have went any better. But I'm saying even when we deal with negativity, when we deal with criminality, we're strictly at the retail level. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Right.
When
There's no
when we did,
power in that.
yeah, when you just voting, that's the retail level of it. Like you don't decide what's in the bodega. You don't decide what the prices is. You just come in and pay it or don't pay it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And that's what makes the man able to treat you however he treats you. He don't talk to that. He don't talk to his suppliers like that. The way he treat the people that just come in and out the store. So with all these things, that's what I'm saying. We got to begin to really, understand the foundation of the things that we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, we just, we happy to get the thing. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, like we happy to get, uh, like you said, you a super consumer. You happy to get on social media and show the stuff that you got or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you being strictly on a retail level, and you just never gonna, like you were saying, ownership is that's the foundational aspect of America.
Right. Everybody came over here, from the Euro aspect. I'm not talking about the indigenous people who was already here, but from the European aspect, everybody came over here because where they was at, they ain't have shit. You know what I'm saying? Or they were discriminated against one way or other, or they was put out of the country because they were criminals. And see, when you start to understand that factor in America, then you could look at how it's structured and see that the people that were penning these beautiful words of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, they were fucking criminals. So you gonna let the people in the jail write the rules for the jail? How you think the jail is gonna be? You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So people don't really realize that. And that's when knowing your history means a lot. So, like I said, Ice Cube put a magnifying glass over each party. And the people in the Democratic Party, because they think they literally own the black vote, got upset with him. I had to correct one of my cousins today. Like, no, he didn't choose a party, bro. He didn't choose because you seen what Lil Wayne did, right?
Yeah, but Lil Wayne, I mean, he's at a level where, I guess it's because he's younger than us, but I really feel bad for Lil Wayne. You know what I mean?
No, but
You know,
listen, let me just say this, and then you can get back to that. Cause I don't feel sorry. But anyway, Lil Wayne chose a party. So the person that made a comment to me was Cube and Wayne think that 45 is really going to do something with the platinum plan. See, Ice Cube never endorsed the platinum plan.
right.
He never endorsed Trump. So why are
What
you putting him in the same sentence with Lil Wayne?
From what I seen, it's a lot of misinformation going on with that from
Yeah,
the Democratic side. Like I didn't read all the way into it, but I saw the headline where he was saying that he met with the Democrats too, but they not saying nothing. So he was demanding that they release the transcript. of their meeting together. Like when
Mm.
because I took the time to read the plan myself. You know what I'm saying? And when I read it, it looked like something that you could give to whoever was in office. Like it just happened. To me, it looked like something that's the most effective if you give it to both sides. And then you say, okay, which one of y'all is going to give me the most of what I want?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Put it in writing. You know what I'm saying? And he did it in the way that they do it. Like I said, we have a real lobbyist now, not a person that's coming to promise us that, yo, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and I got this. No, he took it to the actual people. And look, you know, maybe that's what it takes for some people too. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, let's say Biden wins. Okay, give the same plan to Biden. And then maybe when they see that, he's not going to do nothing either, then that'll snap them out of this idea that, of people, I mean, see, to me, it got to deal with the history, guy.
Indeed.
And what I'm saying, when I say the history, I mean that when we go back to, 1500, right? Let's say 1500, right? And let's look at the condition of Europe and the people of Europe and the people in Europe. 98% peasants, you know,
Right.
bubonic plague,
Right.
famine,
Yep.
you understand what I'm saying? And then we look at the condition of, let's, because we have particular knowledge, I'm not excluding no other parts of the world, but I'm saying that particular parts that we got the knowledge of, let's look at, the continent that they call Africa, right?
Hmm.
There's not this same thing, it's not going on. I'm not saying that everybody there is a billionaire, but you know, people got their land, they got their language, they got their culture, and they doing their thing. You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? Let's look at, North America and South America, what they call North America and South America. You know what I'm saying? The people there is just fine. They're good enough where they see you starving and they look out for you. That's the story of Thanksgiving that's coming up right now. That's the story. You starving and they had enough to look out for you. So how do those same people that was just fine, that had enough to look out for you, all of a sudden become the most impoverished people on the planet?
Right.
And these people, because I'm from New York, so we grew up with that, you know, Ellis Island. But see, we grew up in it as America. That's why New York and America is so great because we took in the poor, starving, huddled masses. They said that
Right.
was the sign on top of the building when you came into Ellis Island. Send us your poor, tired,
Hmm.
starving masses.
Right.
So
The
how you
huddled
go,
masses yearning to
yeah,
be free.
right. So how you go from being the poor, starving, huddled masses to upper middle class all over Howard Beach and Flushing and middle America, wherever you at now. You know what I'm saying? Because like from what I heard, there's like a large percentage, like 70% or something of the people in America, the colored people, got some
Yeah.
relation to somebody that came through Ellis Island.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So to
But
me,
that can't
this
that
one,
can't be 100% accurate though,
what?
because if you look at the time period of Ellis Island, that's
Hmm.
really after Reconstruction, right?
Right.
So
Well, actually, there was yeah, well, yeah, no, you're right. Immigration uh started heavily after the Civil War to replace that labor and also to start conducting the Industrial Revolution.
Right.
So some of the first people, there was a war that happened in Italy. Uh, there was a war that happened in Italy around the same years of the Civil War, and the leader
Mm,
over there, I'm pretty sure his name was Grimaldi. You know what I'm saying? And
mm-hmm.
him and Lincoln cut a deal. Okay, listen, the people who was on the other side that I just crushed, yeah, they got to get out of here. So, you know, Abraham Lincoln brought them over to America, and that was some of the first Italians that came in. You know what I'm saying? And then they cut immigration off uh, during World War I because they was at war with some of the countries where people was coming from, and then they cut it back on in 1966 after they passed civil the Civil Rights Act.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. My point is, how did the United States acquire Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana? The Louisiana Purchase.
Right. Indeed.
How did the Southwest become uh
Spanish America,
mostly
right?
Spanish? Right. So those people ain't come from no damn Ellis Island.
Yeah, but those people don't have well, when they did the Louisiana Purchase, you gotta remember it still was mostly only Indians resting on that land. You know what I'm saying? And even when they won the Spanish American War, you gotta remember that most of the West Coast is really the desert. Those are artificially created oases through the dams. Like LA, there was I mean I'm not gonna say it was no LA. Of course, most of the cities that you see in America, they got some history of the Indians already existing in. But California is the desert really. There really wasn't that much people in LA before the 1930s, to my knowledge. So like
I think
that
a
was one
little
of the
bit earlier
reasons
than that.
that was one of the reasons why Hollywood was able to go out there and just do what they wanted to do. Like
Well, you
that's
know, that's
kind
a
of the
whole another manifestation. That's
it, but I'm
a
saying
thing of their own.
that's also a part of New York history. Is that
It is.
In New York was the blue blood people. You know what I'm saying? They was the people that had the old European money. So if you came, they already had everything locked down. So you had to go someplace else to really establish, a new set of values and to really get your money. So that's where the go west, young man, go west comes from. Is dude, you
Indeed.
go west, young man. You we already rocking right here.
Right. Right. And that's when they took the movie center of the world used to be New York. All the movies was filmed
Right,
in New York. But
exactly.
they, because of the weather, they said if we go out to LA, we could film more movies because at a certain time in New York, you ain't filming nothing. It's too cold.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother manifestation.
Yeah,
So that brought a lot of the people who did that, they were the Jews, but at the time, they still needed Italian muscle to make it happen. So what's
well,
your man name?
you know what I had to do with? It was down. Like they already
Right,
had the police department, the fire department, they already had their
right.
gangs and everything. So like you said now, when the Italians came, it was like, okay, look, we know the ropes. We're gonna show y'all the ropes. Look, we need y'all to help us take out the Irish. So that's really, you know how they say you got the mafia and then you got the mob. The
Right.
mob is the Jews and the
Everybody.
Italians together. And
Right.
basically, what happened is, like you said, the Italians a lot was like they was brought in to beat a muscle. But remember, Murder Incorporated, the original Murder Incorporated, it was led by one Jew and one Italian.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so,
Right.
uh,
That's
but
Brownsville history right there.
right, that's Brownsville history. That's what I said. When it comes to the New York aspect of it, I grew up with it.
Right.
How it played out because I know you had like the Purple Gang out in Detroit. You had other, you
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying. So I don't know what happened with all that. You know what I'm saying. But I know in terms of New York, they made they thing together. So even when you see the uh the Valentine's Day massacre, which is the
Right.
Italians against the Irish, like
Right.
they was taking over. Up in Boston. You see the same thing where the dude Whitey, he survived
Mm-hmm.
because he was a rat.
Right. He played both sides, and he was Irish.
Yeah. And then even remember they had that movie The Irishman.
Indeed.
That's kind of what that movie was about too. That this was a dude that stood strong against him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he made a name for himself, stand strong.
No doubt. I mean, it's a, you got, it's an Italian dude that worked at my job, and he showed me this massacre of Italians in New Orleans in the 1800s.
Hmm.
Because he always tries to compare, he says he doesn't, but he tries to compare the struggles. It's always got to drop on him. But I like the dude. He got a lot of knowledge. He's an avid reader. But I got to give him the understanding. And when I give him the understanding, it becomes understood in his mind. You know what I'm saying? But he's always pointing these different things out. So I asked him, I said, well, what was these Italians doing in Louisiana when that was like a French? You know what I'm saying? He said that anywhere there was a port, see, we're just talking about Ellis Island, but he said anywhere there was a port, people from Europe
Yeah.
came to these different ports.
Uh, uh, what's the name? Oh yeah, New Orleans. Uh, that's that's another part of our history in terms of being the original people. Um, it was New York. I think it was New York, New Orleans, and then Charleston. Or it
Mm.
could be. It could be. I know New York was number one. Like
Well, I
how
know
they
they were.
have this image that slavery was all in the South, but New York
Oh,
was the
oh,
number.
definitely not.
New York
Right,
was the number one point, the number one port, and then after that it was Charleston, New Orleans, and then I think is it Newport News, Virginia? There's some place in Virginia that was like
right,
the next port after that
indeed.
in terms of bringing in slaves.
Right, I know exactly what you're talking about. The devil leaves his history mark everywhere. Like they tell on themselves through architecture and monuments. You know what I'm saying? Or statues or plaques or whatever. Like the history is there. You can't even dispute it. But what I learned is, especially in New York City, but in a lot of big cities, you have to start looking up on the top of these buildings and look at the gargoyles and all this other stuff that they got around the city. And it's a lot of science in that. I had this videotape back in the day, well, pardon me, a DVD. And this brother, I cannot find it online or nothing. This brother had went to all of these major cities and he had aerial shots. And on top of these buildings, it was so much science, God,
Hmm.
that they leave the people that make these buildings because they know the general man is not going to be looking up there. They leave all the history on top of it. It's crazy, God. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that statue in front of the American Museum of Modern History. in New York City where you got Theodore Roosevelt on a horse and you got a
And the Indian and slave. Yeah,
right.
when I learned about that stuff, you and it's related to this conversation. I learned about that stuff, right, when the gentrification of Harlem was like when it was just an idea and before it was
Hmm.
implemented. You know what I'm saying? If you recall, at one point I was resting on Niles Power Wisdom Street.
I remember that.
And one day I came outside the house, right, to just go to the store. It was just a regular, I'm going to the corner store. When I come outside, it's like 20 colored people. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And so I'm like, yo, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? So, they I see them walking. So I'm like, stop right there. I'm looking at the crowd, Says the dude, he's a tour guide, God. He's actually a
Mm.
tour guide. And he's walking through and he starts telling people, yeah, look at this architecture right here. And you see the fire escapes and all this stuff right here. Yo, where do you see that except in France? And I'm like, word, they got buildings like this, like, because in my mind, man, niggas the hood, nigga, we took my friends.
Right.
And then he's talking, and he says, you see right there, where's a beehive? And I had never noticed this before, but there was a beehive that was like a sculpture, it was like a part of the architecture of the building. And he said, yeah, that's because, and I never do this before. He said, that's the reason they called it Sugar Hill, is because this is where the rich people used to live, and the rich people don't talk about money. You know what I'm saying? But see, they put that beehive here to show that yeah, they got that money because that money is sweet like honey.
Wow.
And that was the first time. I mean, don't get me wrong. I knew about in terms of the churches in Europe that you got all these sculptures that mean something. When you look at the uh, architecture in India and all these different places. But I'm saying I did not realize that that was going on right there in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? But at that time, and I also at the time I was like, yo, what's wrong with these colored people coming up here? Like, yo, they lucky is because it was like I think it was like early on a Saturday or Sunday morning. It was one of the things like, oh
Hmm.
yeah, yeah, y'all lucky y'all up here at this time. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't realize that this was the idea of the regentrification coming. Like there used to be buses, the buses where the people come through and they got like a top level, and the top level ain't
I was
got no
getting ready to
top
mention
bunk.
that. Yeah, the
Yo,
tour
God,
buses.
I used to see the tour buses. We should be standing in front of the school, and the tour buses be
Indeed.
going past. And I used to be
Indeed.
thinking, yo, you come all the way from some place to tour New York, and you kind of homeless. Like, what's wrong with you? But I didn't, see. Look, all these things. In the end, when I saw what happened, that's what jogged my memory back to, yo, God, something? My pops told me all this shit, right?
Yeah. Imagine
He
how many
told
people
me
on
this
those
shit, man.
tours came back and invested their money.
Man, they probably invested, never even came back, just getting that cake sent to them.
Right. Yeah, it's deep, man. I really wish I could find this brother, man. He was from LA and he went to Chicago, he went in LA, he went in New York, and he was breaking this stuff down, dude. Like I used to watch that tape. I mean, DVD so much, and then it got misplaced. Um, I just want to be able to find a brother and do him now because he was giving lectures, visual lectures with his whole science. But yeah, I mean, look, the science is in our face. Um, whoever gets elected, they're probably not going to do little, if any, of that stuff that Q proposed. So that means we have to do it ourselves. Like,
Mhm.
we have to find a way. We always found a way. In the negative sense, when they threw the pig guts out, we made chillings. So yo, we gotta do the same thing in business, man. The things
Mhm.
that they're throwing away and they're discarding, we have to make
So
something out of it.
we got some things right here. First of all, let me apologize to the people in the room. I know we usually go through comments, but you know, we was talking so long and too many comments. So now I came down to the end, right? And uh, I see two things right here. Joe Self said Ice Cube, they're not the only lobbyist the Biden camp won't talk to. They won't give a plan for the hospitality industry. So I'm saying when you saying because okay, in terms of the hospitality, I'm just speaking upon, I'm adding what I know to what you're saying. Now, the hospitality industry is kind of dead right now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's not we can do. It's not going to be tourism right now. Like right now in New York, they just implemented that everybody that come in, you better show your test, or you going to get tested right then, and you got to go.
Oh shit,
And
what
and
is
and
that?
in New York State, Cuomo put that on. If you come into
Wow,
New York right now, you gotta have your papers. You know, so
damn.
so are you saying there's other original lobbyists? There's other lobbyists like what? Clarify that a little bit. And then Divine Truth, that question I think, uh, uh, you can add on to. He's saying being that it's agreed upon that it has to be a collective effort. What is the determined idea that we can agree upon in our nation and build towards? My answer would be that we kind of got to get our heads above six, meaning we gotta kind of get out of this world. You understand what I'm saying? That there's and people, of course, you do what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? With something that you earn, you put in whatever you had to put in to get that out. But we kind of got to get our head out of this world, like just like he was saying, uh, uh, Supreme Man was saying, like, look, you know, you spent 100,000 on a chain, and then, when you take your big pictures, you got like 10 of them on.
Mm,
Like maybe you could have one less chain and open up that community center. You know, that's got to go from the highest to the lowest. We got to say,
right.
yo, you know what? Do you really need that 19th pair of Jordans? You know what I'm saying? Or whatever it is, like, look, could you smoke 6 bags this week?
Mm,
On whatever level it is, you know what I'm saying? We got to find a way to squeeze something to the collective. You know what I'm saying? And we all got things. We all got things. Like look, and this is a whole tip channel. Let's say that.
no doubt.
Let me put that this. But look, maybe you could get rid of one of the side pieces, son.
How about that?
Yes, whatever, whatever it may have to happen. Yeah, because look, I just looked it up. It's called oneunited.com. I was looking it up while we was talking. That's that's Killer Mike's bank. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm gonna put $100 in there. See what happens.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? You can get deposits over there. Apparently, it's like an online thing. It looks like it. I haven't read in depth, but I don't know if anybody. See, a lot of people got the Chime card. I got one. You know what I'm saying? This online banking thing. and they said it hooks up to Cash App, it hooks up to, you go to ATM or whatever, and $100, that's not gonna kill me.
Right.
However, that added on with the other 30 million of us. You understand what I'm saying? Now we talking business.
Right. Now he has to open a branch somewhere else.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? When they took that bank off 125th Street, that killed 125th Street. We had a black bank, the last black bank in New York City on 125th Street. When they shut that down, after they shut that down, they came for the Mart 125.
First they came
After
for the
they,
Apollo, and then 125,
oh, right,
because
okay, you're
and
right.
and,
Yeah.
and only and see and I probably was remiss in my duty to do the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But I've always been upset with Sutton and David Dinkins. It was Sutton, David Dinkins, uh,
Now this is
what was
Percy Sutton Jr. you talking about
Percy
too.
Sutton.
Jr.
How old was Percy Sutton Jr.? When was he born? In like the
I'm
1920s?
not. No, no, no. The original Percy Sutton is that old. The original Percy Sutton.
That's the one I'm talking about. That Percy Sutton, David Dinkins, and I want to say it was one or two other people owned that bank. I'm was it the Bank of Harlem? I'm upset with myself right now that I can't recall the name of that. With all
I
the
think it might have been the Bank of
small
Harlem.
trivia that I recall, I don't know why I can't think of the name of that bank right now. But I don't know the whole story, but just at that time, as a young guy, and I was just really coming into paying attention to things of that nature. I felt like they sold Harlem out. Like what happened? Like what you know. But at the time I wasn't
Nah,
looking at all the
the
conditions of what was happening, how property values dropping because of
yeah, that's what I was getting ready to
what's
say.
everything that's going on. So they
When the
probably
real
lost a
estate
lot of
crashed,
currency, but they
right?
still. I mean, the just I didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that was uh well, I mean the same thing you saying now. That was kind of our protection. You know what I'm saying? Where even there was a lot of dudes. Uh, a lot of them was real estate dudes. Now the
Right.
dude, his name is not known like that, but there was real estate dudes that was going and buying up whole blocks and then moving black people in. So, even outside of Harlem, you know what I'm saying? Like when you see people over there on the west side, like
Hmm.
between like 96th Street going up, where you got
Hmm.
like Douglas Projects and all that over there, a
Yeah.
lot of them people moved into Douglas Projects when they destroyed their block on that urban renewal stuff. But originally, there was a dude. He's another thing. Look, I'm ashamed that I can't recall his name right now. But he
Hmm.
started buying up because like black people was in Harlem, but he was trying to expand them into the rest of Manhattan or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And of course, one of your favorite whipping boys too. Uh, 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 what's his name? Warren
Al
Dean.
Sharptone.
Nah, Warren Dean. But yeah, Al, we get Al Sharpton next. Yeah, Charles Rangel and don't leave out C. Virginia Fields, Joseph.
Hmm. I
Um,
remember her.
but uh, uh, Warren Dean, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't there to see it myself, but I heard they had a stick and take on 72nd Street in like
Mm.
Amsterdam. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh wow.
yeah, that Elijah Muhammad was building these things all over. It wasn't just in Harlem. So, these is people who was, expanding things out. And at the time, what I'm saying, I didn't have the same level of understanding I got right now. So to me, it it felt like, and I'm gonna say it felt because I don't have the whole knowledge. It felt like, you sold out all this work that all these people did, and now things is going down, and we got 20 colored people walking on my block talking
Yeah.
about this is France.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But and then also when niggas became to know it, there was things that occurred that there was things that Giuliani took credit for, right? That Binkins actually was the person that approved that. But it's
Mm.
just that by the time, when the government, when they do something, they plan it so far ahead
Right.
that what they saying may not take effect sometimes for for 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's true. Yeah.
Like I remember I was in elementary school when they first passed the law for Martin Luther King Day to be a holiday.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time it
Indeed.
was instituted, I think I was in high school.
Right. Right. You almost forget about it.
Yeah, I almost forgot that happened.
I remember that. That's where the famous birthday song that everybody sings now, including my family, the black version of the birthday song. That song was about Martin Luther King's birthday that Stevie
I was
Wonder
born.
made.
You
Yeah,
talking about? I thought it was Cool in the Gang. That was Stevie Wonder.
that was Stevie Wonder. The
That's what that was
happy
about.
birthday to that song is about Martin Luther King's birthday, G.
God damn,
It
you learn
wasn't
something
for
new every day.
everybody.
You
Yeah,
learn something new every day.
black people snatched that up
I
and
did
it
not
became
know
the
that.
birthday song for everybody. It's a video and everything. Do the dollars like it's a video and everything, G. You can easy see
Come
that.
on, God, that was the time I had no knowledge then. I was
I know. I'm
I
just
wasn't
saying.
I wasn't paying attention to that kind of stuff.
I'm just saying. You could look. You could chronicle that. Like that was like that. That song was one of the factors which pushed. Because remember, when it was done, it wasn't done in the whole United States.
Right. I
Remember,
think North
Chuck
Carolina
D.
took a while. North
Yeah, a lot
Carolina
of
took a
states
while
did.
because but I recall specifically that uh they had this dude called Jesse Helms there. Like
Right,
I
the
just
devil,
remember Jesse
super
Helms
devil.
was one of the big time, Strom Thurmond, Robert
He's
Byrd,
one of the
Jesse Helms.
mentors for Biden. That's one of
Yeah,
Biden's
right.
mentors.
Yeah, he was one of them dudes that's like, oh man, stay away from him. Like right.
Right.
When I was a kid, I used to just see him on the news, like, yeah, I don't like this guy.
Yeah. Now remember, also Chuck D and them had a song called "On My Way to Arizona" because Arizona was the last state
Arizona, right?
to make it a holiday.
And I think that was like quite recent. That might have been like in 2000s.
No, it was in the 90s. It was like 92, 90, 93,
Nah, I
something
don't
like
think it was
that.
that far back. It
I'm
was
telling you,
recent.
G. No, it was when Public Enemy was still popping, popping. It wasn't
Yeah.
popping in no 2000.
See, that's when you know you're getting older, son. When 20 years seemed like the other day.
Yeah, yeah,
30 years actually.
30 years. Yeah. God,
Listen, when you
we met over 30 years ago, God.
we did.
That's crazy. That's
I was thinking
crazy.
about that when you was talking about our seeds. Like, man, we ain't had no seeds.
Right. Yeah, no seed. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. You know,
Yeah.
that's one thing. That's the good thing too, man, about teaching the babies, man, is that we got to know so young that we can fuck up, right? And still have time, man, to come back
Right.
and say, yo, we did the right thing, B. Because we were so young when we got it.
Listen, somebody online brought up our man Divine that tried to climb the bridges. And I was thinking about you.
Yo,
I was
son.
thinking about you because I remember you was the one who I read it, but you was the one that told me about it. Cause
God.
that was our man, G.
Oh man, you
That was
right,
our
son.
man, G.
Oh man, yo, listen. That was crazy, man. Cause look,
Yo,
he was nutty like that. That's
yeah,
like what people say. That's one thing I always said. I said, yo, you know what? It's messed up to y'all, but one thing I can say, just him as my man, like yo, that's he returned how he lived. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna
no
say,
doubt.
you know, I'm satisfied or nothing, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't like yo, like if he would have got shot or something or some crazy shit, you know what I'm saying? Then I would have felt worse, you know what I'm saying? But like yo, I remember one day, in fact, one day it was some shit where I like, yo, God, what the fuck is up? It's like, yo, this nigga got whipped out by a whole bot, uh, like somewhere
Mm,
like Dykeman or something. You know,
mm,
he got into it with the Dominicans, so he got jumped by like 100 people or so, what I heard.
dang.
When I seen him, I said, yo, what's the deal? What's good? He was like, nah, man, I do my challenges, man. I just seen the whole block right there. I was like, yo, let me see if I could take them out.
Yeah,
Yo, God,
yeah.
you gotta try. Look,
Did
another
did you ever
time,
hear did you ever hear his demos?
yeah,
That shit was bananas, guy.
God, he was on God with me in the early days, God. In fact, how he stopped coming to God? He tried to tackle a bus one day, God.
Oh my goodness.
God, one day we all I got hit by a bus, G. You know what I'm saying? When I seen him, he was like, nah, man, you got every time I seen him, is my challenges, God. I try to tackle the bus. Like, what?
And God is like an urban legend, man.
God, one day he cut himself from one shoulder to the opposite side of his waist across his body. Like he should just be doing. That's why I said, listen, when I heard what he was doing when he returned, everybody else was like, yo, what kind of shit is that? To me, it was like, son, that's my man saying, that's, yeah.
Listen, I read the article the other day because I looked it up,
Remember, he
and
couldn't see out of one eye, and
he
he used to
couldn't
be a
see out of
boxer.
one.
He
Right,
used to be a boxer.
he used to be a boxer. Listen, God, he died. The reason why he died is he was doing the damn thing. He was
He's doing
climbing the
the damn thing.
bridges, and the person that was taping it or taking the pictures probably or something like that said, "Yeah, you doing it," and he waved at them
He waved at him.
and lost his handle on the bridge and fell to his death. That's how he
Yeah, that's
returned.
why.
He was doing it. I mean, he's an urban legend because that shit he used to do at the show and prove every year, getting out of the straitjacket.
Getting out of straight jacket. But
God,
God,
come on.
that's how I be telling people is that look, that's my man. So like I know him like that. Like he didn't learn that on no Harry Houdini.
No,
I'm just trying to do magic trick shit. This nigga was really in the fucking
in the
institution.
spot.
Yeah, and he
Yes.
used to get out of that shit in the fucking place.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, you right, son. Son, that was my man. Yo, what was that video? It was a video that well, not all of y'all, but people who was around at that time. Was it the Biggie video? The video where he plugged in the plug, and then the video started.
Divine did, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. But he was in a couple videos and then remember he
was
was
in
on
it.
New York Undercover.
Yeah, yo, God,
He
that
was
was what
making the
hurt me.
rounds.
That's
He
what
was
hurt me
making
was
the
that.
rounds, God.
Yeah, he was
He
coming
was
up
on
like, yo,
Oz.
yeah, a lot of things that we have been. I had known. Yo, I'm an actor. Yo, I'm a boxer. Like God, everything was coming together for him when that happened. So
Word.
that was the part. But it was like, yo, you know something I'm saying? If I would have heard that, yo, he returned sitting in the park and, you know, a squirrel fell out the tree and hit him on the head and he just died, I would have been like, what? But it was like, yo, like you said, this shit that he did, like, yeah, he gonna live forever like that. That's the
Yeah.
and that was my G right there. Like,
Somebody
that was
put
my
that shit
G.
on Facebook the other day, and I immediately thought about you. And I immediately, his face is in my head right now. And we used to build God. We used to be at the rally. Me and him would just take a walk, and we got close because he gave Melquan his demo. Now Melquan already put me on, so by Melquan putting me on, I was kind of like a minor celebrity to the gods my age, because he wasn't picking just anybody, and he picked this dude from Jersey, and everybody was looking at me like, why the fuck he picked you? You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm whack, but you know what I'm saying? Like, why he pick him? You know what I'm saying? So the gods would be coming up to me like, how do I get the God to pick me? And I said, well, God,
Mm,
let me hear your music. God, when I heard his music, he called me up. He's like, God, what you think about it? I said, God, you're fucking crazy than a motherfucker. You know how he had that crazy laugh? God started laughing. He's like, that's my shit right there, God. I was like,
yep.
God, you are crazy, God. This nigga had the most bugged out rhymes before everybody was doing that.
I
He was
feel you,
on that.
man. Melquan's another dude, man, that way, I don't really, when people be talking about, the history of the thing and, how it really got started, not just from the Wu Tang perspective, but just hip hop in general.
Oh
Uh,
man.
yeah, Melquan is one of the left out people that's like saying that it might not have been what it is, and if it wasn't for Melquan.
Let me tell you his advantage. Mel Kwan said I was always tall. So all of them cool herc parties and all that, he said they used to let me in because I was mad tall. They ain't know how old I was. And he was there. I told him to write a book called I Was There. Because if you bring up something historic, he was there. He was there when KRS One kicked PM Dawn off the stage. Mel Kwan was there, God. It's crazy. He was there for so many events in hip hop. It's crazy, G. It's just ridiculous, man.
And then the people he was affiliated with,
Right.
Big Daddy Kane to Wu
Yo, he was on the
Tang,
phone with Kane 2 days ago, God, when I called him.
Abu.
Yeah, he put our boo on. You know what I'm saying? Now you already know the Wu science.
Yeah,
That's why
he
I
had
was
a
hurt
lot
when
of.
they didn't mention him and that damn thing they did, God. I was hurt because you know why
Let
I
me
was
tell you
hurt?
something.
No, let
I
me
still
just tell you
ain't.
why I was hurt. Let me tell you why I was hurt. Because we all used to be at the God house, and that was the center of our connection where we got together. It was all centered around Mel Kwan. I wouldn't even know the RZA or the Jizza or none
I'm
of them
telling
if it wasn't for Mel Kwan.
you telling me. Listen, and that's the not for nothing because I was gonna watch it, but when you told me what happened with that, I haven't watched it to this day.
That's when you know that he went
Like
straight Hollywood. He went straight
between that,
Hollywood when he did that.
and when they said that, Papa Wu just became some dude that was in the park or some shit. I was like, all
Oh,
right, yeah, I don't want to see this. I don't even want to look at it. Like this is
it
just
was
gonna get
bugged
me.
out,
This
God.
this is gonna get me angry.
It was bugged out, God. Like
Hold on for 1 second. Well, matter of fact, take over.
All right, let
One
me look at
second.
some of the comments. Okay, so Joseph, I was young. My granddad grew up in Dunbar apartments. He hated Charlie. Oh, you talking about Charlie Rangel? Let me see. 793. LOL. There's a whole line talking about and building up to MLK before the happy. But you're right. That's what I was just telling the God. That whole song is about Martin Luther King born day.
God, word is born.
Divine
I did not know that.
God, you gotta look at the video tomorrow, dude. You gotta watch the video. Watch the
You're right.
video. Like it's kind of We Are the Worldish type of feel to it, and he's singing to Martin Luther King. Word. But you see how history is can be distorted easily. If nobody tells you that, you just think it's a fly birthday song.
God, we just sang that to somebody the other day. Like
That's
it
what
was
I'm
somebody
saying.
born day. I can't recall. We was over at the school, and you know, he didn't. He had told us it was his born day, but another brother came like, yo, it's his born day. Yo, he come over here. Let's sing that birthday song to
Right. And it's the black version because when I be like say if we go to the family reunion, right? And everybody sings the regular birthday song. I will yell black version and then everybody would just go into the black one. Like I have a habit of doing that. Black version, because I'm on my black shit. You know what I'm saying? Like constantly. I do that shit at my job. I did that shit at my job. It was like, happy birthday to I said black version. And everybody started singing it like it's like an automatic. It's like the song
him.
Tony made. It's your anniversary. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like that's just timeless. It's a timeless record. It will
You know,
always be
I
played.
Tony. One thing I give Tony credit for. They made one of the last R&B songs that I like. That
What song
feels
was that?
good. Feels good.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I'm not an R&B person. I'm not like I would say sometime around 1985 I started strictly listening to hip hop.
Oh
Like the
wow.
last people I could recall is that I liked was like Cameo. Uh,
Oh shit. Huh?
yeah. I haven't like no like really. Uh, my that's why even to this day, if you around me, I'm listening to some music. I'm listening to Marvin Gaye, uh, uh, David Ruffin. I'm listening to Al Green. You know, these kind of people. I don't even.
Now
you
listen.
know
I
what I'm
I
saying?
know what I'm getting ready to say is supremely controversial, but I have to say this. From 1987, when he first came out, to 2000 and whenever he made his last record before got exposed, there's nobody in R&B writing or performing that can fuck with R. Kelly. And you ain't hear
No, that's
none
not.
of that
That's
shit.
not. That's not controversial in
Well,
terms of
you didn't hear
he.
none of that shit, dog.
Oh nah. I'm not a fan of his. I'm saying I've heard his records and I've heard his range. Like in terms of his range, meaning like the amount of different people that he wrote for hit records. The last dude I really recall before him that had that. I mean, with like, yo, he had his own hit songs. He wrote hit songs for other people. Just legendary shit would be Lionel Richie. Like to
Mm.
me, he's up there like that. Like, there's, like even uh, you know, well, they all did too. What's my other
His,
man
his
name?
versatility is way past
Curtis
Lionel Richie.
Curtis Curtis Mayfield. You say his
Right.
versatility is way past who?
Lionel Richie. But he's more on the
Nah,
Curtis Mayfield. Yes.
nah, man. Lionel Richie wrote.
Yes.
Son, you sleeping
God,
on Lionel
listen,
Richie,
man.
man.
I'm not. I'm not. But this dude wrote
Look,
songs for
I understand. I understand.
Michael
Lionel Richie,
Jackson,
who?
fucking R. Kelly.
Son, Lionel Richie did stuff like that. I mean, I can't say Michael Jackson, but I mean, I think he wrote a song for Dolly Parton or somebody like that. Like
Okay,
a
but
hit
listen, that's what I was
song.
getting ready. I was getting ready to make the disparity from Michael Jackson to like Britney Spears or some shit. Like the musical diversity is so incredible with this dude. And then to find out that he couldn't read or write
Okay,
on
now
a
look, that's another element of things right there. Where I'm not gonna
that's what
take
I'm
nothing away from that.
saying. That's what I'm
However,
saying.
I'm saying, son, if you wrote, look, if you could make Brick House and then write something for Dolly Parton, son, that range is, son. It was to me the last people is Lionel Richie, Prince,
Prince is
um,
crazy too.
and then it's pretty much R. Kelly.
Yeah, yeah.
He's one of them people who was there's people like that in almost every walk of life.
We
You know what I'm
have to
saying?
start
Like
saying
I
greatest
don't I
of
don't know
eras.
I don't
We
know
have
if
to start saying
VCR I
greatest
don't
of
know if
eras.
VCR I don't know if VCR is still on here. But his man Michael Jordan is the same kind of way. Well, I never really was a fan of his,
Me
but I know
either.
what you did. I still I respect. You can't do that but respect how you laid it down. Like I tell people,
Right.
look, I was a fan of another team for Jordan's whole career.
Me too.
Like
I
when he
never
was in
rooted for the
college,
Bulls.
and when he was in college, I was a Georgetown guy.
I was a
The,
Georgetown fan
the
too.
only real reason I knew about North Carolina was because Kenny Smith went there. And
Mm,
Kenny's a New York legend. So I
right,
watched, that's how I really got on that. But remember, during that era, even it was the Big East that was popping. So
right,
between St. John's, Georgetown, those are my teams.
right. But
The
remember,
dudes
the
and
ACC games
everybody
used
who
to
was
come on
going,
Saturday. The
right,
ACC
and
games
everybody
used
who
to come
was
on
going to
Saturday
them
on ESPN.
schools was from New York.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They was all dudes that I had grew up. If I didn't know them or I seen them play before, I used to read about them in the paper. So I was a Big East dude. I wasn't really,
Myself as well.
you know what I'm saying?
I wasn't on no ACC, but they games used to come on Saturday like 12 o'clock on ESPN when it was only one ESPN, and you got to see different players, Lenny Bias and Kenny Smith and
Right.
all these dudes from them ACC schools and NC State and Virginia and all. You know what I'm saying? That opened the world up to us like that. Like we ain't know about that shit.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
But
college world it wasn't, especially those worlds, because in those days, remember, a lot of dudes were still coming out the black colleges. The
right,
Winston Salems and the
right.
Gramblings and
Charles
the
Oakley.
Yeah,
Ben
yeah,
Wallace and all them
Virginia,
dudes.
VCU, exactly. Yeah, a lot of the people
Right.
were still coming
Yeah.
out them black colleges, so that was really kind of like dudes in basketball. You had your dudes. If you was a superstar, if you was a Wilt Chamberlain or a Bill Russell, you could go to them white schools. But a lot of the other players were still coming out in black schools at that time.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Because the Big East now, we used to get Big East games, I think, one day during the week, too. Like a Thursday
Hmm.
or some shit.
Hmm.
And that was ESPN, too, though. And then we had, I think, Channel 9, because I get New York channels, too. I think Channel 9 was a Big East game on Saturday.
But Channel 9's in Trenton.
No, no, it's in Jersey, but it ain't in Trenton.
Saying
It's in,
WOR, when I came to Trenton, WOR had motherfucking headquarters right
yeah,
there by the
but
Trenton.
the original was in Sea Caucus. You don't remember that? It was in Sea Caucus.
Yep, you're right. You're right. You're
It
right.
was in
I
Sea
think you're
Caucus.
right. You are
Word.
100% right. I
Yeah.
do recall that. Yep.
Well, now they
Yo,
got a
that's why I
train
be keep
stop to
saying,
Sea Caucus. They didn't
yo,
have that
God,
train stop before.
what was my man name that used to say, hello?
Oh
Yes,
yeah, I
sir.
can't remember.
He was one of the last straight weathermen.
Right. I remember what
He
you
was
talking
he
about.
was one of the last straight weathermen. It was him and Mr. G. And then after him,
Yeah.
when Sam Champion, them type of dudes start coming
Oh
along,
yeah.
it start it started changing up.
No
You know,
disrespect to the
yeah, yeah,
LGBT
yeah, yeah,
community.
yeah. Shout out to Sam Champion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No disrespect at all. But yeah,
Sam
I
Champion
remember
and Storm Fields.
Stormfield. See, this is the thing about living in Trenton. We got the New York and the Philly station. That's why
Mm,
our city is split in half. It's New York people and Philly people. But that was
mm,
good though. That opened my world up. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause New York and Philly is different. And
yeah,
then Philly was only 40 minutes away, while New York is like an hour and a half. So it makes you think different.
yeah.
Now I went to college over there by Philly in Cheney, but Cheney is actually on the Delaware border. Where every day we was in Philly.
You know what I always my perspective on things was that just and to this day I still kind of see it that way, is that New York is kind of like there's places in Jersey, right, where their culture is closer to California than it is to New York. Like New
Mm,
York got a particular distinct, like here's the thing what you could even notice, right? New York is the only place, right, where everybody, at least not some of them first brothers like Kaleem and them, you still hear it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But New York is the only place where everybody lost their southern accent.
mm.
Like when I hear people from Chicago talking and people from LA talking, you could tell they got the same root.
That's the
You understand what
secret
I'm
of
saying?
Snoop Dogg blowing up. That's the
Right.
secret of Snoop Dogg because everybody that wasn't from out here, they identified with that Southern drawl,
Yeah.
and that's why he blew up like that. Among the other reasons, but that was a big reason
Hmm.
because the way he sound. Because
And
once you
just
get,
the
yeah, even our voices got a little twang in it, just a little
hmm
bit. But once you get to Philly, forget about it.
yeah, now you start. But
Now you
but
really hear it.
yeah, but Philly, one thing about them too though, Philly, they got a little bit of the same mix. So
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
hear
yeah.
Philly, they kind of lost their southern accent too.
Yeah,
Like not
it's
all the
different.
way, but
Right,
it's
right.
basically, see, in New York,
Once you get to Delaware, it's a wrap.
what it is in New York, right? When we go to school, all the teachers is Jews and Italians. Well, at that time,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? And so we got absorbed into this kind of cosmopolitan way of
Hmm.
speaking. You know what I'm saying? And
Exactly,
then
exactly.
we put our own, black people always going to style it out. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So we
But
styled
remember
it
now,
out.
remember from the 1920s until the year 2000, being from down south in New York was like a sin
Um,
as far as
yeah,
style wise. As far as coolness,
not just
coolness.
that, but in terms of even the history, well, yeah, you can say that. But even the history of New York, and from what I understand, other places too, right? Is that that kind of started and that actually exists in other immigrant populations. Like I've heard other people from other places, other countries, basically express the same type of sentiment, right? Where in places like New York, the the first migration is in the 1920s, really like the late teens, because people start coming up here because they send in all the Caucasian people, they send them to World War I, and they cut off immigration because, like I said, they was at war with some of the
With
countries, the
those
main countries
countries,
where the
right?
people was coming from, and
So
so
they
this
needed
was
that labor up
they
here.
brought their brothers up. So now those first brothers, by the time the next brothers really start coming up by World War II, those first brothers is already established, and so that's kind of where that started, at least amongst the
But let,
black
let me ask you
population.
this though. Let me ask you this. That happened in Chicago and Detroit and
Right.
Milwaukee
From what I
all
understand, yeah.
simultaneously. But why they
hmm
still sound like that?
I mean, I don't know if those maybe those brothers had like less means to separate themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like from what
Mm,
I understand in New York, that's kind of where the projects came from. Is that when the new black people came during the 40s, right? Is the people who was here in the 20s kind of just viewed them as country bumpkins, and they felt like they already had established themselves in the north as these more sophisticated kind of people, and they didn't want to be associated with them. So see, even when we was talking about other,
Wait a minute, I got a theory. Hold up. I think it's the cold weather, guy.
what happened?
Because
I
if
got
you
kicked
go,
out.
listen, if you
What
go
happened? I got kicked
above,
out of my own room. But hold on, let me just finish what I was saying. Is that when those people, they felt like they was already sophisticated, and they didn't want it, so they didn't pull the new people in to say like, yo, well, look, come over here and live with us, and let's, you know what I mean, let's establish our, community in the way that we talking right now. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen,
right?
uh, you know, I'm
You
from
know
the
what?
P, so I
They
seen
can't.
people that they see the new Hispanic people come in, whether they coming from Dominican Republic or late arrivals from Puerto Rico, and the Puerto Ricans consider them Hicks.
Right,
They use that term too. Yeah, nah, they
right,
Hicks, from they just came from what's the name, you know what I'm saying? Or if you
right.
from a country like Costa Rica or something where, you know what I'm saying, they
It'll take
you
you at
understand
least
what I'm
one
saying?
generation to grow out of that too.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how that played out in the other countries, but they were saying that being that they never looked out for those late arrivals, a lot of them never caught on when they got to New York. Like they heard it was
But
all these jobs, but if you got up here by like 1950, the jobs was over because the
yeah,
World War II economy had ended. You know what I'm saying?
right,
But the second migration is from like 1940 to like 1970.
right,
So you still
exactly.
have people coming up. Like even my pops was here from 1943.
Mm.
My mom's got here in the 60s, maybe even the 70s.
You know, once you've been here for over like 10 years, it don't matter. Well, my theory about the cold weather is now right because I was going to talk about the Boston accent is real hard. It's not Southern. You know what I'm saying?
Boston,
But then,
right,
yeah, Boston. They don't talk, but then when you go above Boston and you go to Buffalo, Buffalo, they sound Southern.
right.
And then the cold weather. What about
Well,
Milwaukee,
you
Ohio,
know the
all that?
joke.
It's cold as hell out there.
You know the joke in New York about all y'all niggas, right?
But
See, the joke in New York, man, is that all of y'all that if you from like Delaware coming up to like Newark,
mhm,
you just ain't have enough money when you bought your ticket to get all the way to New York.
no, right.
Listen, if you from if you from if you if you from north of New York, you fell asleep on a train, missed your stop.
Oh, that's why niggas be hating New York, yo. It's more New York hate than it's ever been.
Nah, y'all be hating on us, man.
Nah, Tupac did that though to New York.
What?
The New York hate.
I
Tupac
mean,
did that.
I'm gonna tell you something. People from New York, we don't understand. They saying we already got work from if it was for us.
Yeah, but it
Pablo
ain't
ain't
like
talk
that
to
no
y'all.
more.
Pablo only talk to us.
It ain't like that no more.
Where's all this hate from? Say,
I
like,
told you
wait
it's
a minute.
Tupac.
Hold up. The whole world, the whole world's doing hip hop. Okay, what would y'all be doing if it was like what we saying? It's said, listen, can we get a little bit of love here?
I mean, hip hop was created in the Bronx. That will never be disputed.
Yeah, but
But
where's the love? But where's the love? Listen, remember when Obama said, "Thanks, Obama." Look, thank you, New York. Just can y'all just look? That's all. That's all it takes. Thank you, New York.
well, it was more about the standards that was set. And then once people like Flex start selling out, he fucked it up.
Um, what you talking about? Personally, I look at that as a war. That was a war that occurred between Funkmaster Flex, Jay Z, and 50 Cent came in at the very, very end. And you know, all three of them, but the original people see Jay Z and uh Flex wanted to be the biggest people in hip hop. And so if you wasn't bowing down to Flex, he wasn't playing your music. Remember that was the beef him and Nas had. And so in order to replace the music that he wasn't playing, not saying that that music wasn't good, But of course, if you're not playing the New York artists because they not bowing down to you because you just a radio DJ, well, you know what I'm saying? He started
Mm.
playing all these Southern artists.
He was getting payola for them niggas too, though.
It could have been payola, but
That's a
right.
fact.
Remember that's what Nas was saying. You charging people to drop the bombs and play their record and everything.
Right.
That would do exactly.
And that blew up
And
the spot
so
because you can go to
so
jail for that.
right, but because this is he's trying to be the biggest or whatever, right? What happens is you got a whole generation of people that was born from like if they was born after about 1996, 97, then you grew up with that Southern music. So right now, when people wonder, yo, why is New York cats doing trap? Why is New York cats doing Chicago drill? Why is New York cats doing chopped and screwed? It's because that's what they grew up with. They don't know the real New York sound like that. And even if they do, they don't see it as popping because what they grew up with is that sound. You know what I'm saying? They grew up with T.I. and what's this dude, Chief Keef and these type of people.
Yeah.
And that's who you see coming to power now.
Them young niggas rock him is Lil Wayne, yo. Real talk.
Right, right. Lil Wayne. And getting back to that, what I was saying, I do feel bad for Lil Wayne because he you know, I mean, and Lil Wayne's a grown man, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to make him look weak. I don't he can tell his own story. But, you want to talk about human trafficking.
Oh shit.
So I mean, nah, don't laugh, guys. It's not funny. Why you laugh, man? Why you laugh,
Yo.
man?
Yo, you're terrible, man.
Nah, I'm serious though, man.
Oh my goodness,
Lil Wayne
man.
was human trafficked, man. Nah, God, hold up, God. Like you said, God, look, one characteristic, man, we always, no matter what happens, we will always have in common is fatherhood, God.
Oh
Fathership,
man.
God. Not the mothership, the fathership, God. God.
Oh man.
Can we do
Well,
that,
I
God?
did I did see him kiss that dude twice though.
Yeah, but I'm saying going back to the beginning, I'm saying his mom sold him to that dude.
To baby.
Yeah. He just died. Right now, you got a son that's a little bit younger than when that happened, God. Could you visualize? Look, same thing with them broads with R. Kelly, man. Those young ladies with R. Kelly, because this is a hotel channel, right? Say, what?
Nah, not
Like
at
right
all.
now, I got a daughter that's uh 13. God, she's not staying no place with no grown.
Not at all.
Listen,
Not even
besides,
family. Not even family
besides,
member.
besides my two oldest sons and me, she's not staying with no grown man.
Exactly.
I mean, like I said, man, I'm not trying to be funny, man. I'm dead ass serious about that, man. Like when you look at the outcome of his life, you know what I'm saying? Like, just somebody's a female or whatever, we looking at it a certain way, and you know what I'm saying? We don't want to say it because niggas gangster, all that. He's in the gang or whatever. He got all the tattoos, but son, he never really stood a chance because then he came into something that reality never really counted, God.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
The
His
same
reality
thing.
is totally different.
The same thing with Michael Jackson, where reality
Right,
never really
right. I
counted
get
to
that.
you, God.
I get that.
That's what I said. Like maybe it's because he's younger than me or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, yo, Sam, listen, man. You know, I don't. I know he endorses Trump right now, but I'm saying, listen, man. Of all the things that we let people slide with because of their childhood, you know, just the drugs, everything. Saying he never stood a chance, God.
Right.
He
I
never
got
stood
you.
a chance.
I got you. From the time he said it wobbity 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 until right now, his reality has been different.
And just not for nothing. I'm gonna tell you another thing about Wayne is listen, man. Every time if a modern fucking rapper, every time you make $1 million, nigga, you should pay Lil Wayne 100,000.
Mm,
Just like look, every nigga that come out and say Brooklyn should pay Big Daddy Kane 100,000.
mm.
Certain
Wow.
shit. So, and don't get me wrong, Big Daddy Kane is not the same situation. But I'm just talking about in terms of saying this wouldn't even be what it was. And this popping pills and drinking lean shit wouldn't even be what it was, nigga, if it wasn't for me.
I told you he
This
they rock him.
same thing with Lil Kim. Lil
Oh,
Kim
Little
should be
Kim is the
working now.
blueprint. Is the
Lil
blueprint
Kim
for
should be
every
saying
female artist.
every time a broad makes $1 million, Lil Kim should get 100,000 because she is your God. Same way you
Yeah.
get a 10% to the church,
No, that's real.
you know,
What they
and
call
in these and these is things, and God, do not. This is related to what we saying. We're like, look, when he had that level of loot, I don't know what his level of loot, maybe he still got it. But I'm just saying, when he was getting like that, these is the people that they picking, God. They picking these people intentionally, God, at 16, 17, before their minds is really formed,
mm-hmm.
before their principles is really formed, where they can corrupt them like that, God. And
Right.
if you look at it, I mean, in the original world, you know what I'm saying? And look, he
Mm-hmm.
half original, whatever. But what I'm saying right now is I ain't talking about Drake. But how many child stars you know from the original world? Like, look, this side. I don't even know if you ever saw the show, but it used to be a show called Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, I remember that.
God, they having a reboot of that show. They brought everybody back except the fucking girl that was original, God.
Cause
Now don't
she
get me
wigged
wrong.
out.
Yeah, but nah, God, they could at least brought her character back as somebody else or something. They could, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have to
Oh, they
do it
kicked
like
her
that.
character off.
Yeah, they not bringing her character back or nothing, God. She's not even allowed at the parties or nothing, God.
She wigged out though, God. She bleached her face and all this
I
other.
know she wigged
She
out,
did the
God,
little
but
Kim
listen,
shit.
but God, now look, and I'm gonna get on some of your shit now. I'm gonna hit you with some of your own medicine. Listen, so did Robert Downey Jr.
Oh yeah, way worse than her
So
did.
did, so did, so did. What's the nigga that's down with Usher from Canada, the crack, the color man,
Justin Timberlake?
Justin? No, not Justin Timberlake.
Oh, you talking about the little guy?
Yeah, the little guy that Usher
I
brought
know
out.
you talking about. I know you
Yeah,
talking about.
that's what I'm saying. All those people wigged out too. There's God, right now, there's people that's what their career really consists of. That they came out and admitted that they was on drugs, God. There's a girl right now. I never heard her music and nothing like that, but I just heard her name around. She was wigging out on stage, everything. And now
Mm.
that's like the whole thing. Like you can't even talk bad about her doing that because it's like, well, I came out and I said it, and mental health stuff, for everybody else. This is a reason to have all the sympathy for them.
Mm.
To me, look, Tevin Campbell.
Yeah.
These is people like God. We should not be making fun of these people, man.
Nah, I wouldn't make fun of him.
I mean,
They did him dirty.
I've had my times when, before I understood things and before I seen what I seen now, you know, I made fun of him like, yeah, yeah. But then it's like, yo, saying, you realize that, there but for the grace of God go I.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That as a young man, I got involved with a group of people, you understand what I'm saying? That at that time they could have sent me on any mission and I would have did it, God.
Yeah, that's true. Me too.
But they in fact they kept me from doing missions that I thought I could do. They was like, nah, son, nah. Stay right here, son. You ain't doing that. Yeah, that's her. Demi Lovato. Yeah, Justin Bieber. What's his name?
Justin Bieber. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Guy, he worked out too, guy.
Yeah. So did
Wow.
Britney Spears
Britney Spears. That's what I'm saying. All these people, but look,
and her sister.
they all got the common denominator of having been children coming into this thing. You see what I'm saying? But all these other people, we have sympathy for them, right? And Lil Wayne is like a pariah right now. You know,
It's it has a lot to do with his endorsement of Trump is minimal in substance of what he described why. And then the damn picture he took with Trump, man.
yeah, I
He
understand.
looks like Trump's, like, you know how you buy a monkey at Great Adventure?
I can't disagree with you. But what I'm saying is, God, his mom sold him to a dude that taught him that's how you do, God. See, look, that's the same thing Baby did. You had this nigga taking pictures with you, you getting on his records or whatever, what I'm saying, when he's hot. Like, God, he don't know no other thing, God.
Yeah, I heard some terrible stories about Baby that I can't say on this channel.
I mean, look, just the things we seen. Like, God, I'm saying, look, I gotta say, man, I never kissed him on the mouth.
Listen, I've never
I
kissed
got,
one of my sons at all. I'm not saying
baby.
if anybody does, that's
Nah,
peace
look,
with
I
you.
ain't gonna front. I kissed him on cheek when they was
I've never kissed.
babies in my hands, God. But I
Yeah,
never
I
kissed
never
them
did it.
but
I
God, that's
barely
what
kissed my daughters.
you, right. I ain't never kissed them on the mouth. I now look, I've kissed them on the cheek when they was
Right,
over ages. You know what I'm saying? Or they kissed me
right.
on the cheek or whatever. But nah, me and my sons ain't never dealt with nothing like that.
No, that's crazy. That when they did that in the video, and then they did it on BT in the basement, and then when they asked them why, did you hear why they said it, guys?
Now look, I want you to say it, and then I'm gonna tell you again, just in my New York history. I'm gonna add on why
There
they
have
said
been
they did it.
sirens going off around my way for like 40 minutes straight. But anyway, um, so they asked him, and he said it was something that we picked up from brothers we know that was in jail.
Oh wait, what? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, God, you could look this up, God.
What I
You
heard,
could
they
look
said
this up.
what I recall them saying. The times I heard, they say, "Yo, that's how gangsters do." And
This is
my shit is, yeah, nigga, but that's the kiss of death, nigga. You would never tell a nigga you kiss.
and the kiss of death is not on the mouth; it's on both cheeks. In the
Like
Italian
what,
culture,
nigga? What, nigga? That is the kiss of death. I remember that
not in
nigga
the
told,
mouth.
yeah.
No, it's on both cheeks. In
Look,
the
I don't
Italian,
look. However it is, I know that that gangster kissing is the kiss of death.
I'm saying, but they got it twisted because it wasn't in the mouth. It was on both cheeks in
Nah,
the
man, I think
Italian.
nah, they kiss each
Nah,
other
look
on
it
both
up.
cheeks. And sometimes that's their homies.
It's not in
They
the
do
mouth,
that.
God. It's not in the
Listen,
mouth.
listen. When
It's
Nick
not
get
in the
kissed in the
mouth.
mouth, I know he's gonna die. That's all I can tell you. That's, look, if a nigga
Somebody
kiss
gonna
me in the
put
mouth,
something in the comments. I'm
if
telling you.
a nigga kiss me in the mouth, hey, look, I got to kill him. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Look, remember it was a joke where nigga said, look, I agree with you where nigga say, yo, look, I can't just say I don't like that nigga. Like right now, like look, if me and you someplace, right? And you like, yo, you know nigga over there? Like, I know nigga, I don't like that nigga. Where what happened? And I just don't like that nigga. Because
yeah,
I can't even tell you. You know what I'm
right.
saying? They kiss me, I'm like, what? Like, nah, they got to just kill you because I don't have to explain that you kiss me in the mouth, nigga.
Let me tell you how crazy this is, right? When my kids, when they was young, we used to have Grand Theft Auto. So the LA one came out. Somebody in the comments going to tell me, but I forgot the name of it. It was Low something. So this video game, you could buy gang clothes, come out of the gang store. You had to do hits with your gang colors. It was crazy. But they had this one part where you was driving in the car and you ran into this dude you was locked up with, and you had to stop him from telling your gang that he took your ass, and that was one of the missions.
Oh,
And this was on a video game.
I
So
got
you had to stop him. You were chasing him, and you had to kill him before.
you reach somebody you know
Right,
and tell me. That's what I'm saying. That's why you got to kill.
right. Crazy though that they will put that in a video game.
Yeah. I guess that's one of the levels I had to grow up from. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, we ain't even got to be in the penitentiary, my nigga. If you do some shit to me, I got to tell you.
I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna send it to you because that's out there. They said we got it from the. I think he said we got it from the gangsters in jail. Well, if people is in jail and they kissing in the mouth, what do you think they doing?
Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah. I mean, I'm not even going to accuse. I'm not even going to begin to act like I think that's what goes on in New Orleans in the penitentiary. But I mean,
I'm sure with
like my nigga, nah, I
certain
said, look,
individuals who have accepted the LBGT
God,
way of life,
this what I'm
that's what
saying.
happens.
There's some jails that I heard about. This what I'm telling you. You ain't doing that in Cook County. You ain't doing that in LA County. Listen, you ain't doing that in Attica. You ain't doing that in Sing Sing. You not doing it in Elmira.
I don't know. I can't speak for no place I ain't never went.
You ain't doing that.
I
What's he
remember
doing
being
right
in
now?
the county. I was in the county in Trenton, right? And it was this brolic dude. And he always had these two guys who were openly LGBT sitting next to him. So I'm about 20 years old. You know, it's a quick county bid. But I'm asking questions like, yo, why is this like this? Like those his people. That's what the older dude told me. Those his people. I'm like, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's what I saw in there. And then this older gentleman, he used to let me read his paper, right? Every day while I was in there, right? Old dude with braids too. You know, like you have gray braids. So one day, I was like, yo, you got the paper? He was like, it's on my bed. You could go get it, right? I went up to his cell and he had the blanket over the door. And when I opened this, like pulled the blanket back to go get the paper, it smelled like pure,
Stop it,
unadulterated
son. Stop it, son. I already know what you're gonna say. Let me say.
ass.
I already know you gonna stop it, son. Why did you have to ruin my life this way, man?
So listen, what I
You know I
did
can't
was,
unhear this now. I can't unhear this.
listen. So what I did was, I closed the blanket. I came back downstairs. I did not get the paper. He said, yo, did you get the paper? I just looked at him and I never spoke to him again. I never said anything to him ever again. Now, the bad thing about that experience is it was so, how can I say, uh, horrifying that I can, as I talk about it, I can smell that smell. That's how powerful your brain is.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it was horrible. And I never spoke to that gentleman again.
Um, what could you do?
I'm just saying, man. Like, 'cause you tested me to see if I was gonna like the smell. Like,
You just
what were you
did,
doing? What were
and
you
I just
doing?
have. But look, that what you was offering me. Yeah, I don't want it now.
Nah,
Yeah, I don't want no favors from you now, nigga. You can't,
nah.
you can't do a motherfucking thing for me, nigga. Except take this knife in your throat. What is wrong?
793rd said when Flesh and Bone came home, his pop kissed him cheek to cheek. My pops kissed me and me as well to him. Y'all wildin'.
See, look,
I
I'm gonna
mean,
tell you something.
it's
Look,
personal,
but
G.
hold up. 793 is a little bit older, and this is another thing. Now, 793. Let's pay attention to this. There was a time, I would say, before for me, it was probably around 87, late 87, early 88, before I really encountered someone, right, who, sexual preferences didn't agree with mine. And before that, it just wasn't a part of my reality. It's not even, it was like a discrimination thing. It just, if there was people around me that dealt with that, either I wasn't wise enough to see it or whatever, but it just was not a part of my reality. Like I recall the first dude that was like, yo, uh, you know, we had first met him. Uh, I dare say, man, you know, uh, what I mean? Fuck it, we keep it 100 on this channel. In retrospect, he was trying to turn us out.
Mm.
And he was successful with one brother. He was
Mm.
successful with one brother, you know what I'm saying? And it was like, yo, once he was successful with that brother, they got kind of bold and shit. You know what I'm saying? This is story. It's not even funny to me. You know what I'm saying? And so they ended up calling this other brother that was in our crew at that time. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, yo, the dude, the brother that was rolling with us that he was successful with, right? And they they called his brother. They was like, yo, look, me, him, and this other dude, we get ready to go to the establishment that, everybody there is going to be that way.
Mm.
So the brother was like, what? Like, and it was some shit where it was like, yo, you know, uh, we all felt some kind of way because we let him into our cipher. But in particular, it was just a thing, you know what I'm saying? We're like, yo, son, like, uh, it just, I can't even, it's one of the things I blocked out. Even in my, you know how they say, yo, black people, we need to go to therapy from all the stuff that happened to
Oh yeah.
us. You know what I'm saying? It's, I kind of blocked it out or whatever. But yeah, that was a thing. And then after that, I remember, yo, you know what I'm saying? Well, next time we seen him, it was the kind of, like he came up saying peace, like, what, nigga? Like, nigga, we heard what you did, nigga.
Mm.
So now we putting him on blast. You know what I'm saying? But we not even thinking about like we putting him on blast. It's really like, you know what I'm saying? What is wrong with you? What you thinking? You know. But before that, it really, even to this day, like I said, it's not a part of my world. It's not, you know, and I be in places, I be around, you know what I'm saying, people of all sexual preferences, but whatever they doing is not a part of my world.
Well, I'll say this. My mother had several LGBT men around our house when I was a kid. So she had her friends, and it bothered me
Right.
a lot. It actually was part of the breakup of her and my dad. 'Cause he gave her like an ultimatum. She was like, "These my friends." He was like, "All right, I'm out." So I'm coming home from school, whatever, from playing, and these particular gentlemen are in my house, and these are openly LGBT men. So that really put my mind in an anti type of space. So then
Mm-hmm.
when I was 16 years old, one of them pushed up on me,
Mm.
like on the low. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I didn't even tell my mom. I just like ignored the dude. Like, you gotta be kidding me. You know what I'm saying? So that's where my mentality came from as far as like being adverse to that lifestyle.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And look,
You know what I'm
783rd% right here where he said he was trying to straight up groom y'all. And that is like once we, found out the real, it was like, yo, we, you know what I'm saying? That's how we felt. Like, yo, you try to play us, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? So we, you know, but one thing I had to say, and that was part of the grooming. See, before that came out, one thing the nigga did, right, is he introduced us, because now I don't know how he knew them, why they were so cool with him either, but he knew a lot of he knew some serious dudes, man,
saying?
some serious men. I don't know if, because like I said, we so young at that time that I don't, maybe that brought him out too. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But when you say that the straight up groom yard, yo, saying I see what you're saying, and look, and that's why I feel bad for Lil Wayne, because look,
Yeah,
there was a point in time, God, where, because the other brothers met him before me. You know what I'm saying? I was the last one that met him. What impressed me about him, right, is that he knew all the women. And this is a Hotep channel. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know that. Listen, I've loved the women. listen,
right,
listen, listen, listen. We should go in the cafeteria, guy, and play cards. I'm talking about. Look, we talking about. I'm just coming into high school, and this brother, I'm pretty sure he was in the 11th grade when I was in the ninth grade. He might have been in 12th grade. So saying that he knows he knows the the females that's in the 11th grade. So we coming in with the ninth graders, they just developing. He's bringing me around grown women.
so this is Brooklyn Tech.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, yo, I'm, I'm thinking,
Right.
I'm I'm totally blind because these grown women is what I'm paying attention to. But then, with later knowledge that once I grew up, oh, now I see why you were so cool with them and why they were so cool with you. But yeah, I was going amongst them for a different reason. But that's how he uh
Right.
kind of wrote me into this grooming cycle. But the thing is, see, you could groom a person, but the person still got to respond to it. You still got to be the bride.
Yeah.
Like right now, you could try to groom a person. You could ask a woman to marry you. She still got to say okay or yes or
Right.
whatever. Yes, I mean, see me, I wasn't in that mindset. Like I said, even this thing is not a part of my world. I'm not even thinking that.
Right. I mean, I seen a lot. I heard a lot, man. And we had that element in our high school as well. It was a projects out here called Miller Homes. You remember that that project?
But you remember, something happened to Miller Homes. They tore it down.
Yeah, it's been gone.
Hmm.
So, and this is gonna blow your mind. There was a dude there called God,
Hmm.
God. He was an openly LGBT community member.
Hmm.
He would uh, give fellatio to men in the project.
Hmm.
They called him God. So I stepped to him before. I said, "Yo, are you saying you a 5%er?" He said, "No, I'm not saying that. People be calling me that. What can I do?" So
And that's what's crazy.
as the years went on, he still maintains this nickname to this day. Then I found out that so-called 5%ers were some of the men that he was
You see?
servicing.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video? It was a video of a dude from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? And there was a dude that started filming him, right? And the dude at this point is pretty much a transvestite.
Hmm.
But the dude that's filming him, he's like, yo, you down with this gang, right? And the nigga was like, nah, man. So nigga said, nah, nigga. I know you, nigga. You down with this gang. Like, I didn't see you putting in work before, and you ain't no nigga that, you ain't no nigga that just busted the crowd. Like, I seen you put in some serious work.
Now he's dressed like
You
a woman.
And then, right. But the nigga, once he said all that, nigga said, all right, yeah, okay. Nigga said, yo, man, this the fuck you doing? Nigga said, yeah, man, boom, boom. He's like, yo, man, what the fuck? Boom, boom, boom. He was like, yo, you know, this guy, you so strange. Yo, and they still, why nobody expose you? Nigga was like, yo, there's a lot of them niggas be coming to see me, yo.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
shout out to everybody, man, whatever they want to do. I'm not really, but just saying that not being my preference, you know what I'm saying? That that I'm just saying that that's what really, before that it just wasn't, just like Islam wasn't a part of my world before I got the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Even with my honorable name. Look, when I told my moms I had the knowledge, right? She was like, I knew you was going to explore that when you got the knowledge. I didn't know it was going to be with them.
Mm.
But I'm saying Islam wasn't a part of my world. I wasn't really thinking, people gave me pork chops, like, yo, this is my name. Should I be eating this? What I'm saying? I wasn't thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? Certain things like, hockey wasn't a part of my world.
Right.
Like you said, we should see hockey on Channel 9, the Rangers, whatever.
Hmm. The
You know what I'm saying?
Islanders.
Yeah, but that wasn't a part of my world. Like we play football, we play basketball, bait stickball, off the stoop, off the wall. Those, you know what I'm saying? It just hockey wasn't a part of my world. You see what I'm saying? So even to this day, when I look at hockey, I can't really understand what's happening. Like I know what's happening. Somebody score a goal. I know what a check is. You know what I'm saying? But just the whole nuances. Like I could look at a football game, right? And then even when somebody punt, I know why they punt. Like, okay, they punted because now they concentrate on their defense. If their defense can keep them, If their defense could do a 4 and out, they're gonna gain 50 yards with that punt. You understand what I'm
Well,
saying?
I got a new found respect for hockey because black people invented that game in Nova Scotia. That don't
I
mean
heard
I
something
watch
about
it.
that. I heard
Yeah,
something
that
about
don't
that.
mean I watch it, but
But could you
I
expand on that
respect
for
it.
me? I heard something about that, but can you expand on that?
Yeah, I don't know the year per se, but black
Yeah, but
people invented
what
that
was the
game in Nova
phenomenon?
Scotia. Yeah, they invented that game in Nova Scotia. Black
I
people.
mean, like, what's the history of those black people? Like, what was they doing in
They
Nova
migrated to
Scotia?
Nova Scotia at the time.
They was black people from where, the West Indies? They was from America? Where they was from?
I gotta do more research for that, Lord. I don't know
Hmm.
all of that.
Because looking at it, I could
You
see
can Google
how
that though.
it seemed like it might have been more West Indian people that knew about
I
cricket.
don't know. Yeah, it's kind of similar, but
Like
I don't
it's
know.
kind of a mix between cricket and soccer.
Right. I don't know how them black people even got to Nova Scotia.
But all every one of them histories, when we talk about that, like, yo, how them black people got there, the origin of them, yo, that should be extremely important. Like, just in the whole science, like the sciences that we would learn, you understand what I'm saying? In terms of, like, for instance, you know, the whole time I was growing up and my family, they was telling me about, how they migrated from down south and all this stuff. But then it was really when, I got to the point of knowing the history and learning it through school and through different research, you know, uh, I probably was in my 20s, God, when I finally realized, and I asked my grandma, I said, wait a minute, y'all was sharecroppers when y'all was down south? And she paused for a second and she said, yo,
Mm,
but the
that's
whole
hard.
time, yeah, because they telling me just the family story that, yo, we was down there, we moved up here, you know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we was on 126th Street, went from 126th Street over to, like, 128th Street in Amsterdam. The house over there burned down. We moved to Freeman Street. Your pops met your mom over there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
Y'all moved to McClellan Street. You know what I'm saying?
right.
They just telling me. But then when I started going through, like, wait a minute. You know what really made me realize it? Is that on my mom's side of the family, they own land. When I used to go down south to stay with my mom's side, they had all this property, farming, and all this stuff is going on. But when I went to
Mm,
their side, they got like a little plot or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not planting. I'm saying they just got a little
right.
small little parcel of land. You know what I'm saying? When you go in the house, it's thousand motherfuckers in there, whatever. Yeah, what's going on down there? Then it hit me. Oh, y'all was like, for instance, my mom's right. At one time, I don't know what happened to her now, but at one time, uh, everybody, like, my great grandfather had so much land that everybody up to the grandchildren had land.
Mm,
They had some portion of that land belonged to them. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Uh, and then my mom's in particular, she's the first, she's one of the oldest grandchildren. She's the first from
Mm,
my grandfather, but she's like one of the top three or four in all of her cousins on that level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, so I understood that okay, they own land. They had, you know what I'm saying? Um, but I started realizing that yo, on my father's side, they never told me about no land. And so it was all this time that passed, and I'm starting to realize the history. I asked her, and that was the first time. Before that, they never told me, like they just, it was rough. Like I didn't know, but a lot of stuff started making sense. Like for instance, my uncle used to tell me about when they used to go back down south, right? My grandfather would never take 95.
Mm.
My grandfather would drive the whole way down 1 and 9 because that was still his training. Like, nah, that's the white man road. We got to ride over here with certain. He told me how, he used to say like, yo, daddy, I gotta go to the bathroom. My grandfather said, all
Mm.
right, yeah, I got you. And he said, yo, they would be passing places. And he's like, yo, daddy, they got a bathroom right in there. I can't go there. He said, yeah, my grandfather just said, no, we can't stop there. It's not, it's not funny probably to everybody, but within the family, it's funny because you don't know my grandfather type person.
No, I got you.
But that was the signs of the oppression that he knew, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to my other grandfather, right? Because his father was a landowner, I knew him to curse white people out. Yo,
Mm.
God, go my look, we got to get him. Like we
That's empowering, man. Seeing that
you know,
back then.
I'm talking about we just in the gas station, you know. He just started cursing, cutting people out, like
That's hard. That was semi dangerous too.
right. But he didn't because and see, my great grandfather, look, uh, he was, he was a kind of a bad man. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. There was a picture I seen of my grandfather,
Hmm.
my great grandfather, right, in full Masonic regalia.
Mm.
I'm talking about full. Look, the chains, the aprons, the suit, the gloves, full regalia.
Mm.
Like I had other people in my family, like my mother's, like he's my cousin too, but he's my mother's first cousin. He said, yo, one time he was driving, right? He was drunk and he crashed into the ditch. He said when the police came, police said, yo, you
Wow.
related to Allie Brown?
Who?
Say yeah, Allie
Oh, okay.
Brown. Say yeah. He said, yo, man, you better get home and left him. He said he went home, right? He said, yo, he parked the car. He thought he got away. He said the next day, the police rolled up in the yard. He said, yo, he already knew. He said, yo, he see the police truck.
Mm.
He see the police truck with my great grandfather. But listen, he got in trouble with my great grandfather, but he didn't go to jail. But I'm saying that that's the level that my great grandfather, you know what I'm saying? Even I'm saying this had to be, I'm saying going by his age, This had to be like in the early '60s. My great grandfather had that type of juice, and I knew him to have that. Like when I went around that side of the family, I knew them to have that kind of juice.
Right.
But when I went to see my other side of the family, it's like, yo, man, what? And it finally dawned on me to ask her, yo, wait a minute, man. And so yeah, that side of the family is sharecroppers. You know what I'm saying? And my other side of the family is the kind of people you know, we this conversation, we kind of went into a little more different conversations. But my grandfather's side of the family, he was on my mother's side of the family. My great grandfather was a visionary on that level, where he used to own crazy land. Like he used to own, like, say from like where the school is at on 7th Avenue, right,
Mm-hmm.
over to like maybe like Amsterdam Avenue, right, and then all the way down to like 110th Street. Like there was a time when I used to go over there, right,
Mm-hmm.
and my aunt used to send us in the woods to rake up the leaves. At the time, I was like, yo, man, what shit is this, man? Like, you one of the fatherless people on earth, yo. But I came to find out that was our property. Like, even the
Wow.
place where she worked, where her job was at,
Mm-hmm.
my great grandfather sold them that property. You know what I'm saying? So, um, I look at that even as a blueprint of getting back to what we were saying from the beginning, you know, and that's why I was saying, remember when I asked the question about, yo, uh, when should we lock down at? Should we lock down on a national level and say, yo, let's all support Killer Mike then? To a level where
Right.
we all could afford to do it, where look, if he's a fraud, we could just say, fuck it, we took a shot. You understand what I'm saying?
I think he's straight
Um,
up, but let me know.
but
Like,
right,
put
I
your
think I think
hundred.
he's straight up. I mean, I think he's trying to. I got some reservations concerning how caught up he is with the Democratic Party,
He's very caught up in that.
and I
But
think that's a liability. And look, I'm not saying
no,
to
but listen,
condemn
listen.
him.
He still
I'm
got
just
his
saying,
own mentality within that he deal with them. He's not a puppet for them, but he's definitely a Democrat. But he's not a puppet for the Democrats at
yeah,
all.
but
I
see,
give him
once
that.
you, nah. To me, this is what Ice Cube has over him. Even though he's been, don't get me wrong, I look at him as more, like he's been in that cycle for a longer time. You know what I'm saying? Like Ice Cube has been a black man politicking, you know what I'm saying, on these levels in terms of, and this is something that I thought about before, right? He first came into the acting stuff in Boys in the Hood, right?
Right.
Now, the director of that movie, John Singleton, right?
Hmm.
Because he tried to present certain ideas and certain things, right? He wasn't as successful as Ice Cube,
What you
even
mean?
though I mean what I understood because I kind of paid attention to Mike's not Mike Singleton, what was his name?
John Singleton.
John Singleton. I kind of paid attention to him. he had a lot of movies that he couldn't get made, right? Because he always was telling it kind of from a little bit more militant perspective. Like even in Boys in the Hood, when he was like, "Yo, my brother got killed," and they didn't put it on the news because they don't know, they don't show, or they don't care, or whatever was the statement that he made. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And you know, I had heard of the what's the name, but I'm saying he brought it more into the forefront, dealing with the Tulsa, Oklahoma stuff. You know what I'm saying? And all those different things, and just the perspective that he was telling movies from what I understand, he couldn't get a lot of backing for the movie. He couldn't, you know what I mean? The financing I'm talking about. You know what I mean? To get a lot of his movies made. But he still did his thing. You know what I'm saying? I still look at him as a hero and all that. You know what I'm saying? Uh Now Ice Cube, as somebody who first just appeared as an actor in one of his movies, became more successful not just as an actor, but also as a producer and a director. You know what I'm saying? And so
Right.
some of it, and see, and this is some of the part where I'm saying about even like what he's saying, it's like, okay, maybe he has confidence. Like right now, what me and you were saying is like, okay, let's maybe have 50% confidence that Ice Cube could accomplish what he accomplished, but let's just let the other 50% confidence go to the things that we need to establish. Like we gonna be behind Ice Cube, right? But we still gonna support Killer Mike with this bank. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's where I'm at with it. Like, let's
That's what the
give
devil
everybody
always try to make us make choices.
right. I'm gonna make a choice. That's what I'm saying. Like, you trying to make me choose between Biden and Trump. Why I gotta do that for?
Right.
Like, that's the thing that you know. And see, I mean, not for now, you know, I know you know me. Where it's like, yo, you gave me two choices, or you know, whatever you thought was a choice. But wait a minute, what if I just decide to rock out though? Like, what if I don't take two of them choices? What you want to do? See, I don't know if, like we were saying, those people that really have the resources in our community, they're not ready to do that. Like, that's what it got to come down to is that, you know, at some points you gotta take a chance. And look, sometimes your chance could look real good. That don't mean you gonna win. And just because your chance look real bad, that don't mean you gonna lose. Like that's part of the lesson that we get from the David and Goliath story. Is that back at that time? Remember, it was a movie too. It was a movie with Brad Pitt in it. Uh, it was about Greece,
Mm.
and they came to get Brad Pitt. He was Brad Pitt was my he was getting all you know dealing with mad bras, getting high, all the stuff.
Right.
But they had a beef with these people where they was like, "Yo, we gotta get Brad Pitt, yo." Like you know, his character. I'm saying, you know, in fact, he played Achilles. That's what he played. And a
Oh,
dude
okay.
who was a
I
coward,
ain't see
a
that.
dude who was a dude who was a coward, shot him in the Achilles heel. And then the people was able to roll up on them. But before that, nobody could deal with them.
Right. You
What was I
there?
saying? Yeah, what was I saying right before that? I got caught up trying to recall the name of that movie and lost my thought of what I was originally saying.
I don't know. My battery about to die though, dog.
Yo, that's peace though, God. That's we had a great conversation. I think that people
Indeed.
enjoyed it because they didn't make too much comments.
Mm.
So I think they mostly just did the knowledge to what we were saying.
Right.
Yo, this one thing I want to say for my man D Christian, right? I didn't pull this out,
Mm-hmm.
but but I have my alkaline water over here the whole time. Yeah, because they look, they D Christian thinks there's a danger of me becoming too hotep because I drink alkaline water now, and I ate a salad the other day for dinner.
Nothing wrong with a little hotep.
And listen, D Christian, you still there? I'm not even. I gotta wait till D Christian come back on. I'm gonna make another statement.
All right. Well,
Hold on.
I'll be in tune the next day.
Yeah, the next day, I'm probably gonna pop off on. I'm probably gonna pop off on Instagram tomorrow. I gotta start getting.
All
I
right.
gotta start going back there. Not to stab, but we real short right now. Like I was. I didn't want to go on Instagram because like we talk, but look, the full jump off drops on November 6th. Hopefully we not in the midst of riots and unrest.
Right. Right. Oh, I heard that the song with you and Tragedy. That's hot too.
You heard it? Where was that? I heard it was about to get
Uh,
leaked out.
Endemic leaked it on Facebook the other day.
The whole jump off.
Nah, just the song with you and Tragedy.
I'm saying the whole song.
Yeah, I heard. It's just you one verse apiece, right?
Yeah, you talking about the this is expertise, this is expertise, my CD things. What's the you talking about the
You and Tragedy on the song. You
me
do
and
the hook.
Trash got two songs. Trash featured on two songs on the album.
Oh, okay. I heard the one with one verse apiece and you doing the hook.
That's how both songs go though.
Oh, well. This one was something 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 tragedy. I don't know. Agony. I don't know. On the
Yeah,
hook. Yeah. I liked it.
that's it. I mean, yeah, I like both of the jump offs of tragedy too. But yo, one thing before you leave, right? Did I already say it? Is that listen, is oneunited.com.
That's the bank.
That's Killer Mike's bank.
All right. I'm gonna put some money in there too. I'm gonna put
Yeah,
$100 in there too.
yeah. Let's just support. You know what I mean? And it's not like he's taking your $100. You know what I mean? He's sending you a bank card. You know what I'm saying? And
I'm with it.
Troy, Troy, that wasn't a movie.
Oh, Troy.
Yeah, but
I never saw that.
yeah, I can't recall why exactly I was bringing that up. But that happens. You know what happens, God? We deal with so many topics, God,
Right.
and we go in depth with so many things. And we talk about over the history of time. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Like it's things that we bring up that we be talking about that's unique to this conversation, but then it's things that me and you been talking about for decades, God.
Wow, decade. That's real.
Decades, God.
That's
You
real.
know what I mean?
Even
Yeah,
divine, even bringing up divine, man. That was
right.
uh,
Decades, God. That's been at least that's been like 25 years, God.
divine been dead for 25 years, God.
God, we in 2020, God.
Damn, God.
Like
That
that
mean,
happened. Maybe a little like 23 to 25 because I recall him doing that. I mean, it could be more because I recall him doing that like just before I signed my deal. And I signed my deal in 94. No, 95.
that means his little daughter is definitely in her 30s now.
Yeah. Yo, God, that's another thing we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to do a whole video on that. We're gonna do a whole live on how many of the young have we lost, God?
Hmm.
Like that's a whole nation. Like a lot of things we be saying we could overcome, right? How many of them have we lost, right? That we should be ashamed of because we lost them to the gangs and the street life, and they sitting in jail right now. You know what I mean? And then how many have we lost that is successful in everything that they did, but they don't want to be affiliated with the guys because you know what I'm saying of the things that happened in their history that they feel the guys are responsible for.
Hmm.
Like I
Yeah.
remember one time it was an incident, and I already spoke on this. I don't like to give bad news, but see, this is not really bad news on the nation. This is me telling on myself.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? In terms of things that I should have did, it's not my particular seed, but I recall one time was a situation, right, with two cats. They seen their enemy. They shot at him. At the time, he was crossing the street with his baby.
Hmm.
God, the dude didn't get hit one time. They killed the baby.
Oh my goodness.
God, both of the cats that did the shooting, they had the same name. And
Hmm.
it was a righteous name. It was one of the names like Darkim Be Allah, like you know what I mean. Where some names where like a brother names might be Jamal. You might can mistake that for a lot of different things that what that means. But you know how like somebody's name is scientific,
Right.
but it's like nah, he's definitely like I recall one time my son, right, he came in the house, he said, yo, there's a dude up at the park. I was just up there playing, right? Dude up at the park. His name is Supreme. And he got a sister named Cypher.
You already know.
He said, you think they 5%? See, yeah, God, of course they 5%. He said, yo, he said, so what should I do? I asked him if he know the day's mathematics. Like 20 minutes later, they came back to the crib and he got the kid Supreme with him. And Supreme was like, yeah, the mathematics, I know what that is. I know this, but I'm saying what my pops used to talk about that, but so I started taking him through it. I was like, yeah, one is knowledge, two is wisdom. Then he started catching on. Like by the time I'm saying three, he's like, understand it, right? And you understand what I mean?
Right.
That was the first person that my seeds taught.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But now they coming up. They still not up there with me.
Right. Right.
Nah, they doing anything. I have to give them. My daughter is probably the most prolific teacher.
Word.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I can't say the same. That's another show.
She be teaching to the point where she be calling me, talking about like she be having beef from teaching.
Mm.
You
It's the
know,
one in Michigan.
she's but you know, she got the most uh how would you say it? Uh I mean they all have certain principles, but she's the one that understands the most that you got to actively uphold these principles.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like the rest of them, they more look at it like it's a family thing. Like just like we got a family name or whatever. They look at it more like, yeah, it's we 5%.
Right.
She's the one who understands the most that nah. You know, I need a rim around me of people that's also 5%.
Mm.
Like I can't, you know, like God, her dietary law and everything is more strict than mine.
Her what?
Her dietary law,
Oh, okay. Indeed.
like I used to hate to take her to school in the morning because you know, whenever I take them to school, that's really one of my seeds, right? That I learned my lesson. And this is a lesson any of y'all brothers out there that y'all young brothers, y'all seeds is young. They haven't got to that level yet. So this is how you save your money. When you about to go clothes shopping, right? Whatever type of shopping you about to do with your seeds, right? Before y'all get to the place, get them the money. Like whatever's the money you want to spend, give it to them before you go. And you're gonna see that your children is gonna all of a sudden become frugal and start looking at price tags.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Listen, when you give everybody 150, $200 or something before y'all walk in the store. All of a sudden, they look at the price tag. What? $50? They want $50 for this? But see, if you just go in the store and tell them, go ahead, what you want. Man, I need this. I need the hat to match. The sneakers over there. But I'm saying this, the sneakers hard match. Look, if you get them their $200 before you go in the store, they gonna go in the store, get some stuff, and come home with about $60.
Mm.
Well, you got hold up, say. Now you saving money? I'm just telling you, that's a jewel. And see, it shows them, first of all, how to deal with money. Before they get to, where it's loose money. See, that was I wouldn't say it was the mistake that our parents made, but that was something about the way life changed. Well, our parents never knew we was going to get introduced or that drugs was going to be introduced into our community at that level. So things that my parents was trying to control me from getting, because, at that time in the P, you could be killed for your coat. You could be
Yeah.
killed for your sneakers. So things
Right.
that they was trying to stop me from getting, right, that they wouldn't get for me. And when I seen that, it was a way for me to get that for myself. I mistakenly took that route.
Yeah, I'm on 1%. So,
All right, G. But tomorrow probably catch me on Instagram because I'm gonna go back to showing the boxing class. But when I put it on YouTube, because it's kids, you can't do videos that's dealing with kids no more on YouTube, or they cut you off.
mm,
I mean, they don't
right,
cut you off, but the video gets flagged.
right.
But we back at that level where I'm about to start going back to the Instagram signs. Uh, on the really, I prefer to put this stuff on the Random Jewels page, other than the Law of Christ page, because the Law of Christ page is loose.
All
Like
right.
like
Well, just let me
like
know what
like
time
that.
is going on the next day.
No
I
doubt.
got you on the prayer. Peace to the
Yo,
God.
yo, DeBar, you was up in here the whole time. See DeBar, that's Nikki. You too smell good. Yeah, too. Listen, that was some real 5% shit right there. Y'all just pulled, man, being in here all this time, not saying. But DeBar, you actually also a good person to talk to, and we're gonna get back to really, what am I doing up this late? But DeBar, uh, the title of the live. Let's get back. Khalik Asel said, "Want a bill on ABBT? I guess this means all being born to is God saying adding today's math is incorrect." Okay, I don't know who these brothers is that you're talking about. So first of all, let's start right there. This is what happens, guys. See, what you have, guys, is mathematics in principle and living mathematics. And what that's about is that, see, mathematics in principle is just knowledge to born in cipher. Those is all the principles, those is all the elements that you need to make any number that exists. That's the principles of every number. You could make a number 1,978,341. All those principles exist in only 1 to 9 and 0. But then you have living mathematics. So let's go back to the 1 to 14, right? So you go through from the first day of the month to the 14th day of the month, right? And you deal with degrees in the 1 to 14. But then it becomes to the 15th day of the month, and then all of a sudden you say the days degree in 1 to 14 is the equality degree. Two things about that. First of all, you already dealt with the equality degree, right? when you was going from 1 to 14. And the other main thing in dealing with living mathematics is you cannot go from 14 to 6. Like if you 14 years old, you can't be 6 years old after you was 14 years old. Like if I owed you $20, right? And I had dollar bills and I said, yo, here's $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8, $9, $10, $11, $12, $13, $14, $6. You gonna say, oh, take all this back. I gave my $20. How you went from $14 to me having $6? See, the reason why we deal with all being born to, right? And this is something because see, and this is another thing. See, we don't just go by what the law said. We go by what we can show and prove right now. To see if the law said it and from 1964 to 1969, we supposed to be able to show and prove it right now. And if you can't show and prove it, that don't mean it's not true. It just mean don't say it. Because you can't take it to born. But that's another side issue. I'm just saying what we can show and prove. So you can't show and prove that 6 can come after 14. The reason why we use it is because there's keys in all mathematics. So when it's the day, it's mathematics, is knowledge, power, refinement. There's keys in the equality degree, right? In the 1 to 14 that can help us understand what today is about. So that's why I use it. But we gotta understand though too that there's a certain element of listen. Once we went through the 110 from the first day to the 10th day, right? Okay, you could born it, but on all the rest of them days, you're not gonna say anything that you didn't say to the first day to the 10th day because that's all there is in the 110. That's not all there is to our degrees of understanding. If you can see that, then I did my job. That's the basic thing you gotta keep in tune with that is uh the difference between mathematics and principle and living mathematics. Well, really, tonight was just conspiracy night. Me and Supreme Man, we got caught up in a almost personal conversation that ended up taking over. But really, my thing was, my spidey senses right now is going on. And I say, conspiracy night because also I don't know how many of y'all is into that, but tonight is a blue moon. So I don't usually deal with conspiracy theories and all that, like because you got to prove That's kind of a conspiracy theory by definition is something you can't really show and prove. But being that it's a blue moon, and there's some things that we do once in a blue moon, we're gonna deal with conspiracy theories tonight. We are, you know, my spidey senses is tingling. You I don't know if this is funny to y'all or not, but back in the days, you had to watch out for the big kids. Like the big kids didn't have a lot of morals. If you was a little kid and the big kids saw you, they'd take your sneakers, your coat, your money, your basketball, your bike, but and not the big kids from your block, but when you was child, I was always somebody that was going outside of. Kalika Seal said that was the explanation that the father didn't teach that. The father didn't teach what? But get back to while you answering that, going back to what Smell Goods was saying, um, you you had to watch the big kids. And so, you know, you kind of had to learn to have a kind of like spidey senses where, you know, if say I'm riding my bike somewhere, I might be riding over there and I see some big kids, right? I might look over there like, yo, the big kids, oh, that's such and such. Like, I know them. All right, it's cool. But then on another time, I might look over there and I see some big kids. I already know them. All right, let me ride that way around, the long way around these niggas. Not saying that's gonna happen. Not saying I'm scared, but it goes down out here, you know, in just that kind of way where you learn to uh, kind of gain a sense of your surroundings, and certain individuals may just body senses tingle, and certain things that's going on right now, politically, economically, you know, with real estate, with all these different things. So right now, like I said, uh, disclaimer. Not saying I know any of these conspiracy theories are true or I have any information about it, but just being open to the ideas. Uh, Tonight is night to manifest whatever is your conspiracy theory about what has happened or what might happen in the future. Khalid Hassel said, when I heard about all being born too, the explanation given was that it wasn't taught by the father himself. See, listen, I'm not so much with that. And I don't want to condemn nobody that is with it. See, the reality is it right and exact right now? Like, is it right and exact right now? Can you show and prove it? See, because the person who said, right, that the father didn't teach about all being born true, right? Do they have a cell phone? Whether you text or get on the internet or not, do they got a cell phone? Because a lot didn't teach that. See, what about my children and how I got to deal with them in this day and time? See, a lot didn't teach that. I got a daughter that's in school right now to do bioengineering. They make uh kind of prosthetic limbs and stuff that, still move and stuff. What did Allah teach about that? See, Allah come in his own good time and take the devils that's on this planet at that time off the planet he's on at that time. Was the devils using Facebook to indoctrinate people at that time? What did Allah teach about that? And see, we can even go more in depth. And what I'm telling you is this, man. You know, Allah only walks the planet right now because you walk in the planet. See, if you talking about an individual, you just talking about the individual. We ain't talking about, see, because I already told you about the mindset. Allah is walking the planet right now because you walking the planet. But if we just talking about that individual, then I can just go back to Jesus. If you just telling me about this whole bunch of rules that somebody gave out, that's not here right now. They're not here right now to tell you what they thought about that. God, a lot didn't really teach that was 120 lessons. Love is in the bill. Yeah, yeah, love. I'm up mad late tonight, right? I didn't came into your time. Love, finding the way to work. But whatever Allah said, if Allah, if Allah said it or didn't say it in 1964 to 1969, because if you go back to 1962, then what Allah was teaching was religious Islam. So you saying for 1964, 1969, he said it, okay, we should be able to show and prove it right now then, without even saying his name. We should be able to show and prove it. 120 lessons, it didn't exist in that form. Allah didn't give out 120 lessons. That's something that we formulated. Like right now, if you hear a brother say, yo, what's the 88th degree? Allah never taught it like that. But see, Allah, yeah, he's the father of the nation. All props due because he allowed us to skip steps. He allowed me to not have to finish my existence in Christianity. He allowed me to not have to come into Islam in a religious way. You know what I mean? Because of what he manifested, I was able to go from a 14-year-old with no knowledge of myself to, you know, by the time I'm 17, I got this thing, you know, I'm doing what I do. And he had to wait, he had to go through trials and tribulations for 36 years. He was 36 when he came in full realization. So see, because of that, I gotta be forever grateful to the brother. Don't get me wrong, I'm not in no way attempting to belittle Allah. But look, even he said himself, man, only the dead worship the dead. So, you know, just that's my advice to you. Don't be so caught up in what Allah said. What Allah said, He gave the guidelines, right, for the brothers that was there in 1964 to 1969. And then they perpetuated those guidelines on like they were supposed to us. But the reality is, let me tell you something. Since 1969, the sun and the moon don't even rise and set the way it did, God. The sun and moon don't rise and set the same way it did in 1969. I'm talking about astrologically, astronomically, right? There's something called a precession of the equinoxes. And when you know that signs, you know that the sun and moon don't rise and set the same way throughout the procession of time. It's still remainable. It's still the sun. It's still the moon. It's still, it ain't changed the entire science we deal with, but how we gotta apply it in each of those times. So like right now, if you was born after 1980, is there anybody in here? We only got a couple people. It don't matter to me. But listen, is there anybody in here that was born after 1980? And if so, do you know what it's like to change the channel on the TV with a screwdriver or a pliers? See, you don't apply mathematics like that no more. That's not what you got to do because you're in a different day, and you ain't supposed to do it like that. We get to where we get because we stand on the shoulders of the giants that came before us. And so, you know, absolutely, I personally, I'm saying me, Lord Christ, I stand on the shoulders of Allah as a giant in all of time. You understand what I'm saying? He is one of the greatest Christ. He's one of the greatest, you anointed ones who rose in the knowledge and facilitated others arising in the knowledge. That's why my name is Allah. You know, it's, listen, my name is Allah. I ain't got nothing to do with no religion of Islam. My name is Allah because my father's name is Allah. Period. But see, he gave us the signs to everything in life, man. He didn't take us from the worship, right? We going through a series of worship of people we can't see. See, I'm Allah Christ. I'm not Jesus Christ. See, when y'all come to where y'all heard I was, when y'all come to different couple people that came to school, I'm there. I didn't disappear from doing where you come and then now you got to speculate, oh, where the Holy Ghost came. Nah, nah, nah. I'm here. See, if you're going to teach about somebody who's not here right now, supposed to have all the answers for us right now, then you might as well look. I could just go back to Christianity for that. So rather get, you know, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm adding on with you, but I'm just saying, don't never let that be the end all, the be all. That just because Allah said it, just because Allah did it. I never walked with Allah. I'm gonna tell you something, a brother that walked with Allah told me. He said when Allah came back from Madawan, the brothers were still trying to hang on his every word like they did before he went in. And he told them, nah, when I was in there, I had to use my wisdom to save my life. Now, you're going to have to use your wisdom to save your life. We already came from, yo, maybe not all of y'all, like I just was building with Supreme Man. He didn't come from that history. But I came from a history of, I'm already worshiping uh, a man who, if he ever existed, is gone in Jesus, right? Another man who you don't know if he ever existed in God, right? And then this Holy Ghost character that clearly was just made up. Now, had I went into, the NOI, now, because I came at the time I came, I'm gonna have to bear witness to another two men that I never could experience. You know what I'm saying? Bar and Elijah. He said, "Nah, you ain't got to deal with them. I'm a law right here. So what I'm gonna go back to, you know, like I already said, I already sang his praises. But right now, he not here. except through us. So then, if he's only here through us, who else could we look to for the answers except for us? So always use that, as a guideline. But there's some guidelines that he can't really, you know what I'm saying? Listen, you know, when Allah returned, right? Uh, I don't think any of his children was as old as my children. Like she Supreme Man came on, God's Ivy Divine, they homeowners. Allah never was a homeowner. Well, I ain't gonna say that. I don't want to be no homeowner. I don't want to leave no teachings on that. We're actually taking this knowledge places that he had the supreme idea to know that the seeds he was planting was going to grow to that level. But see, the same way, you know, and y'all know I deal with farmers. See, if I give you an apple, the nutrients that you're going to get within the apple, right, is not apparent in the seed, meaning that only the naked eye can detect of what the seed's going to grow into. But that seed don't got all the nutrients that the apple have in it. So by the same token, knowledge is infinite. Understanding continue to grow. So the people that come after me, they understanding. I mean, if they worth a shit, they understanding is going to be more expanded than mine. Their knowledge is going to be more accumulated than mine. Their wisdom is going to be greater than mine because that's what we doing. You know, unless we get to a point like saying all the shortcomings that we got going on right now, brothers getting killed in the street by, unarmed, you know what I'm saying? Black women, you know, because this is a Hotep channel, you know what I mean? All the levels that they being disrespected on, the miseducation of the children. You saying we supposed to stay right here where I'm at? This supposed to be it? It ain't supposed to be no people that look. If I don't get a chance to do it myself, not saying that I'm supposed to be reliant because look, I'm not relying on the people that's going, that's not here right now. I'm not relying on the people that's not here right now. Whether they going to come, we here and now. So this is why I do what I do. I know what the past is. I know what the future is. But I know what the present is too. That's what happened a lot of times. A person, you still end up being religious because you absorb yourself from the responsibility because now you looking at, oh, because this person back there, because they manifested whatever they manifested, then everything's supposed to be right and exact. Or yo, the Messiah is coming. Nah, nigga, you the only one. Especially once you say the word, we say who we are, that's it. Now you responsible. told y'all before I tell y'all again. Should have took the blue pill. There's no backseats. You can't go from taking the red pill to taking the blue pill. So right now, yeah, listen, man, it works like that in our biological families. You know, some of us reach that age. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how old everybody is, but look, I've reached that age where, look, even the people in my family that's older than me, I'm still the leader. They still got to do what I say. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I ain't gonna front. That's it's not a hope, but I'm not a scary person. But some of the conditions that people and my family came to, where it's not just one person, where the child had to end up returning that equality and taking care of the parent. See, I'm not afraid of the young. I'm not afraid of what's coming after me because I know I did my duty. See, there's other people. Let me tell you something. Some people they took a see. They don't want to come on here and tell y'all what they know, right? They say I come here and tell you what I know. What you think? You ain't gonna bomb me. See, first of all, because see, I know who I am. So no matter how much you can learn all the facts, you can go read. Look, go read the whole right now, right? I'm saying whoever you is, if this is what you're thinking, right? Go read the whole Britannica, right? And then come back and see if anything changed about me being God. You would just elevate on your level, but see, you got to be in your area. You got to show and prove to your people. You don't even mean nothing. Just because you know more than me, how much of it can you teach to the babies that come after you? Otherwise, shut up. That's the only thing that make me great. Is I have the ability to take these ideas and concepts and teach them to everybody that come after me who want to learn it. So you can boost up to whatever level. It's not going to change that I did what I did in my time when I was here. In my own good time, I handled my business. But getting back to what the brother question was, because was that a rant? My bad. Because I know we've been on all night. Uh, getting back to the brother's question, the reason why we deal with all being born too, right, is because there's keys in all the mathematics. See, Allah taught us to add and multiply. So he might not have specifically used the term all being born to, or whatever the brother's saying, you have to go back and tell me exactly what they meant by that. But he taught us to add and multiply. And see, when we add and multiply, right? What do they call it? When you multiply, it's called the product. When you add, it's called the uh, there's a particular word for the answer that you get when you add two numbers. Love eternal. Tell me what it. Because love is we deal with that type of math and physics. That when you multiply two numbers, it's called product. When you add two numbers, I know the two numbers that you add is called the addends. But at any rate, what I'm telling you is that 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 final outcome, what I mean, that was produced from rather the sum. I see that's when I'm wild. But look, the thank you for that smell goods for adding that on. But see, the product and the sum, right? The product when you multiply and the sum when you add also give you some insight into the meaning of the mathematics, today's mathematics, whatever it is we dealing with. So when you deal with do you understand the knowledge? Okay, how will I know if you really understand the knowledge? By seeing your culture, by seeing how you lived it out, by even seeing if you lived it out. I'm gonna see what the sum is, the summation, meaning what's the outcome, right, of you understanding the knowledge you're dealing with. Did you understand the knowledge? Like, look, if you tell your children, do this right here, and then they come back with all the wrong stuff, or you didn't live it out, you didn't understand the knowledge. That's in the book, The Art of War, where it says, look, if you give some instructions to the student, right? Wait, oh no, yeah, it said if you give some instructions to the student, right, and the students don't understand and they do the wrong thing, that's your fault. But if you give some students you give some instructions to the student and they understand it and they still do the wrong thing, then that's their fault. Now they got to be beaten with many stripes so they can understand it's not a game. So that's when you really know that what you taught, you know what I'm saying, whatever you teaching people, when they put it into activation. See, putting things into activation is the final stage of learning. Like if you go to medical school but you don't practice medicine, are you a doctor? But at any rate, like you know, all being born to is about getting all the keys, about getting all the keys that it takes to understand whatever you're dealing with. So like I said today, we do, understand knowledge, you know what I'm saying? The sum is culture of freedom. The product is understanding. And from you seeing that, it's gonna give you a wider range of things that you're viewing, right? And that wider range of things that you're viewing is going to be a wider range of things that you see. Smoker said the news was at the gym Friday didn't go because the youth was being disrespectful to his mom because he should have with her being on Fox 5. Yeah, and and that's when we doing our job, small goods. I ain't gonna front. That was when I first started the youth boxing. That's when I kind of and I guess it's messed up. But see, this is what I'm saying. When you understand the knowledge and you see how it lived out, right? When I first saw that parents was punishing their children by saying, okay, you did that, you're not gonna be able to go to the boxing class. That was one of the things that helped me see I was doing the right thing. You mean that's a punishment? You're not gonna be able to, it showed me how much what I was doing was valued. You know what I'm saying? And by looking at that value, I could see that yeah, I was doing something good. You know what I'm saying? And see, that's what that's something that is all being born to. That's the parent is not saying, "Yo, what you doing is so good." That no, the parent is saying, "Nah, he can't come this week because boom, 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 boom." Like, whoa, this is a thing like that. Because see, it could just be a pass off thing. Like, yeah, get this nigga out of here. I don't care what y'all doing down there. Just get him out of here. It could be that kind of thing. We just, I need a babysitter. Hey, you want to take him, take him. But we got to look at what's born in everything. Do whatever we doing. You see, you talking to smell good. Like, let me give you a good example of what we saying while all being born to counts, and it gives you some insight. Smell goods. He got a basketball program. You know what I'm saying? Where he developed the youth and their basketball talent. You know what I'm saying? A couple months ago, he told us about there had to be about 7 or 8 kids at least that he told us that they went from his program, right, into going to college to play basketball. You know what I'm saying? With scholarships. Now they were going to Duke, but it don't matter. They come from whatever hood situation where he met them and he grew them into a person. Because remember, you go to college, especially now in this politically correct era, you can't just have the skills. You gotta have the civilization and righteousness. They don't care about the knowledge. So now that happened, I understand the knowledge because of what came from it, because of what came out the system he dealing with. I understand the whole idea of what he's doing all the way through all the steps that he's taking with it. So that's why we deal with it. However, don't forget, in the science of living mathematics, you can't go from 10 to 2. You can't go from 14 to 6. You can't go from 13 to 5. Just like when we deal with mathematics and principle, we go from knowledge to born and cipher, right? It's the principle of that complete cipher. But see, in living mathematics, we go from knowledge to born to knowledge at a cipher. That's peace, colleague. Yeah, see, this is, and we need to look these kids up too. You see what I'm saying? These is people that you know, you know, the brother did his duty, but see, sometimes that's what it is. That sometimes, you know, because smell goods affected them, they love smell goods, and they respect that he's God, but see, the other brothers didn't come through and build with them too. Yo, what's going on, man? Yo, how's your grades, man? You know what I'm saying? Yo, you know, don't forget, man, that you guys, so, you know, your responsibility, man, to the world is a little bit different than all these other people that have experienced what you experienced. See, we got to come through and talk to them like that too. Because he smell good. He's so busy showing how to do a crossover and a jump shot with the correct form. Maybe he don't have the time to talk to him all the time about that. That's why we get nation. You know what I'm saying? Right here, uh, we got Woody Newton that went to SU, was that Syracuse University? Benny Williams, Syracuse University. Zion Harmon, Western Kentucky. Darius Miles, Alabama. This is different Darius Miles. You remember Darius Miles that played for the Clippers? Anton Harrison, OU. That's either Oklahoma University or is that the Ohio University? Delani Hunt Wagner. You see that? That's that's what you call results. Oh, these kids coming out in 2020, they going to them places? Oklahoma University, right? OU. Sean Good said the youth that is sticking with it was rewarded by being a cameo in Lord Lyle. All right. Yeah, video by Ja Pran featuring C Nas, no doubt. I seen that. I seen that. Oh, you got football players too? Oh yeah, Oklahoma is official in football. That's, uh, in basketball they not so tough, but yeah, in football, Oklahoma left tackle, smart kid. Then them offensive linemen. Oh, you talking about offensive defense? Especially them offensive linemen. You gotta be super smart. And even though it's just in the small space that they do their business, it's mad complicated. And you have to do what you're doing in so much unison with it don't work. You could do your whole job, but if you don't do it in unison with the other people, I could block my man all the way up here, but then I created a gap if my man here is on a different uh wavelength. And just the opportunity, look at the opportunity. that he's providing by getting them into college. They're able to deal with their education. They're able to, you know, whatever, even I'm saying, you know, these schools, what he's saying is, Alabama, you go to pros from Alabama, you go to pros from Syracuse, you know. But I'm saying even if they don't go to the pros, the opportunity that he's affording them to get an education, to get up out of the ghettos of America and go see some other stuff. See, these are the results. You know, the only thing, I would add on small goods is but see you already did that too. That's already built into what you're doing. See the time that you taking and spending with these kids, man, and see they're gonna have that mentality. They're gonna have that mentality to reach back and add on what they can with the next generation because you know it's a lot of the dudes that I see like dudes that's like 40 down, they have this mentality that we was abandoned, like nobody cared about us, we just was kind of left in the hood. So yeah, we joined gangs and we wigging out now and we don't care about the community because nobody cared about us. Now these people, you know they not going to want to say that, they're not going to be able to say that. Listen, man, if we had about it probably take us look, we probably need about 5,000, we probably need about 5,000 smell goods right now. And in 20 years, our community will look totally different. 'Cause you gotta remember, look, just right here in New York, right? We need to smell goods in like every section. Hey, look, you need to smell goods for Fort Greene. You smell goods for Jamaica Queens. You smell goods for Bed-Stuy. Smell goods for East New York. Smell goods for Brownsville. If you had to smell goods in every one of the neighborhoods, the community would look totally different soon. And that's really, you know, that's a challenge. I got my kids with the boxing, you know. But if we all, take up a responsibility with a couple of kids or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? Right now, my thing is getting bigger. I got like 12 or 15 kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm they came to Gauchos, eh? Or they got a Gauchos down there. Or they was up here, you talking about by over there like 165th Street in the Gauchos gym. Where they came up here? See what I'm saying? See, if everybody, take up that responsibility, you know, and yeah, I know different people, you might have different things to do, but if you take the time out to whatever skill it is what you got, you'd be surprised how much stuff kids is interested in if you actually take the time to show them. Like y'all could just be going fishing. Yo, a certain amount of kids is going like that. 'Cause, they gonna come back every week. Like, yo, we going fishing. Where I get these worms from? There's a certain, you know, just like everything in life. You know what I'm saying? There's people that's interested, but see, we gotta take time to young. Oh, you just saying that you seen some kids that was high level ballers at Gauchos. I mean, that too is because of certain brothers. I mean, don't get me wrong, that level Gauchos and all that, they started getting a little starting getting a little lot of money involved. So, you got people involved with that. You know, these kind of kids, and shout out to Magic Mel. I haven't seen him or nothing, but and when you have people like Smell Goods, they can partially protect kids from this kind of thing. But you know, the the commerciality, the commercialness, whatever the word is, you know what I'm saying, is coming down into, you know, the small kids like that, junior high school, 30, right? Had to be money involved. When you give them a free ride to and fro and just work out at the park and just show them that somebody actually cares. That's also a part of what's going on out there is people are so, uh, you know, this is what I'm saying. You at the presidential election, right? And they discuss all the matters that they feel is urgent, but they don't discuss some of these blocks where these kids is returned to the essence at. But when you take the time to go on that block and say, yo, I give you a lifeline out of here, you'd be surprised how they respond. Bernhard, you have to see him too. I'm not familiar with. But Bernhard is working out with the youth. But that was enough of a rant. I kind of got on a rant based on one question. I don't know. I think I should because like I was saying, I gotta y'all know I gotta go do the boxing. I'm talking about small goods. I got my youth boxing tomorrow. Uh, uh, it's supposed to rain up here tomorrow. I don't know. Right, small good. So teach them whatever it is, you know how to do real good. So yeah, the boxing. I'm sure I'm gonna get at least a couple of kids. Um, but let's see what happens. Maybe the numbers will be too short. Uh, and then we'll come on tomorrow. Otherwise than that, I'm about to start hitting the Instagram. I'm about to start hitting the Instagram at Random Jewels. Is that handle? But everybody that made this far, um, share this on your Twitter and your Instagram. That's what really makes it pop off when you share it, and that's what caused them to uh, give out the alerts so everybody can come in. Definitely do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, of course. Almighty God of love. I know you have you been listening to the background? I know you ain't just come in right now. I'm about to be out. Uh, the after class sessions, they gonna come out. I'm about to the next person. I'm about to bring in small goods, even though y'all got them in a civilization class, and that was a funny night. But I talked to a law of you reality, and a law of you reality is he's ready to come on and what I mean? He's going to manifest some things. Like a lot of you reality is he's an in-depth brother dealing with history and science. So I actually got that. I wouldn't say I do interviews. You know, so far, if y'all notice, the times that I brought brothers on, I really kind of ask them one question and they kind of go off. You a couple of times, yeah. When I said, yeah, really, yeah, that was it, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now I'm the ventriloquist. He's the dummy. And seriously, yeah, I talked to a lot of reality. He's about to come on. I don't know. Do y'all want a lot shot? Because I talked to a lot of shot. I brought either I could just come on a Saturday too and just give you a lot of shots class. A lot of shot teaches on Saturdays from I think it's 1 to 3, 1 to 4, something like that. Uh, you know, there's some other brothers. Right now everybody's not hardcore enough. I don't know. Do y'all want Ramel Supreme? I'd already seen Ramon Supreme on a law school and mega channel, so maybe uh just rather refer to that. But we can get Ramon Supreme in the very near future for after the class session. Uh, See, Arif is somebody I need to talk to too, or that but that's something we have to work out. The whole logistics of how we gonna do that. Oh my, he got a lot to him. He been in the background since 3. So I see Smoke does definitely uh once the law of reality come back. Uh the lockdown is killing us so much. I gotta see. I don't know if I can get him on here. Do, do, does anybody want to hear from Al Jamal? And I'm gonna tell you something too. Uh, we I gotta cherish this stuff, man. Is that listen? I don't know if it's 50 brothers left from the '60s. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm just saying that right now, if you can make a list, they got 51 people. Show me that list. So we gotta take this last wisdom. I gotta tell you myself. We could bring a lot of shot back, but see, I asked him one question, and then and then he want to blame me. But I'm trying. Oh my God! But I asked you the question. I didn't mean for you to go into that. But yeah, we get shot back. Uh, uh, Allah Supreme is still there. The brother that I asked about, the brother that I asked about Black Messiah. That's been a minute ago. I don't know how many people maybe I didn't see that, but that was one of my last videos that I posted that wasn't live. Like just my uploads. Allah Supreme. Uh, we can get Allah You Justice, who's not from the '60s, but he's been aware of the gods since the '60s, and he got a little more. Like one thing I like to consider myself is say I got firsthand knowledge. Yeah, I got it from the firstborn who was there. What's that second hand? I look. I know people who was there. Now, uh, some of those things the guy wasn't there for that. However, he walked with them even before I walked with him. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we could line those up. We can line those up. You know who we might could get? I don't know. I'm gonna see what's up. You know, but this being a Hotep channel and all, we could get a Jermaine. You know what I'm saying? The earth goes back, and she could manifest things from her perspective. I don't know if y'all, I know y'all all silverback society gods and all that, but you know, Adrian is you know, one of the originators. Um, who else do we get after the class session? Oh, but I don't know if he want to talk. We could see what's up with Jermaine. I don't know. I don't know though. I ain't gonna promise y'all Jermaine. I'm gonna have to talk to him. But do y'all have any requests? Any people that even y'all might have heard from them before, and you want to ask some questions to clarify, some things, or maybe you from the tree of that person, and you heard they still around, you never met them before. You know what I'm saying? Because that's something that I seen even for myself. You know what I'm saying? Where there's people that's from my tree or whatever somehow or another, I ended up affecting, they history and this knowledge, and they kind of first got a chance to come back and tune with me through here right here. So do y'all have any uh requests, you know what I'm saying, of somebody that y'all wanna because I just naming mostly people that I got that kind of rapport with because a lot of the older brothers they don't want to come on the internet, etc., etc. But what requests um do y'all have? One justice. You talking about head of security, one justice? With the glasses. Do one justice wear glasses now? You talking about brown skin born justice from the P line. That was the head of God. He might wear glasses now. If you talking about my boy Justice, yeah, I'm pretty sure we can get him on here. I might need to write this down. Look, if anybody is taking notes of all these names that I said, send it to my Instagram. Send it to my Instagram. So, Lord Born Justice. What's the name on Facebook? Lord Born Justice. I don't think that's Born Justice from Security. Nobody else, only Smell Goods got a request. Goatee, forehead. I mean, I'm pretty sure, I mean, the way you describing it, I mean, I'm pretty sure you talking about my boy Justice. Where you from? Akimala. Oh, you talking about Arkim. You talking about Arkim, the firstborn from Medina. Well, of course, he clarified that up, but I'm saying you talking about that Arkim, right? It's Arkim. King Asiatic. You talking about my King Asiatic? That's up in Massachusetts now? I'm just saying that that's one thing that's specific about the Born Justice that I know is that he was the head of God security. Right. They gave SD Knack the knowledge. Yeah. King Asiatic, yeah, we should be able to get King Asiatic on here. We should be able to get King Asiatic on here. Um, R. Kim, that's probably the first difficult one that I'm gonna have to do some work on that one. So wait, you said SD Knack as I'm saying you want King Asiatic and SD Knack? or you was just specifying that King Asiatic that's affiliated with SC? You just put indeed and ask an either or question. I don't know which one you mean. You said was as allegedly backing the whole Bible. Oh, so smell good. You talking about when we was on tape? I don't know if the tape went to that far. What? Not when I said we. Why did I say we? Perhaps I was just speaking French, but allegedly there was a tape that you know, Born Mastermind was asked who approves of the stuff that you're saying, and he said Born Justice, and then allegedly somebody said, "We're Born Justice." That Born Justice right there, you're Born Justice. Come over here. You talking about that Born Justice? And you said why yourself? You you took the Born Justice I just explained. That's what you talking about. Tragedy Gaddafi, I can get. Tragedy actually, he told me that if I need him to come on, he I heard he got his own show now too and two. But yeah, I can get Tragedy. Speaking of that, I got in fact I got to see Tragedy in the very near future. We got gonna do some but yeah, I could get Tragedy. But yeah, small guys, yeah, you talking about that one? That is yeah, that's my G right there. Uh, I'm pretty sure we can get Boy Justice. You know, Boy Justice, he has reached that age where he got on a problem. Look, yeah, that's my G right there. I get Boy Justice. So is anybody keeping a list of this? Is anybody keeping a list of this? Because I'm not keeping a list. Devon and Standing Born, I can get Devon and Standing Born. I just gotta run into him. I mean, not run into him like it's mad random. But I'm saying, uh, yeah, I can get Devon and Standing Born without a doubt. Can somebody just keep a list of this and or make a list of this and send it to my Instagram so I keep track of it. BG, that's man, uh man, can I get a BG? you know, the BG's temperamental. I think I can get a BG. But look, only because it's y'all. Only because it's y'all out there that haven't experienced, the same thing that I did just, from being here in New York, you know. But a BG, he's the first person that I had to tell, look, see all these other people y'all name, right? I could tell him, look, do it for me. See a BG, I gotta tell him, do it for y'all. But let's see what happens. Khalid said, would love to hear more from the queens. I have a little moon who can benefit from hearing from the earths. Um, you know, uh, I could definitely get some. I could get my Asia, you know, uh, even for that, I get my daughter's, uh, just a little bit of a more tall order for me because, I don't really affiliate with people's women like that. Um, I think I can get embraced. I can get embraced. Uh, I got definitely gotta tell her, uh, where's the bounds of talking, but yeah, I get embraced. I get my Asia, uh, man, and definitely got, but wise Asia, um, and I'm saying in particular, these is herbs that, you got a lot of black women that they came in tune with us because they like the brother that was, that called himself a 5%. Yeah, BG's a possibility, definitely. You know what I'm saying? But I just, you know, a lot of stuff that you've seen with a BG is people taping him without him really, you know what I'm saying? For me to sit him down like the other brothers that have came and built like that, you know what I'm saying? Uh, I'm like, talk to him. Like I said, he's not listen. It's gonna be that one is gonna be more because of y'all than because of me. Cypher, doubt it. But listen, let me talk to it. Let me talk to it. Uh, but we might get Queen Cypher. I mean, she's not unknown to us. You know what I'm saying? But you know what her policy is in terms of coming on here. But like I said, somebody send me the list because just that she made the list that y'all requested her. Look, she's another person that like I said, she like we talking about my Asia. The guy right here said that's his daughter's name, my Asia, Rain True Love. Uh, you know, I get my Asia, just on strength. I said, look, I need you to do it for me. Queen Cypher, she's another person where I gotta tell her, look, it's not for me. The people out there that want to hear from but that's definitely not outside the possibilities. Um, let me see who else could we get. Strong queen. I mean, I don't. Hmm, yeah, I guess I just gotta be open to y'all suggestions. What other strong queens? Like I said, we could do embrace Maisha Atlantis. Who's Atlantis? No, I don't know the guy. Atlantis? Can't even say I heard of it. I could see too. I mean, I don't know how it's gonna work out, but perhaps Born Queen. She's another. That's because that's another thing about a lot of these queens that I already said and that y'all mentioned is see they gladiators. Like I said, they didn't just get the knowledge because they liked the brother. Even if that might have been what sparked it. They Atlantis Bill on IG. Atlantis Bill. But you talking about Atlantis, not his name. You talk about the school in Atlantis. What's the brother's name? What's the brother's name? Yeah, Saladin. You talking about Saladin? Yeah, Saladin. You know, I could be being childish, but nah, Saladin ain't coming on my show. He come on my channel. Eminent. You talking about Eminent from the Crown? You talking about Eminent from the Crown? Yeah, Saladin. Nah, me and him got some. I mean, with you, Uh, I don't know if you got particular, but you know, I got particular things I need to ask him about what he meant by that before he come on my channel. Unless he plans on answering that on my channel or whatever it is. That's the long story. We go into that more. Eminent. I mean, I can get Eminent. That's my G. I don't know what his policy is on. I don't know what his policy is on coming on the internet. So we had to discuss that. But yeah, Eminem is definitely that's the big bro right there. I got to talk to him, but yeah, Eminem is he's in the realm of possibility. Ramel Supreme, yeah, I had asked about Ramel Supreme earlier. Yeah, I get Ramel Supreme without a doubt. Ramel Supreme is a definite. Born and Law from LA, I can get Born and Law from LA. Is anybody keeping track of this? Somebody write all these down and so I can handle what I gotta handle. But yeah, Born and Law from LA by Mel Supreme. Uh, those is definites. Send it to the what is it? Large fruit. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, large fruit. I got two pages: a large Christ, and a large fruit. Send it to a large fruit. I mean, y'all already. This is already a tall order. let me let me talk to some of these people, and then uh we could get also look because I'm sure being in church got particular people, what I mean, if y'all got particular questions that y'all want answered, because like for instance, one thing I speculate is that some of the questions that y'all probably asking or some of the people y'all asking about is probably people that's on y'all tree, but y'all never got to meet them. Like I got people that they from my tree, but I never, you know, we never spoke. So they, see to me, that's what I'm saying. Uh, things have happened, but time hasn't passed since I got the knowledge. I still, feel within myself and see myself as the same kid that came into this. So a lot of times I don't be understanding. Uh, I ain't gonna say I don't be understanding. Like I disagree with it now, but I'm just saying like, uh, it's people that what I'm saying. The way they see me, I don't look at myself like that. I just look at myself as I'm just a regular person, got the knowledge itself. You know what I'm saying? But if you know you got the knowledge, say in 2010, and you just heard that, yo, yeah, a brother met somebody back in the 80s or the 90s, and this was his name. This how and then you heard, yo, the brother be teaching at the school, and he got these videos or whatever. So, but for me, I don't even be looking at it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to meet me? Like, nah, saying you got the nod. I want to meet you. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, so I speculate that that's probably the same thing that some of the people are asking about. So, Born Level Law Supreme, or anybody else, if it's particular questions, because some people, you gotta remember, some people is gonna be ready to go live. Like, see Ramel Supreme, like you said about Ramel Supreme, Born Law from LA. These are people I get to go live. Saladin actually been on my channel before. The Saladin you talking about from the Atlanta school, he was on my channel before. Um, it's, I know I got a lot of videos. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to just say just go back. I think if you Google through my page Saladin, you will find a video where he was running. So some people will be ready to go live. Some people is going, rather tape it. But if y'all got some questions in particular that tell me the answer. But right now, we pushing up against we pushing up against the time. We broke night. We did what we do. Um, as per usual. Hopefully everybody that made it this far with us so far did the each one teach one. Hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Uh, of course, I already explained that tomorrow is a little bit. We see what happens as far as going live. It may not be on here, but it'll probably be on Instagram. Um, of course, Monday at 6 o'clock, we back at the civilization class, so we'll definitely be on then. You know what I'm saying? Hit the notification button so you can know whenever we coming on. And if you just came on, I said it in the beginning, but look, share this on your pages, share this on your Twitter, share it on your Facebook, share it on your Instagram. You know what I'm saying? I learned so far that that's the best way for everybody to get their notifications. You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, and in between time, I'm gonna say peace. And like I said, if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you on Monday.